serious. Get out!
Why are you laughing?
Of all the chess players.
Yes, Hans. Hans is the best. Hans is my love. I'm in love with Hans.
Yeah, boy, Chris is being very...
It's very thorough.
Very thorough, very thorough.
And there she goes. Oh my god. There she goes. She's trying not to smile. Oh my god.
What's a chess player's favorite TV show?
What?
Pawn Stars. I didn't write these, okay?
Oh god.
You want to say hi chat now that you won?
Yes, hi chat. Where's the
It's on.
Oh!
But I have my hands here.
Yes.
Little baby noodle.
What have I come down to?
Yeah, I mean with the hair, you could just wear the top and the
Oh my gosh! That's amazing! I don't even know where the rook flew to!
Are we gonna be friends forever, Dina?
Well, I still don't know how real versus how fake your friendship is. So.
Ooh, that's the
Why do
best
you
bird. Focus up, Alex. You're right. Uh-oh. Are you my opponent?
Back tomorrow. It's okay. It's okay.
Ow! Hey!
You are.
I don't know when I hit 21.
What is this guy doing? Beating. This is rigged.
Hey, I'm just good.
I'm trying to remember any line of prep I've ever done in my life. I don't remember any of it.
They could have simplified that.
Do we need to do that?
Sing the song. And this day just players don't have fun. Spread out, nice and easy.
You're getting a red card for destroying the chess set. Can you show your chat the red card that you're getting from the tournament director?
Okay, get out of here. I cannot see you.
Listen to us for 1 second.
Hello, 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 hello.
Guys, why did I say so many hellos? I don't know.
Ta-da! See, my little fist, it fits perfectly. Proof that I punched it.
Блядь, я не могу поверить, это просто пиздец, ну как я могла проиграть? Это просто... Все, пошли все к черту, окей, бай.
No, I blundered my queen. Alright, Nemo's turn. We're moving away to things that might actually... Alright, you guys keep the water in your mouths, please. 1, 2...
I just want to apologize for how bad that game was. I don't even know what I was doing. I did it again. I hung a piece against her again on like move 5. And I was like, there's no way that I lose the US championship because I hang a bishop against Irina twice. Like, I was like, first time, bad enough. And then I was just like, oh my god, it's probably over. And then, you know, when there's no increment, you know.
No, I should have known. No, I hate the kids. I hate kids even more. I hated them before this tournament. Now I really hate them.
Wow, so I might have more points than her.
A full point more than her.
I'm really sad that she's losing, but
You're so getting killed in your sleep.
yeah, I know.
Good morning, Los Angeles, and good evening, Europe. We're here with the penultimate round of the Botez chess camp, and I have unfortunate news. During the evening, Andrea has fallen sick, and she will not be able to play her game versus Jennifer Yu today. So we have Nemo with the white pieces against Anna Kamli. And we're looking into starting Alexandra's game earlier so that we have a Botez to chair for. She's sick of chess. I don't know. We'll have to hear from her. But there has been something going around, is the rumor I heard. Hope it's nothing serious. Yeah, I hope so too. But I think it's okay. But I have happy news. As a result of the U Botez game, the Jen versus Andrea game being canceled, we're gonna have the chance to get Jen on today and hear some of her thoughts about the tournament and some maybe considerations she has made, some evaluations on her opponents. So looking forward to that, and looking forward to us getting this first game started. It's an 11 a.m. start, or so I was told beforehand. We haven't had a single game start on time at 11. But I assure you, I am not to blame for that. Someone in Los Angeles is gonna have to take the blame for that. But we are, I am told, getting started with this Nemo versus Anna game momentarily. Anna and Nemo are at the board, or were a moment ago. I'm told that they are just around the corner. So I'm hoping that's true. Who won the last game yesterday between Nemo and Jules? Nemo grinded out the win there into an end game. So this game between Anna and Nemo, they're both on similar points, but I believe Nemo is half a point ahead, and that has some implications for the standings. Yeah, Nemo is half a point ahead of Anna, but Nemo is also half a point behind Alexandra. So if Nemo manages to win the game today, then she can beat Alexandra tomorrow to get ahead of Alexandra, no matter the results in any of the other games. And Nemo, that would put Nemo in a top 3 position, which is going into the prizes. And if Alexandra manages to beat... No, wait. No, what am I saying? Nemo can't beat Alexandra to get ahead of her, but she can beat Anna to get ahead, and then Alexandra will need to beat Dina to stay ahead. But if Alexandra beats Dina, then Nemo will overtake Dina. It's a whole thing. But needless to say, if Nemo wins the final 2 games, she will be top 3 in this tournament. So she has everything to play for, but I don't think Anna is going down easily. Anna has quite a bit to avenge after the performance yesterday. She got absolutely destroyed by Alexandra. But today is a new day, new opportunities and all of that. Here we have the current standings. There's a big fight for second, third, and fourth Jennifer seems to be running away with it in first. And Anna, this is actually worth mentioning. Anna, if she wins this one and the next one against Linda, then she will probably make it into the top 3. So both Anna and Nemo are really they have genuine chances to make it into the prizes with a win today. A draw would be kind of problematic for both. I guess Nemo would still have a chance at top 3, but it's really all about winning here right now. And the game is off. And in this game, I don't have the moves on the live board. Let me check in. We're just going to guess what the moves were. And I'm pretty good at this guessing game because chess, it's the one thing I know. Nemo went with pawn to e4. Anna plays c5. And I actually looked at some of Anna's games with black in preparation for this tournament. And I'm really curious about her whole opening repertoire. Because with against pawn to d4, the queen's pawn, Anna just plays the most solid classical thing ever. But when her opponent plays the king's pawn, like now, she goes into these super messy Sicilians. That's just very difficult to understand and are also very like tactical in nature. When a chess player says tactical, it means like there's a lot of captures and complications and stuff like that. Why are we watching from Black's perspective? Because we're cheering for the Swede. Maybe, I don't know. That does feel wrong to say as a Norwegian. I don't make the layout decisions. Ain't Norway. That's a good one, Disco. That's very good. Nemo goes bishop to e2. So this way Anna plays, it's like it's a super tricky, ambitious way of playing with black. And Nemo just ignores everything and just calmly develops her bishop. The good news here for Anna is that employing such an aggressive opening, although to be fair, this is her normal opening, but still, it's very aggressive. And it really suits the match situation she's in. She desperately needs a win with the black pieces. And then having this as her repertoire then suits perfectly. If I was her, I would definitely go bishop to b4 here and try and point my bishop in towards the white king. And also the white knight, because the white knight is defending the pawn on e4. So after bishop to b4, this whole thing could potentially collapse. Anna instead plays d5. I do not like that whatsoever. After the trade, she's recapturing with a pawn. My chess aesthetic sense is very, very unhappy right now. Anna has voluntarily taken on one of these isolated queen pawns. A pawn that cannot be defended by other pawns. But Nemo plays super quickly. Did Nemo prepare all of this? Pawn to a3? That's such a strange move. Why wouldn't we just castle? Are we afraid of the bishop getting to this b4 square? That doesn't seem very concerning, though. Okay, maybe it's some kind of a prep. I'm not super happy about this pawn, but maybe Anna did it on purpose. It's looking like it right now. Bishop to e7. Both girls calmly one step forward with a bishop. It's not the best bishop placement, but it's better than the alternatives in the current situation. Didn't castle for the same reason Alexandra didn't castle yesterday, perhaps. These are very, very different circumstances. In the current situation, I would strongly recommend that people get their king to safety. Why is the board not live on chess.com? I don't know. I was kind of having some problems with that as well. But I guess you'll just have to follow my manual input. Bishop to e3 has been played. Is Nemo considering castling queenside? Honestly, that could be decent. But that would also make the person in chat who said maybe they're delaying castling for the same reason Alexandra did yesterday. That would make them kind of right. And that would make me kind of a douche for completely dismissing their thought. Maybe queen up and castle to the queen side. Okay, Anna is just going to castle king side. That's sensible. There's no way she's going to put the king over here because she has a lack of pawns. She only has two pawns there, whereas white has 3 pawns. So white could legitimately make the argument that the king is going to be pretty safe here. But at the same time, it's easy for black to get a rook pointing down towards the white king if you choose to put the king here. So I'm still gonna be pro the short castling, the king side castling. Gadugafen says Jennifer should be your co-host today. That would be fire. Wow. You're after back in the day, you guys used to appreciate only having me. But now, having had a taste of someone else than me talking, you're gonna be encouraging that happening. One little stream with Anamaya, and boom, I'm not good enough for you anymore. Okay, you know what? Your wish is granted. But keep this in mind next time you're upset with me or something like that. I will magically introduce Miss Jen Yu to become my co-commentator. Ah, I was going to say it didn't work, but it did work in the end. Hey, Jen, how are you doing?
Hello, hi. I'm happy to be here.
Hello,
chat.
So first question, I guess about the opening, but I also want to ask you about these 2 players in particular. Because right now you've competed against them for a week straight. You've mapped out some of their weaknesses and strengths. What are your kind of is that like a secret, or can you reveal kind of your impressions of Anna and Nemo?
Well, I don't know if I want to be spilling what I think everybody's weaknesses are. But I mean, I think both of them are really impressive with the way that they are competing classical chess and creating so much content on the side. Like I'm really impressed by almost everybody, like by everybody here for doing that, because I'm not really a content creator, may become one, but I'm not really one, so I'm just kind of playing chess here. But it's been so impressive to see them juggling everything along the side, because there's so much work that goes into creating the stream and everything else for everyone. So that was really cool to see. And also these are like, they're like the best people. Like it's been so fun hanging out. So like you guys see us play chess for 5-6 hours a day, but then we go and get food together and hang out, and it's been really fun.
Yeah, speaking of that, give us the lay of the land. Tell us what does a normal day at chess camp look like?
Well, for me, well, I've been having these early morning rounds, so well, they're not that early. They're like 11 a.m., but it feels really early. I feel like everybody is struggling to get up, but I usually get up, try to look at some things, play my game, and then we did something fun yesterday. A couple of us, we went on a hike, which is really fun with like a lot of the girls, and then or we like we'll just like some people will be filming some content, like doing some game analysis and other things like along those lines. And it's just been very like, rinse and repeat. But it's been pretty fun.
And as a chess player, you're a fan of rinse and repeat?
As a chess player, I always have a routine, like at a tournament. So I feel like this tournament is actually pretty different because like there's so many other things going on with like content and other things. But I'm just I feel like I'm learning a lot, and it's been really fun for me. A really cool experience. But usually at a chess tournament, I do the exact same thing every single day. I wake up around the same time, I do the same things, I eat the same things, that I prepare. I mean, I think I'm a creature of habit.
Are chess players boring?
Are chess players boring? Like old chess
Is it
players?
boring to be a creature of habit? And are most chess players creatures of habit? And are chess players boring?
I don't think it's boring to be a creature of habit. That just means you have a routine. Like I feel like most people have a routine, like if they go to school or go to work or things like that. But like, I don't know, I think chess players are awesome. Like a lot of my friends are chess players, and I don't think we're boring.
Wait, are you saying you can't be awesome just because you're boring? Because that is a problem for me.
So you can, I mean, I'm sure you can be awesome if you're boring too. It's just like a different kind of, just a different kind of awesomeness.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, no, okay. I hear you. What do you think about the current position?
So well, this is like an isolated queen pawn kind of situation. I usually like playing against it. So I think this might be a bit easier for Nemo to kind of, well, I mean, there's nothing, I mean, this is a pretty normal position. I think it's going to be interesting to see how like they maneuver the next couple of moves and how they develop the rest of the pieces. Like I don't know where Anna's going to like develop her bishop, but I think this is like a pretty even position right now. But I do think like in a lot of situations, like this pawn can get pretty weak towards the end, but right now this is like not an issue. I don't know. Do you have a preference of playing against or with the pawn?
I have a big preference. Yeah. I see a pawn that cannot be defended by other pawns. And I'm like, ooh, I don't want that anywhere close to my position. So I guess, like you say, it's something, it depends on your preferences, but I'm definitely one of those people who feel like that this is an unnecessary weakness, and if I could avoid playing with it, I would prefer that. And I feel like Nemo has a really nice plan of just moving her queen forward and the rook in behind. And so Nemo can easily put even more pressure towards that pawn.
Yes. Also, a rule of thumb generally, I think with isolated pawns is if you have one, you want to keep the minor pieces on because it gives you some room to like maneuver. But for Nemo, it might be nice to trade off some of these pieces because then there's a very obvious weakness here. And yeah, it's like so easy for white to play here. Just move the queen up and then move the pieces out to attack the pawn. So, and then we'll have to figure out what the best way to defend is. Maybe just put the bishop on e6. I'm not sure.
Oh, wow. Okay. Already we're talking about two of my main pet peeves in chess. Isolated pawns and then voluntarily giving away the bishops.
I mean, it's would you rather give away the bishop or have an isolated pawn? Because if you take it, it's no longer an isolated pawn.
Oh, that is a difficult question. Yeah, this is true. If the bishop is captured, now the pawns will work together better. And then it becomes a question of which weakness is the bigger problem. Yeah, I guess fair enough. You make a reasonable argument.
Yeah, but I don't know. For some reason, whenever I put a bishop on e6, I get a little nervous of like possible f4 ideas in the future. I mean, probably not right now. It's not really a big threat, but I don't know. It seems very easy for white to create some problems.
If you don't go bishop e6?
No, like instead of taking, like eventually doing like a pawn push on the king side.
Yeah, sorry, I lost my focus. Yeah. Yesterday, the hike. Who did you go with?
I went with Alex, Linda, and also Dina, who I played yesterday. So we played a tough game, and then we went
Was
on a
that
hike together.
awkward?
Well, she did threaten to push me off the cliff at one point, but we did
That
it.
does sound like Dina.
And then it was a great bonding moment.
Bonding moment?
It was a great bonding moment. Now that's how you get closer.
I don't know, because Dina's kind of prone to doing things like that. I would not go on a hike with Dina after just having beaten her. That sounds like something for brave people to do.
Yeah, that was a learning experience as well.
Dina doesn't mess around.
She's serious about chess.
And pushing people off cliffs, I think, but I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, so I mean, if anything happens to me in the rest of the tournament, you guys know. I'm already putting it out there.
So I'm getting messages from Alexandra right now. I'm sorry about this. Alexandra is saying there's something wrong with the prep and that she cannot find some of our files. So I don't know if this is technically they are my employer. So if I need to prioritize helping them win chess games over holding down the fort on stream, I think that's within reason. So chat is just gonna have to hold tight while I make a quick search for the important censored opening files, because I can't say which opening we're going for. Can you hold down the fort for me?
Yeah, I got it. I can babysit chat for the next few minutes while you figure it out. Okay. All right, we can keep looking at this position. I got this. This is my debut stream. But Anna does play bishop e6 in this position. So it looks like she's asked herself she doesn't want to develop her pieces, bring the queen up and then bring the rooks out. But I think for Nemo, she's also going to do a pretty similar thing. But right now it's pretty even. So the d5 pawn is safe for now. This is a very positional position. So nothing too crazy gonna be happening. Like I think the craziest thing is if Nemo just choose to decide to push the F pawn and then launch an attack on the king side, then it might be a little worrisome, or not. Like then some interesting things might happen. But I don't know. Like if White plays F4, is F5 may possibly be a threat at some point, but you can always take on D4 too and prevent F5. Let me just chat. Let me see if I can. Does that work? Oh.
The arrow works. You should be able to input moves as well.
Hmm?
I added you to permission so you can make your moves on the clock and chat with sequence.
Okay, awesome. Okay. All right, now chat, I can move the pieces. So F4, what happens after F4?
Is that your instinct?
No, it's not my instinct. I don't think F4 is the best move in position. You should definitely go like Queen D2 and then bring the pieces out. But I'm just saying, hypothetically.
Yeah, no, I'm just curious. Because you can tell a lot from a player from kind of the suggestions they make, right?
Because F4 is a big decision because that's when you like are changing the, in my opinion, like kind of changing the rhythm of the game. You're playing less positionally and more like concretely. I'm gonna bring, push the pawns up, but F4 seems a little too early for me right now, just because, this queen, you could bring the queens into the game. So I think Queen D2 is like the most obvious move here, just to develop the pieces. But I mean, Nemo's spending some time here, so I don't know if she's trying to decide. Oh wait, did she play Queen D2 or is that me? That's me, sorry.
Yeah.
That's me, sorry. She does play Queen D, but like she's spending some time here, so I'm wondering if she's trying to decide to play something concretely, because Queen D2 is like a pretty logical and quick move to play, because Queen D2, maybe go A6 to like eventually bring the queen up to C7, and then I think bringing the rooks in, like this all makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and you kind of get a little bit stuck, right? It's like Black's position is not great, but it's very difficult for White to make any progress.
Yeah, I mean, it very easily could just happen that they trade off a ton of pieces and it gets to a pretty drawish endgame. Although I do think White will be a lot more comfortable in the endgame just because of this isolated pawn. But this bishop on E6 is protecting it, and I don't see a pretty obvious way to keep attacking the D5 pawn. Now, what would your plan be in this situation?
I'm definitely going H3 at some point. I think I would be concerned about knight G4 here. So I think I'm going H3 at some point, and then I'm kind of scared that you at some point can sacrifice against that, but I'm at least going to get one move heads up if you start pointing your pieces towards that pawn. And then I guess I would just move my rook in and bishop back and just keep everything protected and optimize my rooks and kind of see where Black goes. Because what White does is going to be the best plan for White is going to be very dependent on how Black chooses to set up. So sometimes you just want to make the most sensible moves that you can, and then the moves you want to do whatever your opponent does, and then you can pick a specific plan for when they for when Black kind of announces their intentions.
Yeah, that makes sense. But Black also has a couple of different ideas here as well. Like I think maybe if I'm Black here, I would want to bring my rooks out and then either go knight here or knight here, maybe try to get C4. That seems really nice. But then I also lose control over the D4 square, so it's have to make a couple different decisions. But maybe like try to go for knight E4 at some point as well. Sorry, I got too many arrows on the board. But
yeah, I like knight E4. If you could make knight E4 work, and then after the trade you recapture and you stop having the isolated pawn, that could be nice. But the problem is once you've committed yourself to letting white choose the moment for making the trade between the knight and the bishop, there's a lot of things black could be interested in doing that they kind of just have to say, yeah, I would like to do that, but I'm not going to be able to because, you know, there could be a change of circumstance in which now knight takes bishop is going to be very, very effective for white. So I'm not even sure I like this bishop e6 move. Frank, I don't know. But I guess I'm just uncomfortable in these kind of positions anyway. But I feel like maybe bishop d7, and then when the knight moves, then you can go bishop e6, and you keep the pawn protected.
Yes. That makes sense. I also have a question in the chat from Botezlive. What was my toughest game in the tournament so far? I would have to say that would be my game yesterday because it was a little crazy at one point and I didn't really know what's going on. I also don't know if she knew what was going on, but ended up getting into kind of a crazy endgame and got a little bit lucky.
Was it luck though?
I'm gonna say I make my own luck.
I don't know. I know people who would say that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I did make it a bit interesting. So it is like I like to play chess in a way where it's possible for your opponents to make mistakes. You know, encourage that. So
at one point, Dina went back and forth with her bishop, and you chose not to go back and forth with your rook.
yeah, I thought well, she was kind of improving the position with the bishop, and my rook. I mean, I just did not like where it was. I felt like I was just going back. Like I felt like I was just every move was just kind of making my position worse. So I kind of just wanted to create some active counterplay. So that was what I was hoping for. But I think if she really wanted to kill the position and make it a draw, it would have been pretty easy. Or to have gone for like there were a lot of endgame options where I felt like she was going to be pushing a lot. So I was pretty happy I didn't get to that situation.
Did Anna just make an instant move and then get back up again? Or did she think am I not paying attention? And did she think for some time there?
No, she just thought for a long time and played bishop e6. So
wait,
did she put, yeah, she
no, she didn't.
No, wait, she didn't play bishop e6. We just have bishop e6 on the board.
She played h6. And I was wondering if she played that very quickly because she so demonstrably left the board. But I think what happened is that she played it quite slowly and then demonstrably left the board because, frankly, I guess she needed to take a little break after spending all that time trying to decide how to place the pieces moving forward. I'm not sure I really like this move. I don't think there was a scenario where white was going to be super interested in putting that bishop there and pointing down towards the black pieces. Yeah, sure, if the bishop comes in and trades for the knight no longer protects the pawn on d5. But on the other hand, it would allow black to activate their bishop and be really good pointing down towards the white pieces. So I feel like h6 is already a step in the wrong direction for Anna. And then h6, h3 from Nemo, I really like. But this is because in the variation we analyzed, I said h3 I think is going to be a useful move because white, contrary to black, has a need to stop this knight from coming in and attacking our bishop. And Nemo's kind of... she's taking a page out of the Alexandra playbook right now. She's got a big time advantage already.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It would be a little worrisome in the future to see what happens because the position has just started and it's very positional. To have a almost like 30-minute advantage of the opening is very substantial. And Also, like you said, like with H3 before, where it might possibly create a hook. Now in the situation you're as worried, but I'm worried about the H6 pawn. I mean, for me, it feels like if the knight ever gets into F5, that could get a little scary, but eventually. Or if the queen goes to D2, like these are all possible threats. It might not concretely do that, but like, once I develop the rooks, it's always good to have, other possibilities along down the line.
So computer is saying it's about equal, but we're both preferring Nemo's position so far. Anna down 25 minutes already. She had a bad experience yesterday against Alexandra. She wants to strike back. She did play the Sicilian. She's trying to win this game in order to make a late bid for a top 3 placement. But so is Nemo. Nemo with a win here, if she also can win tomorrow, I'm pretty sure she's guaranteed top 3. And that would be a fantastic tournament for her. Nemo, the only one who got a point, well, half a point of you, Jen.
Yeah, I mean, she played a great game the first round. I felt like I had a little opening advantage and it wasn't so careful with it. And then she held the fort down for the rest of the game. Like I pushed her for quite a few hours, but she held it very solidly. So it was a great game and well-deserved half point.
It's tough playing against the top dog in the first round. Did you feel like this was going to be your tournament coming into it? Because I heard Danny Wrench on the first day. I know what I think, and I also heard like Benjamin Book and Anna Maya. Like before the start, everyone were singing your praises, and everyone were like, Jennifer, she's so good. She's gonna win this thing. Did you feel that way, or for instance, how do you feel being the favorite to win a tournament? Because that could be different for different people. Personally, I prefer it. I like being the number 1 seed. I like feeling like I am the best, and on a good day, maybe even a normal, well, I say day, but rather week, I'm going to be able to win the tournament. What are your emotions around this?
Yeah, so well, going into this event specifically, well, because of like my rating and like my tournament performances in the past, I think the expectation was that I need to like, treat it like I'm gonna win. Otherwise, any other result would be slightly disappointing just because, I am so like the top seed. But in general, I prefer to kind of be an underdog. For every big tournament that I've won or done well in, like, the US championships, like both the US championships, I was not a favorite going in. And I think I just really like, surprising people and upsetting others as well. But, that's always been my own preference. I played a lot of tournaments growing up where I was a top seed. And I think that I'm just not a fan of it because people already know what they want from you. And I like to, make it a little interesting and surprise some people in general. But I haven't played as much competitive chess in the past few years. So I thought this was a good tournament to kind of get back into it and kind of change the tide of things because I've been having a tough time to play competitively while in school.
Are we going to see you at the US Women's Championship this year?
Hopefully, yeah. I really want to play. I really want to get back into it because I'll be an underdog again. Just putting that out there. And I really like to play just because like it's one of my favorite tournaments. But whenever I agree to play that tournament, it's also very subjective to what my class schedule is like. So I usually, if I'm like committing to an event like that, I usually get permission before like I even like start like right when I start my classes, just because it's tough missing 2 weeks of school and college, especially when the tournament is around midterm. So I actually have to like get permission from my professors like months in advance sometimes. So it's always dependent on like what I'm studying and how, other situations is going. But hopefully I can make it. Like I skipped the only US championship I skipped in the last like 9-10 years was my freshman year of college, just because the transition was a little bit tough, but I'm really planning on playing it this year.
Where do you go to school?
I go to Harvard.
I've heard of that.
Yeah, it's a small school near Boston.
Are chess players smart?
Are chess players smart? I mean, I think I know a lot of smart chess players, and I think I also know some chess players who are not the smartest. But I think in general, most chess players are pretty intelligent.
Are you more likely to go to Harvard if you're a chess player?
I don't know if it helps that much. Like if you're like, for me, I studied really hard in high school. So for me, school was first and then chess was second. So, I mean, it definitely looks good on the application, but it can only do so much. So I don't know if I can say play chess and you'll get into every college that you want. I'm not sure if it works like that, but
I'm not sure that was my question either. I guess I'm more like, are chess players smarter in general so that they will have a higher chance in general to get into a good school?
Well, I think to be a good chess player, a lot of people have like a lot of discipline and like know how to study. So I think that helps. But I don't know if just being good at chess will like correlate with, because it also, to be good at chess, you have to spend a lot of time doing chess, which takes up other time you could be doing for other things.
Yeah, no, I like how you said chess players have a lot of good discipline. And I mean, I think I wouldn't say I have good discipline, but I have incredible interest in chess. So I can sit and work on that for hours and hours and hours on end. And I have been able to do that since I was, 10, 11, 12 years old. But in being quite good and having such a time-consuming and mind-consuming hobby at a young age, I will say that as much at chess was maybe not there. I think there are examples of people for whom chess has become this all-consuming thing, meaning that they actually become worse in school because they just don't have that same interest because something else is taking up their mental energy.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Also, especially for younger kids, when you're competing in these like big events like World Youth or World Junior, they're all like 2 weeks, I think, around that length of time. A lot of other big tournaments are like around a week, and every time you do that, you have to miss school. So that could be quite challenging to like keep up. I mean, I know for me, back when I was competing a lot during school, like in high school, I would, play one of these big events like per semester maybe. And then I would just, take time off chess and just work on school for like the next month to catch up. And it worked. It worked really well. But it's definitely like, I didn't spend as much time on chess after those tournaments because of that. So definitely a trade-off there.
Someone in chat asked, what do you study?
I am concentrate. So we technically don't have majors, they're concentrations, but I am studying economics. So
you're concentrating not a major on economics.
Yes. So we don't, our concentrations are kind of broad. So we don't really have like finance, accounting, business. That doesn't really exist. If you want to study something related to money, it's just economics.
Okay. Yeah. No, I mean, I did a year of economics straight out of high school, but that was kind of like, I don't know. My dad is an economics professor, so I just went with the flow. And my sister went like, there's only one thing I'm sure about, and that I'm not doing anything with economics. It goes both ways, right? Sometimes kids, my mom is an economist as well. So sometimes you just, Either you just get into it together with you know, your parents have a lot of influence on you as a kid. And either you're like, yeah, that's cool, or you're like, I am not touching that at any point.
Yeah. When did you decide that you didn't want to do economics and wanted to become full-time chess player?
For me, it was like after my first what's it called, half year semester in college. That semester I had some incredible results, and my rating went from like 2580 to 2650. And suddenly I kind of realized I can actually, like, I was good at chess already, but I can actually be amazing. And I can actually kind of make a living, right? Because when you live in a somewhat high cost country, chess is, you're not supposed to be able to do chess full time. It can be your hobby, it can be your interest, it can be a source of great pain and great joy. But if you're gonna live off playing chess, you better be top 20 in the world. And I think at some point I cracked into the top 100. But I thought, well, if I'm having this progress now, maybe I can become even better. And so that's and what it wasn't kind of just, it wasn't me deciding I wasn't gonna do college. I think it was also me just not putting in the work that was necessary, because I was like, oh, I want to play chess, I don't want to learn, you know. In part, there was one thing I really struggled with, and it was Lagrange function. And I just didn't understand anything about it. And my dad tried coaching me through it, and he just shook his head and he was like, yeah, my son cannot do math. This is the biggest disappointment ever. And then I was like, yeah. Well, also he was frustrated I wasn't putting in the work that was needed. And now I'm a full-time chess person, so it worked out.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, I felt like I also, you know, juggling chess in college, you know, I haven't spent as much time on chess in the last few years just because, you know, it's just been hard with, you know, school. So I'm gonna have to make a decision soon if I want to get better at chess, like how I'm gonna handle that.
Yeah. Are you nervous about that, or is it like, because at some point, every time I thought about the future, that was like a source of anxiety. And then as I got older, I kind of realized that, oh my God, Nemo is really using the Alexandra strategy. Damn, pawn to a6. Anna spent like 10 minutes on that move, and Nemo just rushes in with rook e1 instantly.
Do you think she will play for a flag? I mean, this time.
No, she's genuinely playing to just do the same thing as Alexandra did, right? Just have more time at the end of the game than before they started.
I mean, it's really impressive.
Is it impressive, or is it just trying to get into Anna's mind, right? Because Anna has got to be thinking about what happened yesterday, and then the more Nemo can get her thinking about yesterday, the more her confidence is going to be shattered, right?
Yeah, and also I think she's like Anna's spending quite some time on her moves right now. I think she's spending around like 10 minutes each move. So Nemo has a lot of time to think about what she wants to do. And I think since she's using Anna's time, like this is putting extra pressure on Anna to like start moving faster. And then if you start, you know, feeling pressure to move faster, it's really easy to make a mistake in that situation.
Yeah. And also, I mean, I said this previously, but I'll say it again. I don't think Black's position is very comfortable. I think with the isolated pawn, even if the eval bar on the side says that this is only a very minimal advantage for white, it's the kind of minimal advantage that's so easy to play because your plans, your moves are so obvious, while black is the one who has to make some tricky decisions, such as the move we discussed earlier, bishop to e6.
Yes.
That's a big decision. Do you allow the trade with the bishop for the knight? Maybe this is okay for black now, but maybe Nemo can kind of clear out the e file and get her rook pointing down here as well. Then it's going to be more of a problem. And Anna has to think about all of these things, while Nemo, well, she's going to move the bishop back, the queen up, and the rook in. And those three moves, it's like 100%. She's going to do that no matter what. And that's giving her a big advantage on the clock.
Mm-hmm. So I think I'm seeing from the last two moves here is that Anna is like, doesn't really want to play this bishop e6 move. Maybe she's like still thinking about it, but it feels like she's trying to do some other things first and avoiding this move. But I think that bishop e6 is a move that you definitely have to play at some point. So I'm interested in seeing if she when she will execute this, because I think it's going to be very difficult to play if you avoid that move. Because otherwise the bishop has no really great squares and this rook on a8 will be stuck, and you need to bring your rooks into this position because white will be bring the queen up and then the rook in very, very fast. So Anna will need to develop all her pieces quickly.
Well, I think there's two plans here, right? Either you go with the bishop to e6 and you just solidify, or you could go rook to e8 and then bishop to f8. And this is kind of like the same plan that Nemo's doing with just clearing out the pieces so that the rooks get the space to point up and down respectively.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense.
But like you say, it feels awkward not having a square for the bishop to join the game in. But I'm still gonna give a little shout out to bishop d7. I don't think it's such a bad thing putting the bishop on this square. I am biased for sure. I'm reminded of Magnus Carlsen, who says that if you have preferences in chess, you're not being objective, because having preferences means that you're not looking for the best move. You're looking for something that suits your style. But I am comfortable in saying that I have a style. I am aware of my many, 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 many weaknesses as a player. And I'm trying to, maximize my chances despite the weaknesses I have. And not giving my opponent the chance to capture my bishop, that's going to be one of those preferences. But I don't think it's a big issue here. Just as long as you, like you said, right, you need to get the bishop out so that you can get the rook into play. But putting the bishop on a bad square, it's not the end of the world, because I got other good pieces. I got this rook here pointing in. I got the knight with some central influence. I might be okay. And then once white starts immediately moving their knight away to attack the pawn on d5, well, then I'm probably either going to come in here to defend, or I'm going to go bishop f5, and I can even counterattack in towards the white pieces. What I would not do is what Anna just did. She just traded the knights in the center. And this, I think, is I think it's a really, really bad move, because it allows white to centralize their bishop in the center. There are no black pawns that can ever try and chase this bishop out of its placement. This is just going to be the king of the board here. And because of the trade between the knights, it also opens up some other plans for white, such as bishop to f3. Previously, bishop to f3 wasn't really something we considered, because if you go bishop to f3, say in this position a couple of moves ago, the knight to e5 will always come in, put pressure on the bishop, and then maybe black is the one who manages to get the bishop pair. Yeah. But after the trade of knights, not only did you lose some of that tension and the pressure in towards the center, you're also enabling easier plans for white to attack the isolated pawn. Oh, we lost Jen. That's unfortunate. She was just about to say something. I'm not sure if Lagrange functions is a thing. Do you mean Lagrange multipliers? I really don't want to get into the whole Lagrange thing, because that is a source of some pain and memories for me. But as I recall it, it was a Lagrange min-max, identifying the point of optimal something. What the math terminology is, I wouldn't know. But how many mathematicians do we have in chat? And is that a classic chess chat kind of thing? Do we have more mathematicians on chess streams than on gaming streams? It's Lagrange multipliers you just explained. Yeah, see, I don't even know the words. And Jen is back. No, almost. Maybe. Lagrange was a busy guy. He really was. He has like 3 or 4 different things, I think.
Hello?
Hey, are you back?
I'm back. It looks like I'm back. Not sure what just happened, but I don't know. The stream just knew I was about to say something too strong, so they kicked me out.
That's rude.
Yeah, but I was gonna say I think that from knight takes a4, it feels like Anna was sharing your sentiment about not wanting to lose the bishop, but when she plays bishop e6, like that feels like, to me, what her next move is. So I think we'll see that soon. But yeah, it feels like from that trade, Nemo has a lot more options.
You said very early on that when you have the isolated pawn, you should try and keep as many pieces as possible on the board.
Yeah, so I think it's as you trade the pieces, like you said, there are more open, like there's more space, more open space, and it's easier for white to create these plans, bishop f3, attack the d pawn, bring the rooks in, when the minor pieces before add a lot more complexity to the game. But I think it's very easy to feel in these situations when you do have an isolated pawn and you're not used to playing with it. I'm not sure if Anna has gone many positions like this in the past, but it's really easy to feel like you have a big weakness that you need to defend against, and it's super easy to fall into that trap where you're spending a lot of time and then trying to like defend a position that is not necessarily bad. Like here, I think like before the trade, it's a pretty even position and situation, but it's super easy to feel like your position is worse than it actually is.
And now after the trade, you think it's very bad or just bad?
I don't think it's very bad, but white definitely has a more of an edge here, and I do think like it's a lot easier for black to make a mistake in this situation than for white. So it's just a much easier game for Nemo to play, and she has a lot more time, which is a good situation to be in for her.
Yeah, Nemo taking her first think of the game though. If she's to replicate Alexandra's having more time when the game ends than when it started from yesterday, she's gonna need to make a decision here now. Someone in chat was saying Nemo's really expressed the Magnus Carlsen sentiment that she feels classical chess is a bit boring and she wants to play faster time controls. And they were relating that to her time management in this game, making some quick decisions. But it would appear Nemo more of a rapid connoisseur than a blitz one here, as she tries to decide which one is the most accurate between the bishop and the queen. Both are good. Maybe one is slightly better than the other. How do you approach situations like this when there's two good moves, but do you want to spend time to figure out which move is just that very little bit better? Or are you more of a practical player and say, well, both are good, let's just make a decision and move on?
Yeah, so I think that I almost struggle in these situations sometimes as well, because it's so easy to sit there and think like concretely about it and see like maybe I can get a small little advantage from this position and keep it. But in these situations where there's not a huge difference between the moves, it's good to play pretty faster and save it for the rest of the game, especially since so much is decided near time control as you reach 40 moves. But I mean, I can't speak too much about this because I'm still trying to figure this out myself. But I feel like here there's not a huge difference between moves, but I personally like to spend some time in the early middle game just because I think you can make some decisions that will, really impact like the structure of how the game will continue. I spend a lot of times when deciding between if I want like a more positional game or more like, attacking, aggressive, because I think those are some pretty big decisions. And Nemo here takes with the queen. So it looks like she wants to attack the d pawn pretty directly for the next few moves.
Yeah, she wants to bring, she was gonna have to move her queen up eventually anyway. So she figures she might as well do it immediately, giving space for the rook to come in behind. And like you said, Anna, the reason she made this trade, she wanted to move her bishop to the e6 square to keep her pawn defended without Nemo having the option of using her knight to capture the bishop. But the consequence now is that White enjoys, for instance, the queen placement here, completely unbothered by Black's pieces. Previously, at least we had a knight pointing in there. Now the queen is super safe with the rook gonna follow in behind it, I think, at any moment. And the Black bishop is just, it has one task, and that is to defend. I don't know if this is the thing in English, but in Norwegian, we call this a big pawn. Because it's like the only functionality it does is the same as if the piece had been a pawn. It's just protecting the next one.
Yeah. I call it a tall pawn, so slightly different, but same idea.
Yeah. Tall pawn? Yeah, because it's a pawn, but it's taller than the others. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, but okay, so I think now so Nemo's making it very obvious that she wants to attack this d pawn, and I think that a good idea here might be for Anna to bring this rook to c8 and try to go for like this bishop c5 to kick that queen out of there. I don't think that Nemo should allow that, because it will allow Anna to kind of free her pieces a bit, but I think she really needs to get this queen out of this d4 square because it's absolutely controlling the board right now.
Yeah, so Anna needs to kick it, but at the same time, Nemo cannot allow it to be kicked. So are you saying Nemo needs to move the queen?
Well, I think it might make a sense to put the queen on d3 or d2, just because, bishop c5 or rook c4 is coming, and there's always the idea of pushing on d4 after. And, if Nemo allows c4, that might create a lot of problems, because all of a sudden the c2 pawn might become weak, and the position is a lot more open. If I can get bishop c5 in, I might want to play queen b6 on the board. So there's a lot of different ideas here. that can happen very quickly if Anna is given some time to maneuver. So I think one of the key things in these kinds of isolated queen pawn positions is you really want to keep this grip on the opponent. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. But I also do think that if the queen needs to move again, it probably was a mistake to capture with the queen to begin with.
Yes, that does make a lot of sense. So maybe bishop takes d4 was a slightly better option, but this shouldn't be a significant difference, I think, because this extra tempo, it will help Anna to like develop a little bit, but I don't think it will change the game significantly.
Yeah. And also getting the rook on the c file, the pressure the rook has down towards the pawn on c2 means that Anna doesn't really need to be very concerned about knight taking pawn anytime soon. Because whenever this knight moves, the rook will be able to capture a white pawn in return. So for that reason also, it makes sense moving the queen back to keep this pawn protected. I think I prefer queen d2 over d3, just because if I go queen d3, it's not very likely, but there's some kind of scenario where the knight could maneuver and make some attacks instead of just sitting there defending the pawn. So I think maybe I would go all the way. Actually, now that I think about it, if I go all the way back, then black's queen might point in. Ooh, computer didn't like that. There's some trickery in and also all the way back, you can have this pressure. I can't really decide, but get the queen back, and then I like the plan. No, actually, I changed my mind. I was going to say I wanted to move the knight over to the f4 square. Because basically, I want to move my knight away so that I may push the pawn forward. And if I manage to push the pawn forward, the pawns are going to be protecting each other. And then I can start taking this pawn. Right now, it feels to me like I'm never going to be able to capture in the center because of the counter pressure the rook has towards the c2 pawn. So I would love to create a situation where that pawn is defended, and thereby also finding a different way of having my pressure in towards the central pawn.
Yeah, I think that's a really reasonable plan, but black will also definitely not make it easy. Like the second this knight on c3 moves, Anna always has ideas like 94 to try to come in. The knight just blocks the bishop, and if you have a trade, then the isolated pawn just disappears. So there's always ideas like this as well. So this is definitely a very balanced position.
Yeah, that's what I realized as I was kind of hesitating about my knight e2 plan. And that's why knight to d7 isn't really something black should at any point consider doing, even if the knight could then attack both the queen and the bishop. Because the knight needs to be here, not just to defend the pawn, but to be ready to jump forward in the center should white's knight move away. And we lost Jennifer again. This might be why chess.com doesn't even have the moves for the board. Maybe there are internet issues in Los Angeles. I need to take a little break, and if we're trying to get Jennifer back as well, I guess the timing makes sense. Nemo has played rook to d1, a very sensible move, just increasing the pressure down the d file. We've been talking a bit about the position and possible plans and whatnot. I feel like Jen is reasonably optimistic on black's behalf. Like Jen is saying this is a tricky but pretty balanced position. Would you say that is a accurate representation? Oh, she's not there. But I still think this position is really, really bad for black. White's plan is so much easier to accomplish. So we're gonna take a break and we'll be back, and maybe we'll even have our Los Angeles division of commentary on the line when we do. We're back. We have Jen Yu with us. She's having a day off today because unfortunately Andrea got sick and was unable to play her game. But the good news then is Jennifer is going to be able to give some of her thoughts on what's going on. The game is Nemo versus Anna. Both players need a win here to try and make a bid for a top 3 placement in the tournament. Draw would not be great for either. And we saw Anna Kamling. She played a Sicilian as black, trying to go for the win. But right now, it seems like Nemo is the one controlling the action, or what, Jennifer?
Yeah. So from what we last seen, it looks like Nemo decided that she doesn't want to put her queen back, and instead that she wants to just continue the pressure onto the d file. And it'll be interesting to see if Anna goes for this bishop c5 move still, and possibly trading off the bishops. And I wonder if that's a good addition in this position.
Yeah, we're gonna find out because Anna did play bishop to c5. She's putting pressure in towards the queen, and maybe most importantly for the Anna fans in the crowd, she's making her decisions a little bit more quickly than she has for the last couple of moves. Nemo so far spent 15 minutes on this game. She's not going to be able to repeat what Alexandra did to Anna yesterday, where Alexandra had more time left when the game ended than when it started. That being said, I still think that this is highly problematic for Black. And yeah, I don't see, you were talking about the decision of the trade between the bishops. And I feel like that trade is benefiting white.
I think I want to use this as an opportunity to get my queen out, possibly to b6, and then start creating some counterplay and some pressure. Because like my idea is hopefully I can at some point maybe get d4 in, but if not, I want to create as many problems in white's queen side as possible. So, I mean, what happens in this position if I play queen b6?
That is a good question. I am not quick enough of a calculator. So I'm just going to put some moves on the board. Knight attacks bishop and queen. Bishop counterattacks queen. Knight takes queen. Bishop takes queen. Knight takes rook. Bishop takes rook. Knight gives check. King moves away. Pawn, rook takes bishop. And then at the end of all of that, somehow it's still equal. Same amount of pieces for both players. But it has to be said the white knight is not great in terms of kind of being hidden in behind the enemy's pieces. So yeah, I'm gonna agree with you that queen b6, good move, and there's no need to be concerned about the knight trying to attack the black pieces.
Yeah, I think here is a key moment for Anna to really try to get her pieces out, because if she doesn't, then Nemo does have the time to, start consolidating her position, maybe try to defend on c2. So bishop c5 is a good move to kick the queen back, but I'm really interested in seeing how she follows up.
Yeah, sorry. None of the moves I'm putting in on the board is being relayed, so we need to address the tech, unfortunately.
It seems like it's a little scuffed, but that's okay. I'm trying to figure it out.
Yeah, we should be fine now. Okay. Yeah, I'll just for the audience, I'll just point out that what I did say in all of that was knight to a4, attacking both the queen and the knight. Bishop takes bishop because now you're attacking the queen. White takes the queen, black takes the queen as well. White gets a rook, but black gets a rook as well. And at the end of this, the white knight is somewhat behind enemy lines, and you haven't been able to win a piece or anything like that either. So queen b6 probably should have been the move here, but Anna, in her decision of trying to make quicker moves and not end up being so far behind on time as she was yesterday against Alexandra, she chooses to make the trade. And now Nemo could potentially recapture with the queen, thereby taking control of the b6 square and stopping your plan.
Yeah, so in this position, I think I would just have to change gears and either and figure out a different way to develop my queen and rook. So maybe a possible idea here is to kind of like forget about this d5 pawn and put as much pressure on c2 as possible. So in the situation that white tries to take it, you're never really worried. So I might just like keep doubling up on the c file, and that's a way to get my rooks in. I can also move my queen up to a different square. I mean, it's kind of tricky because I don't really want to put my queen on c7 since it kind of blocks this rook on c8. Eventually I want to take on c2 with a rook and not a queen. So I think I'm leaning towards like moving this rook up and then putting this queen behind the rook.
Yeah, and just everything, the rook, the queen, and the second rook, all on that c file to point down against the c2 plan. You know what? It's not often I say this with an isolated pawn in the center of the board, but I'm sold. I'm sold on that argument. I think actually it was a mistake recapturing with the queen, because the queen is kind of needed to keep the c2 pawn protected. I'm envisioning a scenario where after rook takes, I'm hoping to go something like rook up and then knight e2. And I want to redirect my knight to the d4 square. But most importantly, I want to create a situation where I can go pawn to c3. Now, this pressure that black then is planning to put down the c file would be rendered completely useless if I can get a situation where my pawn is protecting my other pawn, and that pawn is blocking the rook's access on the c file. And now this is my dream instead. And then the problem, of course, then with taking with the rook is that now we need to figure out something against queen b6. Because the advantage of taking with the queen was that we prevented this queen b6 move, but we since realized that leaving the protection of the c2 pawn was maybe not optimal. And so maybe allowing the queen to get in and making some threats is going to be the lesser of the two evils. Although right now, I'm not understanding how I'm supposed to keep this pawn safe.
Yeah, so if white ever chooses to push this b pawn, like for example, if white chooses to push b4 with the idea of knight a4, knight c5, it's really important that black doesn't allow this and like double up on the c file, because if this knight can't get to c5, then white should be doing okay. But I want to double up here, and then if the rook moves to c1, then that's already good for me, because this rook just moved from the d file. So I'm very comfortable in this situation, and the white pieces are all kind of stuck. So this would be a very nice situation for black to be in, because you're not really worried about this d5 pawn as much anymore, and you can always try to go for an idea like d4 maybe at some point, or knight e4.
Yeah. We would prefer not moving that pawn. I think it's fair to say. But if queen back to keep the pawn protected and still keep the plan of trying to maneuver the knight towards the d4 square. There's an unfortunate happenstance here with pawn to d4. That's a nasty fork from the pawn. That pawn was supposed to be not just useless, but actually like a major problem for black. And suddenly it's the hero here.
Yeah, I think you can start to see that Nemo is realizing that, there's some that Anna might have some counterplay because now she's the one that's spending the time. So I'm interested in seeing what she decides because, if she doesn't, it's very easy to lose the pressure here since Anna has created some opportunities for good counterplay.
And this is probably, I must admit, I just knew it was a thing, but I didn't have the knowledge to really articulate why. But when you have an isolated pawn, it's much better for you when your opponent has a C pawn than if your opponent has an E pawn. Mm-hmm. Like if the pawn was on the square where the bishop is right now. And I've known that is a thing, but I haven't really been able to explain it. Now I feel like I can, because the open C file and the rook's ability to point down there, making the counter pressure against the C2 pawn, that is the major issue white is facing here. And if the white pawn had been on the square where the bishop is now instead, not only would that pawn not be a weakness or have that pressure against it, it would also allow white's queen to sit in the center and defend the pawn on b2. So I feel like this is, I feel like I kind of learned something today. Well, I didn't necessarily learn something, but I understood something. I understood why my previous knowledge was right.
You learn something new every day.
I don't know if that's true.
So you learned that you already know things. This is what you learned.
Yeah. But I learned the reasoning for something I already know. Nemo decided to take with the queen. She was very concerned, and I very much understand why. Not wanting to have that black queen point down towards the b2 pawn. But as a result, now the white knight is unable to move, with the rook pointing down against the pawn behind it.
Yeah. So I think Anna now, like it feels very natural for me to push up the C pawn or C rook or just rook on the C file. So I'm trying to see if there are any other ideas instead. Perhaps she might want to move her rook to the E file and kind of face this queen over here. That might be a possible idea, but I think it feels natural to want to put the rook behind either D or C more than E, because even though it's an open file, I'm not quite sure what function it does over there.
Yeah, and it pushes towards the queen or eyes the white queen, but we just had a big debate on whether the white queen really wanted to move away from the square it was on. So here maybe, well, actually, if the white queen does move, we might have the queen b6 thing again.
Also note that this queen went to d4, then to d2, then to e3. And if it moves again, that's the 4th time the queen has moved. So maybe it might be tempting to go and kick the queen again.
Yeah. I still kind of like this move you suggested with rook c4. Or I'm not sure you suggested it, but you definitely suggested the plan of just putting everything on the C file, getting both the rook, the queen, and the second rook pointing down, because that would be a very convincing way of preventing the white knight from really ever changing its placement.
Yeah. Definitely a plan. If you're really insistent on wanting to make queen b6 work, you could also always go rook c6 and do something like queen b6. But I don't think that's bad, but that's also just another idea because I think this queen trade might be fine for black.
Okay. Yeah, let's agree to disagree.
You
I think
like the queens on the board?
Yeah, no, I think the trading queens would be very bad. Because I think if the queens traded, like white doesn't necessarily have to move the knight. White would like to move the knight, but if the queens are traded, white gets so much time to try and get the king in towards the center. And that's the big difference here with the queens on the board or off the board. If the queens were to go off the board, white would be able to bring the king in towards the middle. And I do feel like white's access is better than black's, partly because if black tries to go in through the middle, then suddenly you're going to be very, very scared about the white rooks pointing down here. Whereas black, we talked about now, black has a plan of putting their rooks on the C file to make sure that the knight cannot move. But that also means that the white king could be brought in through the middle of the board without causing as much problems because black's rooks are too busy to point in this direction. Whereas, so I just think white would have an advantage in bringing the king into the game.
Yeah, that makes sense. But I will say, I think concretely, black may be quick enough to make it work just because you're going to have an issue of this b pawn the second it moves. I just double up on the c file. And if you play for something like rook b1, then I always got d4 now and c2 is weak again. So concretely, I think it may be okay. But I think like generally, I also prefer to have the queens onto position. But this is just an idea if Anna really wanted to put pressure on Nemo's queenside pawns.
Yeah. She's back to her thinking. Let's see. We're on move 17. Anna has 40 minutes remaining. She still has to make another 24 moves before getting additional time. At the start of the game, you have approximately 3 minutes per move. If you also include the time added on per move, you get an additional 30 seconds. Right now, she has less than 3 minutes per move, I think is the polite way of saying it. And frankly, it's a bit unfortunate landing yourself in that position out of the opening. Because for the opening, you're supposed to know the moves already, and you're supposed to manage to play some quick moves so that even though technically it's an average of 3 minutes per move, you can go even slower than that because you played so quickly in your opening. But Anna she's once again getting into some time pressure. And it wasn't really the reason for her demise last game, but it has definitely been an area of concern. And I think she's gonna be a bit stressed out now if she doesn't allow herself to make some quick decisions.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's also just never fun playing a position where your opponent has almost double the amount of time that you have. You just always feel pressure to make a move.
So we had the suggestion of rook to c6, but that was not played on the board. This is the current situation with Anna thinking about it for the moment, but we will reach a moment in the not too far away future where she's just gonna have to trust her instincts.
Right. So I'm interested in what Anna is thinking right now, because I wonder if she's calculating something concrete, because it feels like otherwise, like there isn't, White doesn't, Nemo doesn't really have a threat right now. So she might just be spending her time right now to come up with a plan, because in these kind of situations, it's good to have a general idea of what you're going to do for like the next 5 moves, how you're going to place your pieces. So it's good to spend a lot of time here and then figure that out and play quickly the next few moves, because otherwise this time pressure is going to be a factor in the future.
Do you think it's easier playing quickly? Like, where do you spend more time? When you're making strategic deliberations, or when you're like calculating, I take that one, she takes that one? Like, is it quicker to make strategic moves or tactical moves, in that you have to figure out complications?
I think it definitely takes more time when you're calculating concrete variations when in a complicated position. Like if it's not too complicated, then it'd be a quick just scan position. But if it is, and you're really trying to see all the options your opponent might have, and it's so easy, especially like I've gone so many situations where I'm like, everything works except for this like one move that my opponent sees, like 4 or 5 moves into this variation. And it's always so annoying when you know that like you don't think that your opponent saw the move, but if you got to that position, they would, and you're trying to make it work. You just keep looking. And that's where I feel like a lot of people spend their time, to keep looking and searching for an option. And that's like what's so difficult, because sometimes you just get stuck at a position and you're like, if only I had like another move. Or sometimes you stop when you should calculate another move. So I think that is really hard to figure out. And that is where I probably spend a lot of time, and also some other people. Like I think in strategic situations like here, I would spend a decent amount of time on one move, and then, like I said, once I figure it out, play quickly for the next 2 moves. Also because the risk and reward are much lower, because it is like strategic, and it's not like if you make a mistake, you suddenly lose like the game right away. So
hey. Don't be dissing strategic play like that.
Hey, I love strategic play.
Well, I mean, of course you can make a mistake and just lose the game strategically, right?
Well, yeah, you could, but I guess it just, like in most situations, like in this position, I don't think you can make such a big strategic position that strategic mistake that you lose the game right now.
Yeah. I thought it was interesting listening to your reasoning, because I have it the complete opposite. Like if I'm calculating something, at least I know that there's an end. You take that one, I take that one, takes, and at the end of the day, let's just count the number of pieces. Whereas in strategic positions, and maybe like when you're making a decision, even if you're happy, say you have a good position, you have 2 different good moves to choose between. That is kind of like, how do you assess how much better one move is than another? How do you assess 2 different advantages up against each other? So personally, I feel like strategic positions take more time, but as I'm saying it, I'm realizing that maybe that's just me, because I'm too lazy to do proper calculations, and that if I did proper calculations, then that would be more time consuming.
I mean, that's fair. So Anna plays Queen A5. So this is not something that we considered, but I think this move makes a lot of sense. She wants to bring the queen out and probably put the rook on D8. This is what I imagine.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how Nemo is going to respond to this. Like there's a few, I mean, she could just like double up or on the D file, but like Anna doesn't really have any threats right now. She's just slowly improving her position.
Do you think there's any situation in the future where Anna might want to sacrifice her rook against the white knight?
I don't think so. I think it's really hard to make a decision like that, make a like positional sacrifice when you have a weakness on d5. Especially since I feel like there's gonna white will, the second that happens, like white will have a lot of different ideas, like putting the rook on the b file maybe, and then or like doubling, or like attacking d5 more. Like I think like white will be very solid. Well, you can just probably trade the queens off, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to take it immediately. I was trying to illustrate what you said.
Oh yeah, but I think like even in the best case scenario, like white will be completely fine with like an extra exchange. So I'm not sure it gives me enough counterplay for me to consider doing that. But it is a possible idea. I think it just needs to concretely work.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking rook to d2, like it makes sense trying to put all your pieces pointing against the d5 pawn. And I don't know, maybe it's a bit optimistic. It's always easier giving away your the people you're commenting on and their pieces rather than giving away your own. But I was hoping for some kind of a scenario like this. Where I get both my rooks and my queen pointing in towards the knight, and then being able to make that sacrifice, grabbing not just one pawn, but also grabbing the pawn on the side of the board. But very importantly, the knight will no longer be able to attack the pawn on d5. And so this is not that much of a weakness anymore. Right now, you could maybe even argue that it's a strength for black, because white has spent this time getting both of their rooks pointing down the center of the board, pointing towards this pawn. But by reinforcing the pawn, which is essentially what I did by sacrificing against a knight that was trying to capture it, I feel like now we're blocking the rooks and whatnot. So I kind of like the idea, but the execution leaves something to be desired. Because in this fantasy variation I created, I ignored the fact that white here had 4 pieces to attack the pawn on d5. And that's going to be a problem right there.
Yeah, so if Nemo were to play rook d2, is there a better response to it, or will we just have to go to the situation?
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe
I hope there's a better response, because you don't want to lose that pawn just straight away. But at the same time, I don't think it's easy for black to deal with this. Just, it's not the most tricky play ever, but sometimes just playing easy moves, doubling up on your opponent's weaknesses, that could bring you success. Nemo does a similar thing here. She goes rook to d4. Wow. And now she can do the thing we saw earlier with both rooks pointing down towards black's pawn in the center. But this rook to d4 also opens up some very interesting possibilities of moving the rook over towards the queen side and eyeing some pressure there as well. I really like this move from Nemo.
Yeah, I think this is a great practical move. And I think this also shows why I was not the biggest fan of queen a5, just because I think it would have been, like, for example, like queen b6 now is a move, but if we had played rook c6, then we would have gotten extra tempo instead of playing queen b6 now, because I think queen b6 is still possible, right? If rook b4, I think the queen trade, then b5, and I think black is holding on okay. You can play rook c4 soon, and this seems to be okay. But I think that it's very, like you said, she doesn't do something like this, like white has a lot of ideas to, either double up on the d file or play something like rook b4, that can go wrong very quickly for black.
So are you saying you want queen b6 now? That you think that's the best way of taking advantage of the queen's diagonal suddenly being blocked by the white rook?
I think that queen b6 should be played at some point, because I'm worried that if I just play rook d8, then rook d1 comes. Like this pressure on the d pawn is going to get pretty strong. And then if if we have the idea like before where we lose the d pawn and take the c pawn, now that the rooks are doubled, white is going to be likely to have like a rook on this open file that could get really dangerous really fast. So I kind of want to take because, for example, if I play queen b6 in this position, there's always queen c1 now. I mean,
yeah,
it is possible. So like now, like this is a fine move. So and I'm not quite sure, like black, I mean, Anna's still holding on, but I think it's like very obvious that like she's just trying to keep the position solid and doesn't really have any ideas of her like to pursue, just because it's kind of difficult here for black to make some moves. 92 is coming in c3, which was your idea from the very beginning. So
yeah,
if queen c1 happens, this is definitely a concern for me, which is why I am leaning towards queen b6.
That makes sense. Try and strike towards the white queen side pawns before white. Actually, queen c1, is that a threat right now?
Queen c1.
We're even in this position now that we're talking about it. Should Nemo have played queen c1 with the idea of rerouting the knight towards the d4 square?
I think the difference is here I have rook c4 and I get very active, because if you go 92, then now I can bring my bishop out to like f5 and put it on e4. And then black is definitely okay there, because I neutralized like this problem with this on d5 by like, stopping this bishop from attacking. So I mean, I think like white definitely will always have a low edge in this position where there is this like d pawn and you have this d4 square. But like, I think this is like pretty comfortable with black still. And it's also very, I don't know, for me, I personally would not look at queen c1 in that position. I think it's a really hard move to find.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we have been talking so much about how this pressure against the pawns and how we need to deal with it. Moving the queen back is an orthodox one for sure, but if the alternative is like this that we've been looking at, where the knight is really struggling to move because of the pressure against the pawn behind it, maybe we should make some crazy-ish queen retreats in order to keep our pawns protected.
Yeah. So in the current position, I do like queen b6, but I realize it's also because we've been talking about queen b6 for so long, but for Anna, she just played queen a5, so queen b6 is not the most natural move to think of. So in this situation, like what other moves would you consider to play again?
I mean, I guess I would definitely consider rook c7. Like I would consider just trying to create that counter pressure down the c file. But this is another problem with putting the queen on a5. That if we kind of copy white's strat of having both the rooks work together on the open file, anytime white then captures in the middle, we cannot capture because there's the knight coming in for the fork against the king and winning the rook. So we need to capture the knight. And then the bishop comes in. And now if we capture the pawn on c2, the bishop will keep capturing and maybe taking the pawn on b7. And this is just, it might go wrong. Let's put it like that. So our solution would be to then eliminate the bishop and then capture the pawn on c2. Surely that's going to be fine. But since we placed the queen on a5, anytime the rook manages to capture the pawn in the center, which is basically the only thing white is trying to do. But now as a bonus, every time it does happen, the rook will be attacking the queen, meaning that we don't have time to capture the white pawn. And then when the queen moves, the pawn will save itself. And white will have good control with the rooks defending each other, pointing down through the center of the board, while white also having won the pawn, having managed to prevent us from the recapture. So, yeah, there was some unfortunate things here, and I'm kind of sold on your queen to b6 argument. And it would appear that Anna, she was also sold on that. Queen to b6 is on the board. She's voluntarily looking for the queen trade, provoking Nemo into going rook b4. I'm kind of surprised the computer is not loving this for white. But as Jen was saying, after the trade and then pawn to b5, black is going to be able to try and move the rook up and put some counter pressure on this white rook. And that is definitely needed, because otherwise pawn to a4, I feel like could be a very problematic move to face as black. But I guess then you go rook c4. And you just you make some counter threats, and that's gonna force a rook trade, and then black might be okay here.
Yeah, I'm very, I mean, I've been a fan of this move, so I think this is a good direction to go in. Like here in this endgame, I think I would be worried a little bit about the knight e2, but it looks like this b pawn is a big weakness now. So Anna will have like rook b8 ideas, and I don't think it really matters if the knight comes into d4, because if rook b8, b3, maybe rook b4, and like you're even watching d4, possibly might take on b3 and push at some point. This actually feels like black is in a much more comfortable situation in this kind of position, since all of a sudden white is the one who has to worry about weak pawns, since this d pawn is actually probably one of the least weak pawns in the position right now.
Yeah, no, that's clever. I was kind of thinking this has to be good for white, because I was so looking forward to getting my knight to the d4 square. But that rook placement and the rook's ability to push in towards the knight, that definitely saves the day for black. And we're going to get to test our theory, because Nemo pretty quickly played rook to b4. Anna has gone with the trade of queens. Nemo obviously going to recapture that with the rook and do it pretty quickly. And then pawn to b5.
Yep. I think she has to play pawn to b5. Oops, sorry.
Yeah, because she needs to support her rook moving up next, right?
Yeah, because if not, I think rook c7, something like that, is just so passive. I'm gonna put the rook on d3. Then now you have like your dream situation where you were talking earlier. You have time to bring the king in. The second you get the king to d2, or d1, just protect the c pawn. You're gonna have so many different ideas.
Yeah, agreed. So pawn to b5 is the key, is going to be the key. I don't even know why Nemo's thinking right now. Is she seriously considering recapturing with the pawn? She did take with the pawn. She not only seriously considered it, she did it.
Wow. Wait, this is a very unintuitive move for me. So I'm assuming her idea is she just wants to, put the rook on d1 and stop d4 forever. But I actually don't really understand, because I think here I'm gonna play b5 and then rook c4.
Yeah, I guess she has a somewhat easier path for her king. It definitely has to do something with the square d4, that's for sure. Because her pawn, she's very clearly wanting to control that square with her pawn. But now she's facing another problem as well, which is that white no longer has any pawns that can control the e4 square. So now I feel like any sort of knight to e4 in the future might be on the table.
Oh, okay. I'll tell you my dream. My dream is I want to put my rook on c5, then I want to put my bishop on f5, then I want to put a piece on e4, or put the rook on c4. But that seems really nice. Maybe a rook on e8 as well.
And black kind of has time to do a lot of different things right now. Because white would just really love to play this move a4, challenging the pawn on b5. If there's a trade here, then white is reasonably happy getting some pressure in towards the lone black pawn on the queen side. But anytime you try to make this pressure, I guess rook to c4 is the main concern, because anytime now the rook retreats, well, that's just going to allow black to push forward. I don't even know if you want to take the pawn. You might also want to push the knight out of its position. But either way, it's completely fine for black. And so you're going to have to agree to that trade. And yeah, this pawn structure, I can genuinely say I have never seen before.
Yeah. So I'm curious what her thoughts are, but I think what's interesting is even in the situation after a4 and like Anna chooses to take, because the queens are traded off, rook takes a4, white's queenside pawns are surprisingly weaker than they would seem, because you just play something like rook b8, and I'm not so sure how you can protect those pawns, because if you play something like rook b1, I have like rook c8 ideas now, and this c3 knight is actually hanging. So this is actually the white pawns are surprisingly weaker in this situation than arguably the black pawns, which is kind of funny to look at, but I think that's what's happening.
And the moves are coming quite quickly from Anna Kamling, which has been a concern we've had throughout this game. Pawn to b5, your move played very, very quickly. Ooh, but Nemo, interesting. Rook to d4, pretty much instantly herself. She realizes what's about to happen, and she says, if you're coming forward with your rook to try and trade for mine, I'm going to try and make that trade happen under favorable circumstances. I'm going to attack your rook, and I'm going to try and provoke you into making that trade, allowing my pawn to continue its journey forward, but diagonally. And this pawn, in order for that pawn to become a new queen, it's going to need to go another diagonal move, getting past black's d5 pawn.
Yeah. So, I mean, even in this situation, with this, pawn traveling all the way from f2 to d4, I still think Anna is doing quite fine, because now it is actually, even though like this pawn, there are some benefits of this pawn d4, it's also blocking this rook from attacking it further. So now I have the option to kind of like move my bishop around, maybe bishop f5, attacking c2, eventually getting some piece in e4. But I think Anna played this position really well in the last few moves to get to the situation. So I mean, I think it's very comfortable for her to play now. Like, this is a really nice way to play with an isolated queen pawn.
I want to talk about something with chat, because I've been thinking about this the last couple of days, and I basically got in my own head, so I can't really change it anymore. But I've been thinking about the way I'm pronouncing both Alexandra and Anna. Because I just saw a comment that someone was saying you're pronouncing Anna wrong. And I would say maybe there's a chance I am. But the thing is, for a Swedish name, my Norwegian pronunciation is going to be a lot closer to the real thing than any sort of English speaker and what they're able to do. So I'm pretty confident that when I say Anna, that is way more correct than Anna. But at the same time, I feel like maybe I should just, because most English is our lingua franca here, right? So maybe I should just Americanize everything. And then her last name, I think I am messing up, but that's because my R's are just very bad in Norwegian. She says it the Spanish way, not the Swedish. Ooh, that's interesting. Do you know the Spanish way of saying? Because I have no idea about Spanish. I've just been saying it how I would say it in Norwegian. Anna's mom has the same pronunciation for Anna as Hammer. Yeah, well, she's Swedish though. But if Anna herself uses the Spanish pronunciation, then maybe it's what her dad calls her that's going to be kind of the right thing.
Yeah, I can't contribute to this conversation very much. I have no idea. But we can ask her after the game.
Anna pronounces her name in Swedish. I mean, she's living in Sweden. I think that would be the logical thing. But anyway, know that I am thinking about it, but right now I kind of did the same thing over and over, and now I'm kind of stuck saying it that way. Same thing with Alexandra. I don't even realize what the American way of saying it would be anymore, because now I kind of just got used to saying it that way. How do you say hammer in Norwegian? Hammer. But any Norwegian word with an R in it is going to be slightly problematic for me because I have a dialect / speaking impediment. Okay, would you rather talk about the game, Jen? Is that your comfort zone?
I mean,
I really like
like
just messing around with chat. And
Yeah.
if you're a streamer in training, I feel like you need to master that skill as well.
No, I agree. I am not, couldn't really contribute to, since I don't really know Spanish too much or Swedish, but yeah. I mean, I think I know a little bit more about the game than that.
Yeah, but if you can just insult chat enough that you don't get canceled, but that they kind of be like, ha ha ha, that I think that's the sweet spot. At least that's what I'm aiming for. Do you want to practice? I'm sure someone said something stupid that you can practice on. Neither does Hammer. Don't worry. See, now you can say something about this person. They just insulted your co-commentator. What do you say?
What do I say to defend you?
No, not me. We're on the same team.
Oh, okay, wait.
You always go after chat.
Okay.
They are
okay.
the enemy. You're like, chat is your frenemy.
Got it. Okay, chat. Give me something to work with.
Go after
Well,
Hammer.
chat just wants me to
Yeah,
roast you.
no, but
They're instigating. They're instigating.
Yeah, no, well, deservedly so. Because I mean, I have been somewhat harsh on them for the last couple of years. They want to have their revenge, and normally Alexandra is pretty good at providing it. So I guess you can do it as well.
People say I'm too professional. I feel like this is when I'm commentating. I feel like I naturally just start to become like I adopt I pretend like I'm on TV and I'm like, commentating like a big match. So this is my
That's a
natural gravitation,
solid
but
approach.
I think it's solid. I think it's solid. I think this is just because I used to commentate a lot in the past, for events where I had to be professional. So I'm trying to relearn and be unprofessional.
Do you think there's some truth to that? That Twitch is like its own ecosystem, and that you kind of need to. It's difficult to understand, kind of like what it is, and I guess in particular, what I struggle with is what is too far. Because like I like joking with chat, but I struggle sometimes realizing what's too far. And somehow I've gotten away with it for, hundreds of hours so far. But you're always just one really stupid comment away from, trouble.
Yeah, I mean, I think Twitch is like, I mean, it's basically what you want to make with your own, it's like your own TV show and what you want to make of it. So, I mean, I think you can set your own rules, which is pretty fun. I feel like I've worked in environments where that wasn't possible. Or no, I mean, I guess it is always possible, but it's probably not encouraged. So, trying to figure out that sweet spot for me too. But, I can also just be, normal or chill. But yeah, I think I just tend to gravitate because this is my experience in the past.
What kind of, you said you have experience working in environments where what kind of what are we talking about? St. Louis chess broadcast or like corporate America? What are we?
Yeah,
Where
I
are
would
we
say
at?
both. I would say both. So I used to do some commentary, like for St. Louis. I mean, I've been doing like interviews and things like that with them for like basically my whole life. So, when if you ask me a chess question, I just like snap into that because, that was kind of like, before like streaming was popular or anything, like that's how, I would always get like post-game interviews or things like that. So I'm pretty used to that. And I feel like for that, people are just mainly interested in like your thoughts in the game and like your analysis. So it's not like me trying to be super entertaining, which is kind of different because I think for streaming, that's that's like the most important part. But yeah, and then I go to school and like I was like thinking of going corporate for a long time. So I'm also pretty used to that environment as well. So, this is Twitch is a little different, but it's still really fun.
Yeah.
But
In
also
the
sorry.
Go ahead.
No, but also when I feel like I'm commentating, I feel like, I gotta give some input. Otherwise, like, why am I commentating? So I feel like normally I'm super chill, but I try to commentate in a way where it's like I'm providing decent amount of information, but also like, I'm just talking about the
No,
game. It's
but
not the
this
case.
is the trick. You gotta be well, maybe not the trick, but it's my trick maybe. You gotta embrace the awkward silences. Because chat, they go crazy for that stuff. Because they're like, oh, awkward silence, awkward silence. Oh, this is, when I see something like awkward and stuff, or I feel like someone's doing something stupid in a TV show or a film, I have to look away. I'm like, I really like, I cannot deal with that. But people on Twitch apparently, chatters are like they enjoy kind of hounding the streamer for not managing to fill that 1 second of airtime, and then I kind of just let it play out, and
I
I
can't do that.
bask in the awkwardness that they are like. I don't know where I'm going to this.
No, I feel like I can't do that. If there's silence, I have to fill it up. Like I'm just a yapper. Like I can't. I need something to be going on. But
So
you know,
that
maybe I'll
means
learn from
anytime
you.
I create an awkward silence, you're just gonna start talking nonstop, because that makes my job quite easy.
I mean, that's what I try. Like when you left me to babysit chat for a little bit, I didn't know what to do because I felt like it was too silent, you know?
But it's silent because you were not yapping. Did you start yapping?
I think I tried. I think I tried.
Wow, Burke in chat saying, please don't take Hammer's advice on commentating.
I will say when I agreed to commentate on this game, I didn't think I would be taking a lesson on streaming, but the tips are interesting.
Well, the thing is, the chess kind of bores me at times. So I need to kind of engage other topics. I will frequently talk politics, which often is kind of like a no-no on Twitch. But it's fine when I do it because everyone knows that Europe is better than America. And so as long as I just stick to that topic, chat is completely fine with it.
Okay, wait, but now there are actual moves on the game. So Anna does plays rook c4. The move that we were talking about for a bit.
Yeah.
Which I think is logical. I honestly think Nemo might play rook d1 because she wants to
She
take back.
did.
Oh, she did.
Yes. And now rook c8. I'm still liking this rook takes knight thing that we were talking about earlier.
Everybody's saying nice save, Jen, going back to the game.
So rook c8 here, I think, is very natural. We're not really afraid about the pawn on d5 being captured because we always have the counter pressure against the c2 pawn. And if Nemo's not careful here, like if Nemo tries to centralize her king, I'm gonna take the knight. I really like this. I get so many pawns. All of white's pieces are pointed in towards the d5 pawn. So when I take out the knight no longer puts that pressure, which means all of white's pieces are kind of biting on this incredibly well-defended point in black's position. And then I also managed to capture a pawn, but next I'm going to capture another one because I have an attack against both pawns afterwards. So I feel like this is going to be a nice way for black to play, which is why, well, number one, I'm advocating that Anna plays rook c8. But number two, I would then highly recommend for Nemo to actually make the trade. Because I feel like she has to make the trade to avoid rook takes knight.
Yeah, I think I'm just wondering whether she is concerned of that or not, because that does seem like I mean, I definitely like rook takes c3 now compared to before that we were talking about, but I'm wondering if she would just rather like play rook d2 or something and try to defend some of the pawns and play that in game.
Rook c8 is on the board for Anna. She only has 14 minutes left. Not a great time situation, but the position on the board, I've been a negative Nancy for most of the day. There's no denying it. But now I am one of those people who are gonna say, I kind of like black right now. If I had to choose, I would probably choose black.
You know, I think I'm starting also to lean towards black a bit. I mean, I think like in the last like maybe like 5-6 moves, like every single move that Anna's played, like I've been a huge fan of. And also like I think the tide has turned a lot because in the beginning it felt like Nemo was the one that was controlling the game, and now it feels like Anna is the one that's starting to create pressure and like, has a lot of ideas. So, I mean, I think it's, pretty easy for Anna to make moves here. So, I think it's definitely like psychologically, if I had white and I was pushing against the D pawn, with like when it was isolated, I think it might be a little difficult for me to switch into like this mindset where it's like, oh, now like it's not so clear of what I should do.
Have you read Seven Deadly Chess Sins?
I have not. Are you going to give me a lesson right now?
I'm not giving you a lesson. I'm giving you a book recommendation.
Okay.
So that's it's kind of like a book about sports psychology, but all the examples are taken from chess. It's written by Jonathan Rowson. I'm not entirely sure how Scots pronounce their name. But I think it's like the best chess book there is. And he talks a lot about trends in the game and how much the trend in the game affects everything. And how, like, if you have a negative trend, it's something you need to be very aware of. Well, I mean, not so aware of that you kind of, talk yourself into losing or like that you're doing worse than you are. But like having the trend move in the wrong direction is very often something that decides chess games. Because once you make one little mistake, you're so prone to just make a couple of just slightly bad decisions in a row. And yeah, that was my favorite book growing up. You don't do books these days, do you?
I have not read as much in recent years. Well, in recent years, my chess training has been struggling a bit just because of time, but I'm trying to, get hit some of my goals. So, maybe it's time to pick up a book.
Oh, but yeah, okay. So, but chess books, like, how old are you?
22.
22. So like chess books is what you grew up with. It's not like, because these days, I mean, I am a grumpy old man. I understand. But these days, I feel like all the kids, they want videos and they want to sit passively and somehow get the knowledge without, reading the pages or doing anything. They want to have it in the background and kind of just absorb instead of taking that interest into learning. Would you agree with that? And or has your main kind of input for chess been electronic or what's the opposite thing? Analog.
Yeah, I definitely grew up with chess books. I don't know. I don't think I watched many YouTube videos. Like, I think YouTube has blown up over the last few years, but like studying chess has definitely been mainly through books or, like I did stuff on like chess.com and things like that. But I think it was mainly just like picking up a book. All right. So Nemo plays rook d2. So I guess she wasn't so worried about rook takes c3.
Well, I think she was, and she played the only move that actually prevented it. Because by playing rook to d2, she's making sure that the c2 pawn is protected. So now if Anna were to make my desired sacrifice, she's no longer attacking both the pawn on c2 and the pawn on a3. She is attacking two pawns, though. She's attacking both on e3 and a3. The problem is that when both the pawns are on the same rank, the rook can just step back and keep both of them protected in the same move. Yes. So the sacrifice is not at all as convincing with black only getting one pawn for the rook versus knight as opposed to getting two. And so Anna therefore just tries to centralize her king. And frankly, this is looking kind of good because remember how we talked about the white rooks were pointing down through the center so that the king could not get involved. Well, with Nemo making the controversial decision to capture on this e3 square with her pawn, there's no more pressure down here, which means that Black's king can very easily get to the e7 square without having any sort of concerns about stuff pointing down.
Yeah, I think this king f8 king 7, this looks like a great plan. And note that like Nemo still probably doesn't want to take this pawn on d5 just because that capture on c2 would follow pretty quickly. So I mean, I think Anna here has a pretty like obvious plan. She's gonna play king e7, probably take on d4 first, and then play king d6 or rook c4, something along those lines. Just bring this king in quickly. And this white king actually doesn't have a very clear path to come in because it might have to just like lurk around the back since, you know, this e3 and f3 is blocked.
So overall, Anna has a good position, but she is still in a somewhat dangerous time situation.
Yeah, this time difference is like 4 times. That's a definitely a lot. But what is good is I think that in this position, Anna has since she has very obvious moves, you know, king e7, maybe take d4. So like these moves won't take very long to make a decision on. So hopefully, like what she's probably hoping for is that she can make these moves quickly and get closer to 40 moves. But they are quite a bit away. Like 16 moves is a lot for the position to change in. So Nemo might want to, you know, create some, if she wants to take advantage of that, you know, now would be a good opportunity.
Yeah, but how could she possibly, I mean, I'm struggling to suggest a single move for her that would make the position kind of resemble tricky.
I think she needs to maybe bring the king over to the queen side, and then in that situation now, like it starts freeing up some like these rooks to move. Maybe the pawn on d5 will be hitting, but that is a long that takes quite a few moves to get to that point, and by that time, like Anna will bring her king in. So the thing is, they probably will make a concrete decision soon, whether to trade off the rooks or other things. So that is where Nemo will probably spend a lot of her time, but
okay,
I think
king f1 on the board, and then I'm assuming Anna is going to go king e7, and then king e1. This seems like a very, very reasonable way to continue the game. And now, after the king is in the center, it is time to start pushing pawns. I would like to play a5 and b4, push that pawn forward. The problem is if I push the first one, well, then I just lose it for no good reason. And if I push the other one forward, I'm scared I'm going to lose this pawn on b5. I guess technically I can recapture on c2, but then I'm also concerned, you know, maybe there's a trade first, and then after the recapture, I lose the pawn. So I don't want to touch these pawns. It's just going to cause trouble. So therefore, I switch my attention to the other side, and I want to go g5. I don't know if this is how silly this is, but I want to get some more space. I've improved the position of my rooks. The king has been brought into the center of the board. I think pushing the pawns is the next logical step.
I like this idea, g5. Eventually, you might even have ideas of h5 and g4, because I want to grab some space here.
I like how you said eventually, because that was my plan on the next move. But I am kind of realizing that it might not work out. because Nemo has this very clear plan of moving her king in towards the queen side. And if you were to go h5 here, there could be some very real problems because the king has now taken control of the defense of the c2 pawn. And now there's a very real threat about trades being made in the center, or I shouldn't say trades, rather white just outright capturing the black pawn. And in addition to all of this, as if that wasn't bad enough for losing a pawn in the center, suddenly also my kingside pawns, the ones I just pushed forward, are just immediately attacked, just causing no good things for black whatsoever. However, this plan of going h5 and g4, it's generally useful. And I'm starting to think, especially now with white just having this attack against the d5 pawn, and it's so difficult to defend against. I want to take the knight again.
I'm just not a big fan of this. Because I felt like you can still defend on d5, and then I think the second that you do this exchange sacrifice, you're going to be ready to defend for the rest of the game, because only white can win this position. And I don't think that's a situation that Anna wants to be in.
Well, I don't necessarily agree that only white can win this.
I think it's really hard for black.
Like, I'm pushing forward here. I'm gonna try and push forward here.
But
my main concern right now is that white can go a4. But if not for that a4 move, I feel like I should be fine. I'm a little bit scared of a4 because then, you know, white is very easily activating their rooks and getting like both the point of sacrificing a rook for a knight will very often be that you're able to neutralize your opponent's rooks, or at least that they are struggling to find good area to move into. Here, I feel like the rooks are kind of coming into their own. So this kind of thing I would be a little bit concerned about. But the general idea here that, well, I guess also rook here was a bad choice because I'm scared of the rooks being traded. But let's say I go all the way back. And now if you try and move the king up and trade off the rooks, I'm doing my thing over here. I don't know. I guess you're right that it's not very good. But I think it's worthwhile of keeping in mind at least, because after king d1, very clearly this is going to happen, right? Nemo's moving the king over to protect the pawn. And I could just so easily see things going very wrong here. Because after takes, if you now go rook c5, the way you're keeping the pawn in the center defended, I feel is a little fragile. I think the way you have to defend is getting your king to the e5 square.
Yeah, I agree.
Although now that I'm saying that out loud, this looks great. Wait, why are we doing this g5 move? Never mind that. The king can have an amazing placement on e5.
I think the only thing to watch out for is e4 ideas, but right now that's okay. Because you always hit d4 when you move the king to e5. So rook takes, and then this is actually winning, but maybe white will need to take the rook first. But I think king e6 is definitely the move.
Yeah, just don't be scared of putting your king on the same file as the two white rooks, and then you're fine. Maybe you're even better than fine, because once the rook comes up here, then we can do this plan. We can do both. Just do it in the right order.
And then the key thing is, if you take on d5 now, you want to take on d4 before, you can take back. Yeah, and then and then now if rook takes e4 and that takes e5, e4 is never really a concern because of king e5.
Counterattack. Anna goes for the trade of rooks early. I do not like that. This feels like the same mistake she made in the opening. Ironically, it's the same mistake she made earlier in this same game on the same square with a capture. Earlier, she went knight takes d4, and that allowed her opponent to just replace one well-placed piece with another. And here, like, as long as these two rooks are staring at each other, they're both kind of good. But once you make the trade, you lose your good piece, and white still has a well-placed rook in the center of the board.
Yeah. I think her idea might be now that she just wants to do king, because I think my suspicion is she might have been a little worried about, a capture on d5, and now she wants to play king e7, king d6, and do all the ideas we were talking about. Maybe throw in rook c4 first, but I suspect she's going to do a pretty similar idea, but she wants to capture.
Oh, you just said something controversial and you kind of just jumped through it.
What is it? Rook c4?
Rook c4. I think this is an incredibly dangerous move. After rook takes.
Then b takes e4.
Ooh, yeah, because if the other pawn takes, then bam, I'm getting access to all of these pawns. So I guess you have to go b takes. But now I'm very scared that these three are going to outnumber these two on the far side of the board. And I think something like rerouting the knight to d4 and then pushing these pawns forward, this looks very good for white to me. I don't like this pawn structure for black one bit.
Yeah, but I think that the king comes in fast enough that this isn't really a concern. If the knight goes to d4, you can push the bishop back, and then king d6, and you could move your knight around. Like, I don't see a very clear idea for white in the situation. Like, before I can just play king d6. And then I'm going to get my king to e5, and I think I'm doing fine.
That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I'm still a bit skeptical, but I appreciate the value of this bishop on d7 controlling the a4 square. That's huge. Making sure that white cannot keep pushing their pawns up the side of the board, because that would be devastating. It's very close to black just being lost, in my opinion, because if this pawn was allowed to push. Oh, apparently the computer is saying even this is okay for black. Okay, now I'm not understanding anything. This looks terrible for black, in my opinion. You have both all your pawns are on the light squares, and both players have a light squared bishop. I'm amazed you think this is fine.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't want the pawn to come to a5.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
That's like horrible.
Yeah, that's fair. I did kind of cheat there.
You did get a few free moves there, but I think if I could get my king to e5, I mean, like, I don't see how white is going to break into this position.
Yeah, interesting.
And then eventually I can advance on the king side, because the queen side is so solid right now. Like, this knight is on d4. It looks really strong, but I don't know what exactly it's quite doing. And eventually, if I get like g5, g4 in, like we were talking about, I think black is doing quite comfortable, especially if you get the.
We might be getting into a super interesting and very tricky endgame, because Anna, she has gone rook to c4, and now Nemo, she's going to try to exploit the fact that Anna she has less than 5 minutes remaining. Anna still needs to make an additional 15 moves in order to get the extra half hour on the clock. And Yeah, I called this rook to c4 a mistake. Jennifer said well, you suggested it, so obviously you think it's a good move. And Jennifer also made a very good argument for why my concern may not be justified.
Yeah, I will say, I do think that one thing I don't like about rook c4 is that Anna is so low on time. And when you're making a decision that changes the position so much, it's not good to be, make that decision when you're low on time, because you're going to have to spend some time calculating the things that change. I mean, I guess this endgame is not super, super complicated, but that is one thing I was a bit worried about. Like, if she hadn't done that, king e7, king d6, very obvious moves that you could play quickly. So that is one thing that I will think would be challenging, just because, like, you don't want to play like super complicated tactics or things that like change what you already know about the position when you only have like less than 5 minutes left. But maybe Anna feels confident that there's nothing too concerning about this endgame that she will need to use time for.
And do you think Nemo's gonna make the trade, or do you think Nemo's just gonna? Well, I don't really know what she would do as an alternative. Does she want to keep the rooks? Does she want to trade the rooks? Does she just want to leave the rooks looking at each other?
I think I'm like 90% sure she's going to take on c4.
I think that's a very reasonable thing to do, especially like you said, with the time situation. You want to try and create these scary pawns on the side of the board. And I'm kind of realizing the mistake I made when I kind of allowed you to stop my pawn's advancement. So now I'm starting to wonder, can I maybe do without this b4 move? Or can I play b4 at a more opportune moment? Nemo has made the trade. So the current situation on the analysis board is the same as the current position on the real board. And now the thing is, if you go pawn to b4 here, while the knight still has the a4 square under control, the problem with this from Nemo's perspective is that now Anna can just make the en passant and then play pawn to d4. It's very dangerous when white has a 2v1 on the far side compared to where the kings are. But if Anna manages to trade down to 1 versus 1, that would solve pretty much everything.
I wonder if Nemo would go into this situation though, because now her pawn is passed, even though it's not very strong. They're going to put the king d6, but maybe she has some ideas there to, like, if the king gets to d6, play like something like bishop b7, get the pawn a5 pawn to push it, and maybe do knight b5 check and try to come in. But it's just going to be so difficult to ever do d5. I don't think you could ever push d5 really if the king gets to d6. So I think this is definitely going to be a comfortable endgame for Anna to play, even if she's low on time. Now that is a good thing, that there aren't many pieces left on the board, and it's not a super tricky endgame right now. So maybe this was, maybe this is her idea of trying to advocate in this position.
Well, I think because this idea exists, I think Nemo just can't go b4. She has to play something else.
Mm-hmm.
She has to go with the knight towards the d4 square because she wants to be able to push these pawns afterwards. That's my theory.
I mean, now I'm looking at it, even if knight gets to d4, I just play king d6, and I don't think I mind if you take my bishop at all. I mean, I think I'd be pretty happy about that.
Yeah, no, I will say this. I did talk about knight takes bishop earlier in the game, but I'm over that. That's for when we have the bishop pair ourselves. This knight is quite strong. This bishop is not black's greatest piece. It's being blocked by its own pawns in multiple fronts. But Nemo does not go knight to e2. She goes king forward. I don't really understand what she's planning now. Is she planning to move the king up along the side of the board?
I think that's what I imagined, but I'm wondering if like she has time for that because, you know, king b7, king e7, king d2, king d6, knight e2. Can you play maybe something like, I mean, I don't think king c3 is really a threat. You know, you always have, you know, king c5 or like a5, I imagine.
But here
Also,
it feels like white is doing something at least. Because if you have to commit to the king c5 idea to stop white's king from getting further up, even if you get both of those ideas, it allows white to push pawn to b4 and create a circumstance where white is the one pushing the pawns on the queen side, making them getting them forward.
what if I just play like king e5? Because going the king all the way to the queen side is kind of commitment. Now I'll have like worst case scenario, maybe like a knight e4 idea or bishop f5, you know, ic2. Like I think
King e5 here?
Yeah, king e5 and then king c3.
And then a5, I guess. Because I mean, if you allow this king to just get in next to the pawn, that would be incredibly brave.
But I think knight e4 is just fine, right? Knight e4, if king b4, then can you just move the knight and then knight d2? Yeah, knight d2, then, you know, how are you to defend?
Wow. I don't think Anna is going to dare going into a pawn race like this, allowing the black king to the white king to just push on the other side when she only has 4 minutes remaining. I will say that seems very, very risky to me.
Yeah, now it's just like the problem with the time, but there is a rule that in the knight versus bishop endgames, you know, knights prefer it if, you know, if your pawns are only on one side of the board, it's better to have a knight. But if you're going to have like a race on two sides of the board, it might be better to have a bishop since it has a long reach.
Yeah, that's reasonable. Even the worst bishop is better than the best knight, especially when the bishop can move from one side of the board to the other, helping from attacking to defending in record pace.
Yeah, so did this happen on the board?
Yeah, this is the current position.
Oh, okay.
But Anna is down under 3 minutes now. Nemo is trying to squeeze her, using the clock as a weapon. Definitely the right strat, considering how Anna has been struggling with her time management. Anna just loves time pressure. I'm not sure that's what it's about. I don't think she loves it. I just think she can't, you know. It's not that she loves time pressure, it's that she hates uncertainty of the moves. And that makes you calculate for a bit longer for every move you make. And 1 extra minute per move you make, that adds up so quick. I'm just double checking. I'm just making sure I'm not blundering something. You spend an additional minute on that on average per move, and you get a time difference quite similar to the one we have here. 29 moves played, and Nemo has 42 minutes more.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Oh, she's about to make a move, but king e5 is a tough move to make when you're this low on time.
Oh, sorry. King c5 played instead. Nemo moves instantly. Knight to d4. That was not going to be my suggestion. I wanted to bring the king in. Anna then moves her knight back. How is the bishop versus knight theory right now? Are we saying that even the worst of bishops, the tall pawn, currently doing nothing than being a contributor in the black pawn chain, are we saying our beautiful knight may trade itself for the ugly bishop? And then we have a sort of race situation where the bishop might be useful. We can't do that to the knight. Nemo's gone king c3 instead.
Yeah, and then so here I wonder where Anna's gonna go. I think she's gonna choose between knight e5 or knight b6. I mean, now White's idea is probably play b4. So she might even play a5.
Well, to be fair, White's idea has been to play b4 like for the last 5 moves. In fact, I'm not sure why didn't she do it here?
Well, I think she wants to bring the king in. Like I'm not, because I mean here I guess you would just takes a5. It's gonna be a similar situation.
Yeah, but then you at least you get the trade, whereas now after king up, knight to b6, I think is the logical thing to do to try and give a check in against the king. And now if the pawn steps forward to attack, I think you just back up. And now it's very difficult for White to achieve the further advance of the a pawn, similar to the mistake I was having in our test variation when we first noticed this potential endgame. And that's why I'm saying if you had gone b4 first and the king retreats, well, then you would be able to push the pawn further up, which would be a massive accomplishment in comparison. And indeed, after this whole king to c3, knight to b6, Nemo is concerned about not being able to push her pawn up the side of the board. So instead of pawn to b4, like I was saying, she goes pawn to b3, and as such keeps the a4 square under control.
Yeah. Here, I honestly, I'm not sure exactly what Anna might do in this situation because she might choose to capture your pawn on b3 or like maybe play a5 or something. But I think you need to watch out now on every time you have to watch out for b takes c4 captures. It should be fine now, but eventually there might be some tricks with that.
Wow, b takes c4?
Well, not right now,
Well, I don't think
eventually.
I feel like in any sort of moment that would be favorable for black because it opens up so many routes for the knight.
Yeah, I would just be in a situation where you could possibly. Oh, she plays
g6 played.
Well, maybe e4 first, then b takes. Well, not b takes. You don't even need b.
E4 and then takes.
And then take on e6.
Well, I'm kind of stuck in my thought of playing b4, but I think that has also to do with the king, right? I want to have the possibility of chasing black's king back.
I don't know why g6. G6 is a strange move to me. It looks like she just doesn't have a move. Because now, like, g6 is not a really good addition because anytime you have an e4 idea, then if you take on e6, then the g6 pawn is hanging. Now, this seems really bad now for black.
Something like this could happen. Nemo's playing very quickly here. She's trying to punish Anna of her time management, but it also means playing quickly means Nemo isn't necessarily finding out all the nuances in the position, but she's gambling that Anna is more prone to making a blunder than she is herself to make an inaccuracy. Anna here moves the bishop back. That seems like a good move to me. Just avoid any sort of situation where there might be a trade between the knight and bishop. Right now, that trade would be good for black, but we've been able to envision some scenarios where black would not benefit from that trade. In addition, I like that the bishop is pointing towards the a4 square, which is going to make it easy, more difficult for white to push forward there. That being said, I like to move a4 now because I want to try and push this pawn up as far as it can go and then chase black's king back.
I don't know about a4 because if I play a5, like I have to play a5 here, and then now your pawns are locked onto the light squares.
Yeah, I guess I don't really have a move. Nemo instead plays h4. Nemo is kind of struggling with a plan as well. Both players right now. The g6 move from Anna and now the h4 move from Nemo. It's like it's okay moves, but it's not really clear that it's doing anything in the big picture.
I want Anna to play a5 because I'm surprised she hasn't played it yet. Like there's no, like in any situation, the pawn is better on a5 than on a6.
She just heard you.
I'm
a5 on the
that
board.
Existence.
I'm starting to think black is better now. Because white hasn't really been able to utilize that 2 versus 1 on the far side. In fact, this just isn't the far side anymore. Like both the kings are over here. So having the majority of the pawns on that side is not going to be such a big deal.
I just think we're going to get a very locked position with a lot of repeated moves soon, because even like if white or black, for example, if black was to just play bishop c8, bishop e7, I'm not sure what white would do. And if white just did the same thing, like, you know, bishop f1 or bishop d1, like, I also don't know what black would do. So, or bishop f3, you know. So I think this might just, we might see a situation where we just see a bunch of repeated moves.
Would Nemo do that though with 42 minutes left against Anna's 45, not minutes, seconds?
I think she would try to go for some sort of pawn push to try to change and the position and go for some sort of break. Like, I wonder if she would do something like bishop f3 again and try for e4, or I mean g4 might be an idea, but if you go g4, I think you could just go g5. And now this is a better situation for black because you can't let white keep your pawns on the light square by allowing g5. So if you play g5, now white's pawns are locked on the light squares. And you know, you always want to lock your opponent's pawns on the color your bishop has, because you're attacking it, and also it limits the movement of your opponent's bishop.
I agree. G4 would be a big mistake here. Knight to f3 from Nemo. She's trying to kind of jump around. And actually, I like this move because I think she's getting ready to use the d4 square with her king. Anna pretty quickly plays f6. She's trying to prevent the knight from using the e5 square, but she's not going to be able to prevent the king from using the d4 square. So now I'm expecting pawn to b4, takes, king has to retreat, and then the white king moves up.
But here I wonder, I almost like this better for compared to before for black, because now I have a very obvious idea. I want to move my bishop out of the way, then get my knight back into the game, maybe go knight d7, or knight c8, get my knight to c6, some sort of idea where I get my knight back in the game. As long as they don't allow like a timely e4, you know, I think this is pretty comfortable and very easy to come up with moves for both sides. also for Anna, especially who is in time trouble right now.
Yeah, we didn't get to test that because Nemo just jumped back with her knight. She's trying just to confuse Anna with her time situation, jumping back and forth. Anna now, she's placed all her pawns on the dark squares. She's following the strat of having the bishop and the pawns working together when you only have one bishop remaining. When your bishop is controlling, in this case, the light squares, you want your pawns to work together with them to control the dark squares. That's the optimal way of keeping them working together. Interesting decision here. Nemo made the trade, and Anna instantly recaptured with the H pawn. But I'm wondering, was there a possibility here to try and capture with the other pawn? Because here black could potentially get a 2 versus 1 on the far side, similar to the strategy white was trying to employ on the opposite side.
Yeah, I expected f takes g. I expected h takes g, but I personally would like spend time I think I personally would prefer f takes g just because I think it makes sense since she played f6 last move to prevent 95. So I think she's worried that f takes g, there might be -3 and 95. So I think this makes sense, but I'm very surprised by h takes g5. This seems like a interesting decision to make when your opponent is in time pressure. Like I would normally assume you go h5 to try to, keep this weak pawn at h6, even though it is on your bishop's color. Like I think if you want to try to make the position as complicated as possible, this might be a possible idea. Because after the trade, the pawn on f6 is so easy to defend if there's a situation where Nemo wants to attack it. So I'm not sure if this is the strongest way to go for playing for a win.
It feels like Anna Kamelin has it all under control, but the problem is both girls need a win. If Anna wants to make the top 3 in this tournament, she desperately needs to win this game. Nemo could potentially get top 3 with a draw here, but she's guaranteed a top 3 if she wins both of her remaining games. So a lot at stake right now, but I guess what we're thinking right now, it feels like it's about to peter out to a draw.
Yeah, I agree.
And Anna has been doing a good job making some quick moves now. Because out of nowhere, I remember not that long ago, Anna still had 10, 12 moves remaining. She now only needs to make 2 more moves before she gets an additional 30 minutes on the clock. I think Anna has survived the board, the clock, but maybe not enough, though, to win the game. Maybe just a draw.
Mm-hmm.
Is there money on the line for top placements? Asks Sado. There are enormous money on the line. First place, it's not decided, but there's a big favorite for that. First place gets $10,000. Second place, I believe, is $5,000, and third place is $2,500. So very, very significant prices on the line. Speaking of which, not that I'm saying you're gonna win first prize, Jen, but let me ask, what is the biggest prize you've ever won before, and would this be the number one?
The most money I've won is from the US Championship, and like the first time I won, it was 25K, which is a lot. But then they increased the prize fund, which is also one of the reasons why I went back to compete again, because I took a year off, and then they increased it to 40, and I won again. So that was I'm in college, so I was really happy because that was really nice.
Yeah,
And I'm
no,
really grateful
both of
for
those
that.
prizes is way more than I've ever won playing chess.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so $10,000 is just a walk in the park for you. For me, it would be the second highest prize I've ever won.
I mean, 10K is definitely still a lot, for sure.
Yeah, no, I definitely, yeah, I agree with that. But yeah, it bleaks in comparison with some of your other accomplishments.
Yeah. It's funny because people are like, oh, I'm paying off college, I'm paying off college. Well, it is a lot of money, but then when you realize that college, that's like for around like a semester of college, it kind of puts it into perspective, which is kind of funny.
Hammer's about to change his nationality to USA. I wouldn't go that far. And to be fair, a lot of other people have already used that strat. Other people who are way better than me at chess. So I wouldn't really stand a chance in the US Championship. I wouldn't even qualify. But yeah.
Wait, did we get King E5 on the board?
King E5 is on the board, yes. One more move for Anna before she gets an additional 30 minutes.
Wow, this was she handled this time pressure wonderfully here. But I honestly really like these developments for Black. I think that this capture, I mean, now it's very easy to play F5 at some point, and then maybe F4 and trying to undermine this D4 knight, but I'm not quite sure what this bishop is doing on F7.
Yeah. Nemo spent a lot of time moving the bishop around, and I think she felt like it was going to X-ray through these pawns, but that's not really a thing. And the bishop was doing a lot better putting pressure on the C4 pawn from where it was than where it's at right now.
Yeah. I wonder if she wanted to go for some E4 ideas, but Anna stopped that possibility with just by pinning the king on E5. And now it is possible for Anna to go somewhere like king E4.
She could be the one attacking now.
Yeah, she could easily be the one attacking I don't think this is too threatening yet, but Nemo might be nervous about some ideas like king D2 and C3, which I think should be fine for now, but it is it's very different from the position that we've had on the board for the last 10 moves, and anytime there's a huge shift in position, interesting things happen.
Normally, I would say that there's not that many pawns left on the board, so it would be very unlikely for us to see a winner here. But we did see you yesterday in the big matchup against Dina Belenkaya. You managed to win even though you only had 2 pawns left, very far into the endgame.
Yeah, I mean, like these endgames are this is the reason why endgames are so tricky, because it's so hard to figure out, especially if a player here trying to play for the win. There's so many things that can happen and change so quickly that the tides can easily shift. Yeah, like yesterday at one point I definitely thought that there was I was someone that was playing for a draw, but things just ended up working out.
Suddenly, I think Nemo just made the realization that Anna is not going to lose on time. And as a result of that, she's spending quite a bit of time herself. And she goes bishop to g6. She's now she realized that Black was trying to move the king up through the center, and she's just preventing that. But what she's not preventing is this other plan you mentioned of trying to push the pawn to f4. Just get as far up as possible.
I also think like king e4 is still an idea here at some point if you really want to play king e4. Yeah, so I think f5 is a pretty quick and natural move for Anna play. Maybe you should worry about knight f3, but I mean I don't think, well, knight f3 definitely can't be played. King f6 and then the bishop is almost trapped. So I don't know, I think f5 is what we're gonna see on the board.
Anna needs to make a decision though. Nemo left the board, having got an additional 30 minutes on her clock. Nemo's up to 1 hour and 6 minutes. Anna, on the other hand, has 20 seconds. She does push a pawn, but it is definitely not the pawn push I was expecting. Pawn g4? She's voluntarily putting her pawn on the same color as her bishop. That is very controversial in my mind.
I'm so interested in what her idea is here. I wonder if she wants to play f5 and then trap the bishop.
Oh, that could actually happen.
Yeah, it's
So-
actually kind of scary.
I thought maybe the main idea was to take control of the f3 square so that the knight can move there, or rather cannot move there. But now I'm kind of into your thing with the king going back, putting pressure on the bishop.
It is
Like-
tough though, because if the bishop goes to h7, like this f5 pawn is going to be defended. But I think here in this position, it's very obvious that black is the one pushing, especially with king e4 possibly coming. If the pawn is on g3, like that's always going to be in danger. Like here, I think Anna is the one that's pushing for the win.
Very interesting. And if the king goes back, maybe you can make the trade and suddenly you try and give up the pawn on the opposite side in order to give your knight access to give a check in towards the king. Because this white bishop, maybe it's brilliant. I mean, when I saw it, I was like, how could you possibly voluntarily put your pawn on the same color as your bishop? But this idea of making sure that white's bishop cannot get away, that is really, really interesting.
Yeah, no, I think this is an incredible move to play for your last 40th move. But I mean, I think I'm really impressed by how Anna played and like the last couple of moves before time control. Like I think she improved her position so much from her king going to c5, from c5 to e5, and now this bishop on g6. Like, you know, I think it was much more happier if it was on f3 or e2 like before, and without allowing g4. Because now it feels like, now I think like Nemo has to play a move like b4 or something to try to you know, create some counterplay on the queen side and get this passed pawn. Otherwise, I think it's really easy or really to fall into like a passive position.
Well, b4 is also kind of a tricky move, right? Because if black captures that pawn, white takes back with the king. And here I feel like white is the one suddenly ahead, because you have this very clear plan of the pawn trying to make its way over to the other side of the board, and also the king being close to support. So I feel like if pawn to b4, it's very, very important that Anna plays knight to a4. Give a check, forcing the king back, and then you make the trade. Because you want to make sure that white's pawn is not allowed to be all the way out on the side, but rather that pawn should be as close to the black king as possible, so that the king, if necessary, has time to run back and stop it. And then you can return with your knight, because then you can go back and forth with the king and knight. And the main difference here is that you prevented the king from gaining that access route into black's position.
Yeah, I got knight a4 is definitely an important move in between. And now, now that Anna has gotten that 30 minutes, Nemo is spending her time to figure out it did feel like she was playing for the flag there when she was playing so quickly, but Anna played really well under the pressure and actually improved her position to get to 40 moves.
This game is approaching the 4-hour mark, still undecided, and still unclear who might win. It's looking like draw is the most probable answer, but maybe Anna Kamling. The underdog, according to the ratings, it must be said, maybe she can get a win here and make a last ditch push for a top 3 placement. Nemo right now is half a point ahead of Anna, and considering the trend in the game, maybe she would be quite content with the draw at this stage. The reason I'm doing some kind of a summary right now is because we are having new games about to start at the top of the hour. We're approaching midnight Central European time. That is 3 p.m. in LA, and that is the traditional starting point for our second game session of the day. And we have some good ones coming up. Alexandra is playing with the white pieces against Jules, and we have Dina coming off a tough loss against Jen in the previous round. She is playing with the black pieces against Linda.
So it's gonna be exciting for 2 more games. And I believe Alexandra, if she wins this game, then she'll be definitely in contention for the top 3. Since she's I believe she's 1 point behind me right now.
Yeah, I guess you do have to think about that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Not taking anything for granted before everything is done.
Yes. No, I've seen those celebrating too early YouTube compilations. They're always fun to watch. So I never do that.
Wyme is asking, will you be doing commentary on the next 2 games? The answer is no. I am gradually going to get off in the next hour, but we have good people coming in to replace us. And I want to take this opportunity, as the players have gotten their extra 30 minutes. That is traditionally when they start thinking for very, very long times. And we're going to take a break. We're going to say thank you to Jen for coming in, giving us some insights. She didn't want to talk too much about her what she's discovered or learned about her competitors, because she is very competitive at heart. But she has had her commentary debut with us today. And I even got the opportunity to try and shape the new star of Twitch, try to make her very anti-chat, antagonizing towards chat. Time will tell whether I've succeeded in that. But thank you for coming on, Jen.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for having me. And on that note, chat, you can check out my channel. I think I'm actually restreaming this right now, but it's I'm Jen Yu. I know I'm not an I am, it's I'm almost I am from like my million norms, but not really. And then I also just started YouTube with that because I want to be posting some vlogs, probably a lot of things from this event, which will be really fun. So check that out.
Well, now that you mention it, I kind of want to ask before we get off.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what was I going to ask? Oh yeah. About the how much energy are you and the other girls putting into like YouTube videos and stuff like that during this week? How much of what has been happening do we not know about, but we're gonna get to know about in the near future?
I mean, I think there's been so much content constantly being created, so many cool videos and things that I've seen them do. So they're definitely doing a lot more than me since I'm very new to this, but I'm learning a lot. It's been really cool to see behind the scenes. So, definitely keep posted because there's a lot of cool things coming soon.
Do you have like workshops and stuff like that where you like have there been like sessions where you just sit and talk about ideas for videos and stuff like that?
I've talked with some people about this. I think I mean, a lot of them are pros at this. They're so incredibly good at it. And I kind of just lurk and learn because it's been super cool to see. I've never really been exposed to this before, but they all work really hard at creating very cool ideas and executing them. So I think it'd be I'm really excited to see the final products when they're released.
How many people are working behind the scenes other than the players? Because we've seen we know that the Botez maestro Vila, he's around doing some producing of this very broadcast. I've also seen some photographer. How much is it behind the scenes that we're not getting to see when we're just watching the games?
Yeah, there's so many people working on this event, and there's a whole team, multiple videographers, and I mean it's definitely a massive group effort. So that's been really cool to see. And yeah, no, I mean I feel like this house is always so full, it's so many people here constantly. So yeah, I mean this is definitely a whole production to create. So I'm really impressed by the way that this event has been organized.
Classic TV in chat is asking the question I kind of wanted to ask. Is it only you girls that's staying in the house? And because I know you're sleeping there, right? This is basically your hotel for the week.
Yeah, it is kind of like a content house, I guess, which is also pretty interesting because I'm not really a content creator, so there's constantly things being filmed. But I think that'll be a lot of really cool footage and stuff that will be released. So it's definitely things that are a little different, but I think it's very cool.
But everyone's having breakfast together in the morning and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Everyone's eating together, hanging out, you play a game and then you could just go to the kitchen, grab some food and hang out. So it's definitely a unique tournament experience.
Okay. Thank you for giving us some of the juicy details we haven't been able to get from Andrea and Alexandra. Don't feel bad, you've revealed everything. I'm just kidding. Say thank you to Jennifer, everyone. We're going to go on a break. And when we come back, we're going to also catch the start of the game between Alexandra and Jules. And we're back from the chess camp, and I am joined by Anamaya, apparently, according to this layout. Mr. Anamaya, how are you doing?
Doing pretty well. Yeah, I mean, I changed my name, and unfortunately, I lost the GM title and also the IM title, but overall doing pretty well. And
Have
I
you guys
see
been
that,
betting for these late night games?
You're asking if I have been betting?
Yeah, you bet a name change.
Yeah,
Anamaya
no,
wanted
that's what
you
happened.
to spread the name.
Yeah, no, that's indeed what happened. And yeah, now I changed my name to Anamaya. And yeah, also been the GM title. Unfortunately, I lost. Anyway, so Anna Cromling has been defending incredibly well because I have been checking in just a little bit. And I saw Nemo got a small advantage out of the opening. And usually how these things go is like the stronger player gets a small advantage. Then over time, the advantage slowly but surely increases. But here, pretty much the opposite has happened. Anna has been able to hang on, and now she might even be a little bit better herself. Like, what is your take on this game, John Ludwig?
Yeah, we were very intrigued by some of the decisions Anna made, especially the one she made on move 40, which is a bit controversial because that's the move where normally you don't want to be too committal because you're playing your last move before you get extra time, and you just want to play a safe move and then get on with things after you got that 30 minutes. But Anna played this move pawn to g4. My first instinct was just, oh, that's terrible. You're putting your pawn on the same square as your bishop. But we have since realized that it's actually very clever because she is, in some ideas she had, was trying to trap the bishop. And now she's moving her king up through the center, trying to attack the pawn on e3. So very interesting play from her. It would be, we haven't had too many lower rated players beating higher rated players. And this one would potentially be the biggest one should Anna manage to win it.
Yeah, this would be a big upset. Alexandra was actually very close early in the tournament to beating Nemo with the black pieces, but she didn't. I think maybe one upset we've had is Jules beating Andrea, but that's not a super big upset. And John Ludwig, in the game between Alexandra Botez and Jules, Jules was aiming to open up with a Nimzo Indian, an opening we both have created a course on. But Alexandra plays the move 3 knight f3. Is the move 3 knight f3 a move out of your kitchen?
I do not believe so. No. She has played the Nimzo in the past, which is allowing. The Nimzo is kind of like you move the knight out, which is a very sensible move, trying to control the center of the board. But then after bishop to b4, this is kind of like traditionally now in the past couple of years, you've been hesitant to sometimes allow this black bishop to come in and point in towards the knight and towards the king. So even though knight to c3, it seems like the most sensible thing to do to increase your control in the center. But knight f3 is just as popular, and that is what Alexandra did here. And one of the advantages of that move is that if black now tries to point down towards the white king, white can move the bishop in between instead. And avoid all these situations where the knight moves forward. Maybe the knight is captured. There's an imbalance in the pawn structure, how the pawns are placed compared to each other. And white gets doubled pawns and all that stuff. So I think Alexandra is very happy to instead try and go for a queen's gambit declined because she spent some time on that opening lately. And after pawn to d5, knight to c3, this is, even though it started to be like an invitation to the Nimzo Indian and the Indian openings, which is kind of like a common word just for any opening where black starts out putting the knight in the center. We've kind of reverted to a position that could have just as likely after happened after d4, d5, as after d4, knight f6. So I think this is just a nice traditional position for Alexandra and something she's comfortable playing in.
Yeah, so that's the great thing about the Nimzo. Like you said, you can develop the bishop early to b4, but you also get the option to place a pawn on d5, as now it will always be protected by the e6 pawn. And we see Jules going for the move bishop to e7, probably the most solid system in the Queen's Gambit declined. And now Alexandra goes for an early trade on d5 and then bishop to f4. So a very typical Carlsbad structure, as we call it, when the trade c takes d5, e takes d5 takes place. And yeah, now I expect Jules to go for a move like castles, e3 from Alexandra. And black is normally doing quite fine in those positions, because now the bishop on c8, which was earlier blocked in by the e6 pawn, can now comfortably develop to a square like f5. So let's see if Jules is going to go for something like that.
It seems reasonable. Alexandra's approach is just one of getting the pieces out to central squares, and she's not really going for an opening advantage. She's just going for a position she's familiar with, and where she knows the plans.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and here's the thing. Alexandra in an earlier game also went for an early trade on d5 and then played bishop f4. But in that game, it was actually against Linda. Black cannot develop the dark squared bishop yet. So black could comfortably play bishop f8 to d6. Here, if black goes bishop to d6, they are going to lose a tempo. So I like this approach a little bit better. Like I said, I think if Jules can comfortably develop that bishop to f5, she's doing very fine. But it might not be that easy, because let's say black castles here, and we play
Jules just played c6.
I think that's a good move, because now let's say Alexandra plays e3. She can play bishop to f5, whereas let's say you would have castled, and then after e3 play bishop f5, then white has queen b3, hitting b7 and also putting pressure on d5. But let's say Jules, after e3, goes bishop f5 here. So let's say, so if we go back a couple of moves, so let's say instead of castles, so c6 was played. I think a good move by Jules. If I'm going to go back a few moves, so let's say c6, e3. Now bishop f5 is a lot easier for black, because after queen b3, black has the very comfortable queen to b6, a move that was not possible if she had not played c6 yet. So I think c6 is a good move by black. So I'm curious to see what Alexandra is going to do. Generally speaking, when black gets the bishop here and goes like knight bd7, black's doing quite fine, right, John Ludwig?
Well, that was the common preconception. That was what everyone thought. That surely a way of playing like this, there can be no chance that white could get an advantage after playing something so boring, and or at least allowing the black bishop to get easily into the game. Then along comes a Norwegian. It's not me, actually, for once. Magnus Carlsen, quite good at chess. He comes and he starts playing like this against the very best players in the world, and he actually wins a couple of really good games. And what Magnus did was he started playing his knight out to h4, attacking the bishop, saying that, yeah, I let you get your bishop into the game, but it was kind of a trick, because I wanted you to bring your bishop in so that I could capture it. And Magnus won a couple of good games this way. If the bishop retreats to g6, then the knight will trade itself for the bishop, giving white the bishop pair. If the bishop retreats to e6 instead, Magnus would bring out his bishop and try and move the knight maybe even to this f5 square. So the traditional way of thinking that this was just completely innocent for black, that was Magnus kind of changed some people's minds with his play, and maybe Alexandra one of them.
Yeah, Magnus won some great games there. I remember him beating Jan Nepomniachtchi in the Sinkfield Cup. I believe that was actually in 2022, if I'm not mistaken. There was actually a few games before Magnus lost a very famous game to Hans Niemann. But yeah, like I said, generally speaking, white wants to go for an early bishop f5. We see Alexandra playing e2, e3. So let's see if Jules is going to play bishop to f5. Because if you don't play bishop f5, white plays bishop d3 first. And just like, let's say there's an open file, right? It's very much about who can grab the open file first. Here it's about whoever can grab the diagonal first, right? If white puts the bishop on d3, black can no longer develop the bishop to f5.
And in fact, Alexandra grabbed the diagonal first, to use your words, Benjamin. She went queen c2 instead of e3. And by moving the queen here, she's taking control of the f5 square, preventing the black bishop from getting there. Jules, she has sensibly castled, but then after e3, Alexandra is ready to bring her bishop in as well. And this is starting to look like quite a reasonable, good position for her.
Yeah, so let's see what Jules is going to do. I mean, it is a little bit problematic if you cannot comfortably develop that light squared bishop. A move black can sometimes try here, something like knight h5 to go after the bishop on f4. Maybe Alexandra will just move the bishop up to e5. That should be a fine square. But yeah, I think if black goes for normal moves, let's say knight bd7.
Sorry, Benjamin, are you making moves when you're saying these lines? Because it's not showing up on my screen.
No, sorry. Yes, I mean, Jules can maybe go for a move like knight h5, trying to go after the bishop on f4. Because if she doesn't, and she goes for normal moves like, let's say, knight bd7, then let's say white develops the bishop here to d3 and rook e8, I think white is generally supposed to be a little bit better there because white's pieces are just on slightly more comfortable squares. Especially this light square bishop it's kind of struggling to find a good square.
Yeah, I'm generally liking what Alexandra's doing so far. And look at her time again. She has more time now than when the game started. She's kept a good pace this tournament, and that was exemplified yesterday with her win against Anna, when Alexandra had more time when the game ended than when it started. Even though they were way into the game, like move 70, 60, I don't recall.
Yeah, she's been playing really fast. So I guess you're doing a good job, Hammer. You know, you were taking a lot of credit for her faster time management the other day. So that's great to see. Yeah, and I think that's why she's been having good results lately.
Anna just made a move on that board, and she has retreated her king. And Nemo pretty much very quickly returns with her king as well. So we are looking at a potential draw here in that game. Anna has been thinking for a very long time on how she could potentially win this game, as her king was making some headway trying to get into white's camp. But right now, with the retreat of the king following thereafter, we could have a repetition of moves now. Just king forward, king back to defend, king back to, I don't know, attack the bishop, and then the white king returning. Do you think Anna is going to go for the draw here? Or, because if Anna wants to make a top 3 finish, she absolutely needs to win this game. So do you gamble even though you're so low on time?
That's a good question. Yeah, so let's see. Right now, Anna is on 2.5 out of 5. Nemo is on 3 points. So, like you said, yeah, she needs to win this game. That being said, I guess even if she does win, it's not going to be easy. I don't know. I mean, she's definitely better here, but the clock is ticking down. You know, 7 minutes, and that's it for the rest of the game. So she might realize that she's a little bit better here. I guess maybe she's a little concerned that if she goes for a move like knight c8, which makes a lot of sense to go like knight d6 to e4, or maybe knight e7 to go after the bishop. Maybe she's worried about the move b3, b4, and all of a sudden white is creating a passed a pawn. Do you think that's what she's worrying about?
I mean, I think this position is just worrisome in general when you're so low on time that Anna is. Because any like pawn race, like the one you're describing right now, where white is trying to get a new queen on one side of the board, the bishop, white bishop is in trouble on the opposite side. That is precisely the kind of situation where you need lots and lots of time to be able to kind of figure out what's gonna happen. And I think also just these ideas we looked at with the king making its way through the center of the board. It's a very tricky position on the board, and that doesn't combine well with Anna just having 6 minutes left. And now there's no like, oh, she just has to make it to this and this move, and then she will get another 30 minutes on the clock. There is no more time. She gets 30 extra seconds for each move she makes. But beyond that, she could potentially lose on time. And she has to consider the benefit of trying to go for the win and trying to get some prizes versus the risk of ending up making a big mistake and losing the game as a result. Personally, when there's only like 3 prizes in the tournament, I think Anna should risk it. But I definitely understand the very human instinct to kind of be like, let's just make a draw because I have no time.
Yeah, I think she just needs to decide right here, right? It's just a snap decision. Just decide, okay, I'm going to make a move here and go for the win, or I'm going to take a draw. Because the longer you think, the more you're leaning towards the decision of making a draw, right? Because you're leaving yourself no time. So playing on then will be quite risky. So yeah, let's see what she's going to do. I mean, I think she definitely still has chances, but yeah, 5 minutes on the clock is really not a lot of time.
In the meantime, Andrea has posted on Twitter, didn't rage quit the tournament. I just spent the last 12 hours in the ER, finishing the tournament, playing against Nemo tomorrow. I didn't want to concern chat. We made the decision before we started to say that she was sick and not emphasize how bad it was. But yeah, she had a tough, long night, and she's making a recovery, and she's been sleeping for the past couple of hours, getting back into shape. So I hope Andrea's feeling better. And if she's fit for a fight already tomorrow, then I guess that's very good news, because that means she's feeling a lot better.
Yeah, sorry to hear that, but yeah, good to hear that she seems able to finish the tournament tomorrow. So yeah, let's hope that maybe she will finish the tournament, on the scoreboard. Anyway, Jon Ludwig, Anna Kroning is still thinking, and she's getting down to 3 minutes of. I think she's gonna take the draw. Otherwise, she would have moved already.
I mean, the longer you think, the more tempting it is to make the draw, right? Because when you have 8 minutes, you're like, I should probably go for the win. And then you have 3 minutes, and you're like, oh, I'm not figuring this out. And now I only have 3 minutes left.
Exactly.
And then you end up thinking down until you have 30 seconds. And then you're like, well,
I've got 30 seconds. Just take the draw now. Yeah.
Yeah. You kind of excuse yourself for not going for the win just by, but look at my time. Well, you had a lot more time earlier. Well, I didn't really figure it out, did I?
Yeah, so that's kind of what I said earlier. She needs to make a decision like right. I mean, given the fact that she's already spending like 5 minutes or so, or maybe a little bit longer on this move, it's kind of a decision to go for the draw. Do you think there's any way maybe Nemo can keep the game going? I mean, she doesn't really have an advantage on the board, but I mean, she's up 52 minutes on the clock. That's a lot of time.
I mean, I think it could be tempting, but at the same time, I think the last 30 minutes, she's come to a realization of how much potential trouble she could be in, because the white bishop got kind of completely locked out of the game with Anna's very clever putting the pawns on the same color as her bishop. Normally a terrible strategy, but here it was brilliant in terms of making sure that the white bishop cannot get back to safety. And as such, I think Nemo's just happy that she's like keeping her half-point lead compared to Anna, because Nemo's still gonna have chances to go for that third place as long as she stays ahead of Anna. She just needs Alexandra to lose to Dina and win her own game.
Right, and who's Nemo playing
or Alexandra
tomorrow?
giving away a point against Jules, right? So that could also happen.
So who's Nemo playing tomorrow?
Nemo's playing Andrea.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, then I guess there's definitely still a chance for her. Yeah, I mean, I think Alexandra should be is a big favorite against Jules. So yeah, I think if Nemo draws this game and then wins the next game, she has a chance to tie for third place with maybe tie for third
Oh
place.
my God, Anna just went for the win. She went knight c8.
Wow, with 90 seconds on the clock. That
is incredible. That is such a brave decision from her, but I love it. That's how you're supposed to play. No guts, no glory.
Exactly. So what should Nemo do now? Does b4 make any sense to create an outside passer? I mean, that's a tough move to face, so no time on the clock.
Yeah, no, I mean that seems like what she should do. Yes.
I guess so. If you go b4 here, maybe black takes and then goes king e4. So maybe what Nemo could also do is, let's say, play knight g3 first, making sure that king cannot.
Can you just play out the moves when you have variations?
Right. So let's say Nemo goes b4 now. Maybe Anna will take, king takes, and then you have the opportunity to go king e4 and go pawn.
Because now the king cannot go back to defense like she did earlier.
Right. Yeah. And this is really where this can turn into a 3-result game, right? With white having the pass a pawn, black's trying to gobble up the e3 pawn and then maybe the center. Like, let's see how this continues. Let's say you check, say you take here, maybe take here. This, I mean, with 2 minutes on the clock against 54, this is where you easily lose, because like king
this
here,
is a freaking nightmare. No,
this is a nightmare indeed. Yeah. Was that pun intended, John Ludwig?
No. I'm just tired.
Oh, so then what does Anna do here after b4? I mean, this looks risky with no time on the clock.
Yeah, no, but maybe she just didn't see that move. That's clever. No, but she needs to win. Like, for her, like, getting a draw against Nemo, that's okay, right? But getting third place in this tournament, that's an accomplishment.
Right. Yeah, no,
so
for sure.
I think she just, I think she considered the tournament situation and said, I need a win, and there are some possibilities here for me to go after that white bishop. And then she was like, how can I attack the bishop? I'm going to bring my knight over.
I think Nemo should just go
I think it's very gutsy play.
Yeah, like Nemo for sure, I guess, is seeing the move b4. And she must realize, like, well, I mean, looks interesting. My opponent's got 1 minute and 26 seconds. Let's just go for it and let Anna figure it out with such little time on the clock.
But at the same time, the reason Nemo ended in this problematic situation to begin with is because she was rushing her moves while Anna had a time trouble situation earlier. So with that experience very fresh in her mind, do you think she's going to go like, oh, pawn to b4, obviously that's going to be the biggest test. Let's just rush this?
Good question. But yeah, I think she should. I mean, again, the other move I think she's considering is knight g3, but just looks kind of passive. And maybe then your bishop can easily get trapped. And then if you go b4, it might be under worse circumstances. So yeah, that also brings me to another question. So let's say white goes b3, b4 here. What if black goes knight e7? So attacking the bishop. Where do we move it? Like, this might be a way to improve for Anna on the variation we just saw. Because let's say you go to, I don't know. If you go to h7, then black takes and goes king e4. Now knight g3 doesn't work because the pawn on f5 is now once more defended. So maybe we have to go to f7. So let's say Anna takes now and now goes king e4. Maybe now we have knight c3 going after this pawn. And I guess this also is risky for Anna Crumling with the a pawn just pushing down the board. Again, not a situation you want to be in with 90 seconds on your clock. So I think Nemo should just go for it. Just play b4, see what happens. And, with a little time on the clock, everyone makes mistakes.
We have a announcement to make, a change in the program. Andrea coming straight from her hospital bed, and Jennifer, who has just done 3 hours of commentary, they are planning to play their game after all.
Oh, wow. Today?
In an hour.
Wow.
I want to reiterate that this might still not happen. Someone may come to their senses in the next 60 minutes. But the report right now is that a plan is being made for the hospitalized no more Andrea, and the having had to deal with Hammer for 3 hours, Jennifer, might feel like there's not enough mental exhaustion and try and play their game. Even so, in an hour from now. Wow. Yeah, okay.
All right. Well, okay. It might be a long day then. Anyway, so we have a move by Nemo on the board. I think she played pawn to b4. And I think knight e7 was played instantly, or like quite quickly, by Anna Crumling. So knight e7 attacking the bishop. So let's see where Nemo is going to go. I guess bishop to f7 is probably the best square.
And that is what Anna has done, and she did it so quickly. She kind of has to play quickly, though, at this stage. She only has 1:41 remaining. But the pace at which Anna replied, it definitely tells us that she knew that b4 pawn move was coming. She knows Nemo is cooking, and she's wanting to get a new queen here on the edge of the board. And she must have spent quite a lot of time already calculating that when she made the decision to go for the win. So I'm feeling pretty confident on Anna's behalf right now. I feel like it doesn't really matter what the result in the game is. She's showing incredible heart here to go for the win, being low on time, knowing that the win still puts her in a situation to fight for the third place finish. Anna plays Linda in the final round, and if she wins this, and if she wins this one and against Linda tomorrow, she will manage to either tie Alexandra if Alexandra loses to Dina, or she can even get ahead of Alexandra if Alexandra. No, actually, she's definitely getting top 3 because Dina's on the same amount of points as Alexandra if Alexandra wins. So there's a whole thing. There's something to be considered, that Alexandra and Dina, they're on the same amount of points. And because they're facing each other, it means that if you have a chance to catch one of them, you have the chance to catch both.
But they could also make a draw, and then you catch none of them.
Yeah, but... Let's speak with some optimism now. The energy of the moment with Anna playing for the win with the less than 2 minutes remaining. Let's not then think that Dina doesn't make draws anyway, does she?
Nah. Well, only with Anna Crumling after a tough fight. Anyway, we have a move by Jules on the board. Jules played knight to e4. So with that move, she's actually sacrificing a pawn. I think it's definitely a consideration for Alexandra to just take it. And I guess the idea for Jules is now to give a check on b4, or maybe with her queen on a5, which you cannot, you can block it, but it's not a very comfortable way to block it. Maybe you just keep your king in the middle. But Jan Lutuk, what you can also do, which is a very easy move to me, is just something like bishop d3. attacking the knight. If black takes this, we can consider the take, but we can also just recapture. So, but let's have a look at this. So let's say we take, black goes here, we take here. Let's say g6 to trap the bishop. We take, and we get a lot of pawns here for the piece, and the black king is quite exposed. So I don't know, Jules could go for this, but it looks very risky. Maybe she should go f5 here to solidify the knight in the middle. Do you think that this is what she's intending?
Jules is definitely intending this f5 move, yeah. And then I agree with your assessment that it's not the end of the world for Alexandra if that happens, because she will also have access to a good square in the center of the board. But at the same time, this is kind of like playing into what Jules is interested in, having that well-protected knight in the center of the board. And I gotta say, I am a proud pawn grabber. If there's the possibility to capture a pawn, you can trust me to do it. And this is one of those situations. If they're giving me a pawn, I don't care if my king needs to move and stay in the center of the board. A pawn is good. A central pawn, like the one here, oh, give it to me. I'm so happy.
Right. And how is Magnus in that sense? Is Magnus also a pawn? I feel like I've heard a saying, I think maybe Grishuk said this. He said, like, good player, greedy player. Do you think this is true?
Who said this?
Grishuk. I think actually what you said.
Because I've been on training camps with some very good people, and I get mocked for just capturing pawns. Fressinet, who was one of the coaches I worked with, helping Magnus try and succeeding in becoming the world champion, he would mock me. Oh, I guess you want to take the pawn, don't you, Hammer? Ha ha ha. And I go, yeah, I want to take the pawn. That's a free pawn. What are you talking about? It's on the side of the board. But it's still going to be valuable down the line. So, like, yeah.
But how is Magnus in that sense? Do you think he is greedy, or do you think he, rather sacrifices a pawn for the initiative?
The thing is, both Magnus and we trained with the top guy in Norway, a very creative, eccentric grandmaster, Mr. Agdestein.
Right, I was just about to say,
and he always captures the pawns. So I may have been somewhat influenced by him, but there's no pawn Simon Agdestein will not capture.
By the way, we have a move by Nemo. She played bishop f7, and now Anna is down to, what is it? 9. Well, she played king e4, great move with 1 minute on the clock, going after the pawn on e4 right away. Look at this, Jonathan. She doesn't capture the pawn on b4. Now, White's getting 2 passed pawns, if you will, but not the greatest ones. Black takes here. And now where do we go with the knight on e2?
This is incredibly strong play by Anna. And actually, during my break here, after we went to the time control, I actually went into Anna's channel where this same game is being commented on by her mom, none other than Grandmaster Pia Kamling. And Pia was analyzing this, and she was like, oh yeah, this might be good for black, but it's very difficult to figure out, being low on time. And now it's actually on the board. Anna has executed this with computer-like precision. And she's going to have a chance here to beat Nemo. 2 minutes or not on the clock. She's made all the right moves so far.
Yeah, so some great play by Anna. Let me just update. This is the current live position we have. But yeah, there's no way to defend e3 right now, because if you go king d2, you hang the pawn on b4. That just looks like game over, with also c3 coming next. So Nemo just has to take on a5. Anna will take on e3 with her king. And I guess maybe the best square for the knight is maybe to go to d4, which still looks quite risky for black, because if we get a couple more moves, we want to go a6, a7, and it's not so easy to stop the pawn. So I'd be very impressed if Anna finds some more moves, being so long time.
But I mean, she's already kind of like, she already did the difficult moves, no?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
you
no,
don't
she's
think
finding,
this is
some
like
great stuff.
it's easy in comparison to what she already found?
Yeah. I mean, king d3 is an easy move, right? And then after knight d4, what do you think black should play there?
Yeah, well, here I'm kind of biased because I saw Pia analyzing this, and Pia wanted to go knight c6 and challenge the knight.
That's a good move. Yeah, because now in case we trade, then the bishop on c6 is doing a phenomenal job stopping that a pawn from promoting, and it might potentially do some damage on the king side. Like if you, let's say, give a check, take here, all of a sudden you have two connected passes. So knight c6, great move. And white's also not in time to go a6 because black can take, and after a7, black is just in time to go bishop c6 and stop the pawn. So yeah, don't wait for a move with knight c6, because let's say you play, I don't know, f4, a6, and now knight c6. Oh, no, wait, a7 is not a move. But actually, what you can do is take here, sacrifice the horse, as now you go here, and bishop c6 is not available. So I guess, yeah, since she's been finding all of those tough moves, I guess she has a good chance of finding knight c6 as well.
What I'm wondering is, oh no, but that's easy as well. In the current situation on the board, if we go to the, I was wondering, what if knight to f4 to try and put pressure on the d5 pawn and make sure that if black captures on e3, white will be able to recapture on d5. But as I was going to suggest this, I realized here there's the clever move d4, check on the king, threatening the pawn. And if the pawn captures, well, then the pawn is no longer defending the knight, allowing Anna to capture that one. There's so many tricks in this position. And now it's Nemo's turn to try and figure out all the tricks. And that's also going to give Anna more time to calculate the pawn races.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, Anna is doing a good job thinking now on Nemo's time. So let's see what Nemo is going to come up with. But yeah, for sure. I mean, if she takes on a5, I think Anna will just take on e3 quickly, because it's just by far and large the natural move.
You know what? I've not been at my best today, Bok. I am tired. I am really looking forward to the end of this Anna Kamlin game. It's looking super exciting. I want to see Alexandra just take that pawn in the center of the board as well. But and I get to see it. Alexandra does capture the knight in the center. She's already winning a pawn. It's a sacrifice from Jules, but I think Alexandra in this case can be greedy and hold on to the pawn. And I'm going to enjoy these games, but I'm going to enjoy them on my own time and with more water and with some dinner and stuff like that. I think you're going to have to take over for the rest of the evening. And you know what? I will give you a present. I will provide an excellent helper for your commentary. At the flick of my finger, I'm going to give you the real, the only. Didn't work this time either.
Yeah, it's not so easy to do the transition, but I greatly enjoy your commentary, John Ludwig. It's always a lot of fun commentating with you, and I hope you're proud that Alexandra did take the pawn. So after a check on b4, a5, do you think she's going to move the king or block with the horse?
You can't ask me anymore. You have to ask my replacement. I'm going on strike.
Oh, dang it. You're like, oh, I did my work for today. I'm out. Well, it's getting pretty late over there, Hammer. It's almost 1 a.m. How do you do it? Are you a night owl?
How do I do it? I mean, how do you guys do it? But you guys are doing it in the middle of the night. Anna Maya was not ready. She felt like she needed more prep. needed to be informed ahead of time for the. But yeah, my bad. I was thinking it was gonna look like magic, but my bad.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I guess
Okay.
just as magical as your en passant checkmate, yeah?
Yeah.
But
Okay.
when you did
let
that,
me,
were you like...
no. Shush.
Oh.
Let me try again.
Didn't work. Yeah. Somebody's saying in the chat, go back to Hogwarts, Hammer. You're not
I mean,
yet with
I go
magic.
back. I need a refund. A refund. I need my
Tuition back.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough. All right, it's really fun to just watch Hammer trying to do magic. Yep.
I hope
Yeah,
that's
do you even
Andrea
attend
using the
Hogwarts?
account and not Vila, because Vila actually has the power to make me look good, and if he's
Hello?
just choosing not to.
Oh.
Hello.
Hi, did you miss me?
Well, I tried to make the segue brilliant, but I failed.
Better luck next time?
Yeah, that sounds good. Okay, you guys have a nice, don't mind that Andrea's game is starting an hour and a half later than planned. Well, later
We're
than...
gonna have a great time following those games.
Yeah. I'll check in on you when I wake up, see if you're still going. Good night.
So thanks, Hammer. Have a good night, and we look forward to seeing you back.
See you, Hammer.
Okay, so looks like Hammer left us. So yeah, to remind everybody, I am Grandmaster Benjamin Hammer, and I'm now joined by FM Anamaya. Anamaya, how's it going? How have you been enjoying the games?
Great. I'm doing great, Benjamin. I was looking from the side, and it seems super fun. I'm really excited about the game between Anna and Nemo. Things seem to be turning around into Anna's favor, so I'm really curious to see if Nemo can defend that endgame. But yeah, some crazy events have been happening. I've heard Andrea at the ER, but now back probably going to play shortly. So I'm really excited to see that game as well.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, I'm curious to see how Andrea is going to do after, yeah, like you said, being in the ER. All right, so we're still waiting for some moves. I'm a little bit surprised that Alexandra did take on e4, and after Jules recaptured, now she's thinking again. Whereas, I mean, d takes e4 is of course the only response. So
right.
I would think you either take your time before you take an e4, and then take on e4 again, or you don't. So a little surprised to see Alexandra spending time again.
Well, maybe, yeah, I guess I was wondering what the reasoning was for Jules to go this line. Because it obviously loses a pawn. Maybe that's why Alexandra's thinking, what could my opponent possibly be thinking to just lose a pawn like this? It catches you off guard when you face a position like this, and yeah, you're not really sure why your opponent is going for this. I was originally thinking that maybe if we go and move back, my browser's lagging a little bit. Okay, here I got it. I was thinking maybe there's a chance that Jules thought she could play the bishop to f5, but then after bishop f5, you can simply play knight f6 check, bishop takes, and you take the bishop, and you're simply even up a piece. So I'm not sure why she went down this line to give up the pawn, because that is a very expensive one. But apparently, Alexandra didn't take it. She played knight e2, Benjamin.
Yeah, so she didn't take the pawn, so now that gives Jules the opportunity to protect it with a move like f5, or Jules can decide to sacrifice the pawn again with something like bishop f5, because now if you take, you are going to be in a pin, and again, something like bishop e4 or queen a5 looks quite annoying to deal with. So let's see what Jules will do. I mean, is she going to hang on to that pawn with f5? Maybe now Alexandra can develop her bishop with a check. But yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit surprised. Like you pointed out that she was thinking again. But I think 92 still keeps a lot of chances alive for an advantage. And Anamaya, what do you think about the game between Nemo and Anna Kremling, as that one is really heating up?
That one is crazy. I mean, we've seen Anna struggle with her time management a lot. Yesterday, I think, was pretty much rock bottom, where her opponent, Alexandra, was just playing so quickly. She ended up with more time than she started with. And meanwhile, Anna was down to 1 minute before the 14th move, but also after the 14th move. So that must have been really detrimental and just really tough to deal with psychologically. But now she's once again down to 1.5 minutes. But this time she's looking much better. It looked like it was going to be a very equal position, and it was heading to a draw, but now I'm seeing some chances for her as she is moving that king forward. And I believe one of Anna's weaknesses is what I've noticed is that endgames, they may not go her way as much. So to see that she's doing well in this game, in the endgame, is really impressive, and it's really exciting to see.
Yeah, it's been really impressive because, again, before she was a little bit worse against Nemo. Now she's playing for the win, so some great endgame play by her. So let's see what Nemo is going to do. I think b takes a5 is forced, and then we'll take the pawn on e3. I mean, there's no other move, right, besides b takes a5. So I think Nemo should just play it.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe she's trying to get rid of that pawn on d5 at the same time. So let's say a move like knight f4, you attack the pawn on d5, and the king, you try to have the king stay on e4 so it defends the pawn on d5. But yeah, what do you think of a move such as knight f4 yourself?
Yeah, so we looked at this a little bit with hammer. I mean, knight f4, there's the move d5, d4 check. And
Right.
you cannot capture that pawn as then you hang the knight. And taking the pawn on c4 and allowing d takes e3 looks extremely risky, allowing black such a strong passer on e3. So again, I think Nemo should just take. Then Anna Kremling will take the pawn on e3. And yeah, then you don't really have a great score for your knight. Maybe you go knight to d4 and try to go a6 quickly.
Right, so you're hoping with white to push the a pawn, I'm guessing.
Yep, exactly.
Right.
Yeah, I don't really see another move for Nemo. Maybe you can consider b5, king takes e3, and then knight d4. Because now after b takes a5, king takes e3, knight d4. Let me put it on the board.
Right.
Let's say you take, black takes here, you go knight d4. Black has a very nice move, knight to c6, hitting the pawn. And if white takes, you recapture the bishop. And now it's going to be more or less impossible to ever queen that a pawn because the bishop is controlling the queening square. So maybe something Nemo can consider, I don't know if this is good though, is b5 here. And if black takes, now knight d4, as at least now that move is not available. Knight c8 to stop b6, hangs the d5 pawn. But I guess black just pushes. And in case of b6, you just stop with the bishop. And it's not clear what white is doing here. So maybe that's something Nemo is considering. But I guess she's, figuring out that this doesn't quite work. So I think she just has to take the pawn on a5 and yeah, just hope for the best.
Yeah, it's crazy that things turned around so quickly in Anna's favor. But yeah, usually you have these outside passed pawns that are superior in endgames, but this time the pawn on a4 is not really able to do much, as well as the pawn on b4. And it's clear that black's pawns are just so much stronger. As as soon as the pawn e3 is gone, it will be much easier for black to create a passed pawn and win the game. I'm even surprised the evaluation is not much more than it is right now, because it's just really hard to defend this practically with white.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there is still a way for Nemo to hang on here, but she's probably she has to walk a very thin path here. Like one mistake could just lead to a loss. So yeah, she's having a tough task ahead of her. Whereas for Anna Kremling, it feels like she has some cushion, right? Like she can still permit herself a mistake or so. That might still lead to a draw. So let's see what Nemo is gonna go for. But this could easily get very risky, as now white is getting some passed pawns as well, and Anna Kremling only has 93 seconds on her clock.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about all these lines, but I have a feeling that it's not going to be that easy for Anna with so little time. If she had, let's say, 10 or even well, let's say 20 minutes on the clock. Ideally, you would have that much time to figure things out. But I think even 10 minutes should be enough for her to figure this out. But with only 1 minute on the clock, it's going to be really difficult. And I think she will be more prone to make mistakes because of that. So I'm really curious to see how she will manage to deal with her clock now. But for now, Nemo has been spending, I think, something around 20 minutes, right? So yeah, Anna has had some time to calculate things and figure things out herself. But I guess for Anna, her next move is really simple. She either takes the pawn on e3 or she takes on b4, depending on what Nemo is going to play. And yeah, then it will depend on Nemo where she will try to play and what she will try to go for. So things may get complicated, but yeah, it's hard to see how Nemo can defend here at all. Her position just looks really sad.
Yeah, no, it's looking tough for white here. I mean, the e3 pawn is simply going to be lost. You're kind of abandoning your king side. She just has to hope that she's getting enough counterplay on the queen side in the meantime. But yeah, we looked at some lines. We can have a look at them again. So let's say white takes here. Black's going to take here knight d4. Again, if white gets another move and gets a6, and I think white's got pretty good chances to at least hold this one. But knight 6 just such a strong response from black. Right, hitting this pawn, hitting the knight. Again, a6 doesn't work because black takes here, and it's just in time with bishop c6. So I guess we'll have to trade, like recaptures. Maybe we have to go for bishop b6 to try to get one of these pawns on the king side. Maybe this still gives white some pretty good chance to draw.
Right. I think you were lagging there for a second.
Oh, sorry.
You seem to be.
Am I back now?
You seem to be back. Yeah, I think you're back.
All right. Okay, good.
I think the moves are coming in just now. But yeah, b takes a5 has been played by Nemo. King takes e3, so Anna took the pawn right away. Yeah, I mean, well, I think okay. Yeah, I think the moves that you were talking about just appeared on our board.
Yeah, I'm just predicting everything. All right, so b takes a5, king
Right.
takes e3, and now has Nemo moved the knight to d4 yet? I mean, I guess it's the only move, right? Because if you
Yeah.
move the knight to, let's say, g3, black goes f4, and everything comes with a tempo. So I think you have to move the knight here.
Yeah, it seems very logical, and yeah, it makes me wonder why Nemo went for this move knight e2 earlier, right? Because I believe, if I remember correctly, that knight was already on d4. So why did knight retreat? I guess she underestimated how strong Anna's king was and is going to be. So now she has no choice but to go for knight d4 again and hope for the best, because that knight is very important, holding down the fort, at least trying to. But as you mentioned, the knight c6 move is very important for black to play here. Get rid of that knight.
Yeah, super impressive stuff by Anna. I mean, she's finding all the right moves. I mean, knight c8 to go for the win. Then, what is it? The knight to e7, king e4. Now knight c6. I mean, this is just computer, with computer precision. She's really putting a lot of pressure here on Nemo. So let's see what Nemo's going to do now. Is she going to take on c6 and play bishop b6? I think that is what she has to go for to try to stay in this game.
Yeah, unfortunately for Nemo, she does not have a defender for that knight anymore, because if there was any piece able to defend that knight right now, it would be much easier to play this with white. But this knight will have to leave, and if you try to keep the knight on the board, it will not make a big difference, because where can the knight even go to? If you move it to the queen side, it doesn't really matter. I guess you just start pushing the pawns on the king side over here. And yeah, if you play knight e6, that doesn't really help much either, because yeah, you just start pushing the pawns and ignore that knight altogether. So really tough position here for Nemo, and yeah, we may be looking at a big surprise and upset here already.
Yeah, so let's see what Nemo is going to do. Yeah, this would probably be the biggest upset in the tournament. But yeah, it looks like, I mean, yeah, knight takes c6 and bishop e6 is definitely an option, but she might have some other moves here. I mean, maybe you can also consider a move like bishop to e6 here. And then if black takes your knight on d4, you take the bishop on d7. And again, then the a pawn becomes very dangerous. And if you take the bishop on e6, maybe you take the knight on c6. And again, you try to push the a pawn down the board as quickly as possible.
Right. So yeah, other than that, there's not much left for Nemo. And for Anna, it's not it's pretty easy to play here because this bishop is going to be so strong. These pawns will just move forward, and the defense of white is just non-existent. You really have to hope that these pawns on the a file can achieve something, but once this bishop gets on this diagonal, there's nothing left for Nemo, it feels like, and it'll be very easy to play with black. I guess the one thing you have to try to keep in mind is to not get into a situation where this king will have to move to the side. Let's say, let's try to make a few moves on the board, how things could get tricky. I'm thinking of a position, let's say takes, and somehow this pawn starts pushing, and it's of course completely lost, but I'm trying to think of a position where, let's say we have this, something like this going on, and then this king comes in on c5, starts to tickle that bishop a little bit, and with the pawn on a file, things can get interesting. But I think because the bishop can stay on the a8, it should be fine. But I'm looking for these positions where you're barely able to win because of some tricks with the king and this king being away for a bit. But it should be fine.
Yeah, what's really impressive that Anna is doing is that she's keeping a good amount of time on her clock. I mean, 2 minutes, of course, is not all the time in the world, but she's not getting down to 30 seconds. As that is where easily, you know, panic can kick in, or maybe you can make a blunder as you really don't have a lot of time. With 2 minutes, you're still able to calculate a line or two. So she's doing a good job not dropping further down on the clock. So let's see what Nemo is going to do here. She's got 21 minutes on her clock, as that is also slowly but surely ticking down. But at least she has the time to come up with something tricky, to make Anna think and maybe try to, you know, provoke a mistake from her. So maybe a move like bishop e6 is a move that can throw her off a little bit. I think that one could be a bit tricky.
Yeah, and I guess it's difficult to spend so much time when your opponent is low on the clock. Because while you're spending time, your opponent can start thinking about their moves too, and maybe you are helping them out this way. Do you think it's right for Nemo to be spending time here, or do you think she should try to push to play faster and try to press Anna on the clock?
I think she should definitely spend some time, because she might realize, like, hey, one more mistake here in a game, but not too much, yeah, because now she's giving Anna Crowling also a lot of time to think. Now Anna, I mean, she's thinking about the consequences of a trade on c6, and then after she has a pretty good idea of those lines, she might think like, hey, what happens actually in case bishop e6 is played here, or if a move like, I don't know, another move is played here. So she's giving Anna Crowling some time as well. So I think she just has to pick a line and go for it.
By the way, Benjamin, if I see it correctly on the camera, I see a wild Andrea and Jennifer appear. Are they setting up for their game?
I guess so, yeah. So let's see if they're going to start now. I mean, we were also told that maybe they would start half an hour from now. Honestly, I wouldn't mind if they start now. I mean, I guess neither do you, unless, you know, otherwise this could be a long day again.
I'm ready to skip the entire night, and I have already slept for today, so I am very energetic, so it's fine.
Right. Okay, so yeah, maybe we'll follow that game as well. The players are now getting ready, they're taking pictures. Or do you think this is just the pre-game picture, you know, for the thumbnails and all of that?
Probably.
I'm impressed that Andrea, after being in the ER today, is able to play a game of chess. But, you know, the show must go on, as they say. And
I'm very impressed. I mean, there's like very few reasons that I would personally drop out from from a tournament, but like ending up in a hospital is definitely one of them. And seeing her just recover so quickly and come back already to the chessboard, I thought as soon as I saw that she was in the ER, I thought this is, reason enough to not show up anymore for the rest of the games and just call it a day. But no, she was ready to play tomorrow, and she is ready to play today as well, which is crazy. So yeah, she's a real fighter. We know that she's a real fighter. We've seen her fight, but she's also a fighter at the chessboard.
And we have Mama Botez in the chat saying, I don't know how Andrea can play, but good for her for not quitting. She was in the ER all night, actually. Wow. I mean, yeah, I don't know either. But she's here. So I guess we'll follow that game soon as well. In the meantime, we have some moves in the game between Alexandra and Jules. Jules played the move Bishop. So Bishop B4 was played by Jules, pinning the knight on D2. And Alexandra played A3. She didn't want to accept the pawn sacrifice. Jules took on D2 and Alexandra recaptured. So now we see Alexandra having the bishop pair. Also a slight imbalance here in the structure, but at least the E4 pawn is not going to drop anytime soon. So let's see how Jules is going to continue here. I think a good way to position the pieces is something like bishop B6 and knight at D7.
Yeah, it's really surprising Alexandra is not going for that pawn on E4. It's right there. It's a free pawn. I wonder what ghost she's seeing because, I mean, there must be a reason she didn't take the pawn. It's obvious. There's something that she didn't like, and there's a chance that she's maybe trusting her opponent a bit too much. I guess, I mean, Jules did spend quite a lot of time so far, so it's evident it's not part of her preparation, but maybe something threw Alexandra off. Because if you get to play knight e4 that easily back in this position, if you get to play this move so easily, then it's a really good move because you're stopping this queen. The diagonal is shut down. Soon you play bishop f5 and support the knight this way. So there must be a reason why, first of all, you don't get the control on e4 that easily. And second of all, that you just move your pieces twice without having developed the rest of your pieces. You need to have a really good reason to do that, and this was definitely not one of them. So yeah, it's surprising that Alexandra did not go for the free pawn, was right there. But instead she's going for yeah, a more positional approach, and she is okay to have the pair of bishops here. And I believe Jules just played bishop to e6. So pair of bishops against bishop and knight. White should still have some advantage, but without the knights on the board for white, things look much more difficult to play here. What do you think, Benjamin?
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, yeah, the bishop pair will always give you chances for an advantage, but I'd say the position is semi-open or semi-closed, however you're looking at it. So the fact, yeah, the bishop pair doesn't really, it's not a super big issue for black. And, you know, that pawn on e4 is giving black some more space, right? I mean, maybe she can try to do something on the king side potentially, but I'd still pick white here. I mean, you have the bishop pair, pawn on e4 can also be a little bit weak, so I think Alexandra cannot be too unhappy about the outcome of the opening, also because she's up 14 minutes on the clock. And talking about time, Nemo is now getting down to 15 minutes. I mean, that's still a good chunk of time, but her clock is ticking as well.
Yeah, I mean, a few moves ago, she had like 40, 50 minutes on the clock. She was playing really fast, and that may have hurt her chances as she is now spending the time when she's in a worse position. So I'm curious to see if she can recover from this, but it's really difficult. Black's plans look much easier to execute than to even think of a plan with white. So let's see how she will deal the position as she's now down to 14 minutes indeed. Anna's still on 2 minutes basically. So yeah, this may become a time trouble thriller. We do have to know that if there's anyone in this field, I feel like that is ready and well prepared in shorter time formats, it's Nemo. She has been grinding so much blitz and bullet, especially online, but I've also seen her play a lot of over the board blitz and rapid. and she has been doing pretty well in those events as well. So yeah, she is the better blitz player. She must be the better player in the shorter time formats, but with the position she has right now, things are not looking good for her. And yeah, something crazy must happen, I think, for Anna to spoil the advantage completely.
Yeah, and there has been a move in the game between Alexandra and Jules. Alexandra developed her bishop to e2. It's a very natural developing move. And now I expect Jules to play the move knight at d7, right? Bring her knight into the game as well. All right, so let's see what's going to happen. Yeah, the game between Nemo and Anna Cromling. Yeah, let's see what Nemo's going to do. 30 minutes is not a lot of time. So she needs to make a move sooner rather than later here, as Anna is now getting all of that extra time as well. And Anna Maya, I feel like, how long has Nemo been thinking at this point already? Has it been like 20 minutes or so?
Yeah, I guess she has spent so much time in the last few moves. I remember when looking at the game that Anna was down to 5 minutes. I believe Nemo had around 50 minutes, which was not too long ago. But yeah, now she's down to 12 minutes. And it's evident that when you see a player spend so much time, there's clearly something wrong in the position. And yeah, you can tell from a person's time management that, yeah, how the position is like, and yeah, it's one of the tells what's going on in the game. And I guess she realizes indeed that her position is awful, and there's a chance that she may even think that her position is worse than what the computer suggests. I mean, when I personally look at the position myself from White's perspective, I would think that I'm completely lost, and I just don't see a way how to come back here with White, how to make matters complicated for my opponent, because Black's plan is so simple. Either you move the pawn forward and create a passed pawn, or you just capture this pawn on g2 as soon as possible and go with the other pawn forward, or both pawns for that matter. So Black's plan is super easy. Now that Anna has played knights to c6, she is forcing a trade. Well, not per se. White doesn't have to trade, but there are not a lot more options than trading. And by trading the knights off the board, this bishop will be defending that pawn, which is very important because you do not want to activate this bishop, allowing it to capture that pawn on d5. So yeah, I find it really hard to see how White can play here. I know we've been talking about some options, but I think from a practical point of view, this is just almost impossible to play with White.
Yeah, very hard to defend for Nemo. And but in the meantime, we got a big raid from Diane Arditsky. So big shout out to Diane. Thanks a lot for the raid, and welcome everyone to the channel. I saw a few questions in the chat. This tournament is indeed FIDE rated. It's really a first of its kind. So again, big shout out to Diane in the chat. And yeah, hope you guys stick around. Also, yeah, hope you're doing well, Diane. Hope he had a good Title Tuesday. And yeah, it's looking really tough for Nemo. She's got those double A pawns, but they're really difficult to push down the board. So as we discussed earlier, maybe she should take on c6 and go bishop e6. You know, realize that maybe it's not easy to promote the A pawn, but at least get rid of one of Black's pawns on the king side, as you don't want Black to get connected passers on that side of the board.
Yeah, exactly. So at least those pawns are light squares, so you can attack them and get rid of one of them. But yeah, I guess it's not easy to play here, to try to make any sort of progress, because yeah, all those pawns are, the pawns over here will be very well protected once the bishop lands on c6. And you really have to hope that this king get active enough to support this pawn. But this bishop can always park on a8, so it's really difficult to try make something happen. But yeah, now that Nemo is also getting low on the clock, it's getting concerning. And yeah, she may be overthinking at this point quite a bit, or she may just be unsure what to do here because it's a very complicated position.
Yeah, Nemo now getting down to 9 minutes. She's getting into time pressure as well. So yeah, she still has a little bit more time than Anna Crowning, but really not a whole lot. So a move needs to be made soon here. And yeah, she's still thinking. In the meantime, I think Alexandra has moved. Alexandra played the move rook to c1, as you're pointing out. So bringing her rook into the game makes a lot of sense. All right, so now let's see what Jules is going to do. She's developed all of her pieces. So this is always a stage of the game that's not as easy, right? You bring your pieces into the game, bishop b6, knight e7. Those are easy and natural moves. But what do you do now? I don't know. It's not that easy here for black, I think.
Yeah, it's not easy to proceed from here because where are black's ideas? I mean, one of the moves that just come to my mind is the move g5, just for the sake of that bishop being here on f4, and I want to start pushing my pawns on the king side. But yeah, if there's anyone that would call me crazy here, it's Hammer, because he hates these kind of crazy moves. But yeah, it's the only sort of pawn push that makes sense in this position, because moving the pawns on the queen side, I don't really know what to start with, because even if you try to play c5, you will always get hit by d5, right? So yeah, it's a strange pawn structure with this pawn all the way up to e4. And because you have the pawn at e4, I'm more inclined to make progress on the king side for this reason.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing is though with g5, since white is not castle yet, it might be quite risky, because white can, let's say, go bishop g3, followed by a quick h4. But, you know, maybe after white castles, it's definitely something you can consider. In the meantime, there are moves in the game between Nemo and Anna currently. So Nemo did take on c6, Anna recaptured, and now Nemo is thinking again. So let's see if she's going to go for the move bishop b6 that we discussed earlier.
I guess by taking on c6, she does have this move planned. She did not make the move that quickly just yet. I wonder if she's... I'm trying to see a reason why bishop e6 may not be so interesting to her. But I feel like after bishop e6, you can... I mean, worst case, perhaps you can even defend that pawn. Yeah. I wonder if you can... What's better, to play king f4, defend the pawn for the time being, or you play d4 and you try to capture this pawn on g2.
Right. But I don't know. I feel like after a move like king f4, it looks a little... I mean, maybe it's possible, but after king f4, maybe white quickly goes a6, and then let's say go king e5, maybe bishop c8, try to go bishop b7, followed by a7. I mean, those things are not easy to figure out with only, what is it? Okay, 2 minutes and 21 seconds on her clock. Anna is playing quickly. She's accumulating some time. And Nemo is only getting lower in time with 6 minutes on her clock. One variation that I think is critical for the evaluation of this position is, let's say, d4. So d4 with a check, white has to take, black takes, and we have to take. Black goes g3 with the idea to move the bishop and queen the pawn. The question is, can white go for a move like a6? Because here black can give a check and actually attack the pawn. White, fortunately, though, can still block. And let's say take, g2, a7. Here, Nemo would draw by just one move. So I guess she has to figure out all of those variations.
Whoa.
I don't know if there's a way for Anna Crumling to... Wait, can you do this? Check. If you take, push. And look at this. After a7, black queens. And you can knock queen, as black is a check and picks up your queen. But guess what? Apparently, in this position right here, since white has a bishop and 2 pawns, and this pawn is so far advanced, white can go king c6, and it seems like white still has a chance to draw here. I mean, that's very difficult to figure out. So let's see if Nemo will. But if she doesn't play bishop e6, it started all the way back here. I don't know what you do, because otherwise, let's say you go a6, black goes f4. Black is keeping both of those pawns alive. I mean, f3, f2 is coming very quickly. I think here white might just lose. So I think she has to play the move bishop to e6.
This is crazy. I mean, that is one of the ways that Nemo can try to hold on, but seeing all of that, I guess it will challenge Anna as well to try to find the right moves. But that variation you showed is insane. And that goes to show how many things there are hidden in a position that we may not think about when we see this position at first. So let's see what Nemo is going to play. But she's now down to 4.5 minutes. She needs to start speeding up, and she seems pretty nervous at the board there. And if there's one thing that is just really difficult, is being alone on time and also feeling these nervous feelings, you know? Whenever I personally get into time trouble, I suddenly start feeling super cold. Usually, I feel pretty relaxed and normal, but once I'm down to a few minutes on the clock, I'm suddenly feeling this rush of cold around me, and that's when I start shaking because I'm trying to, you know, not feel cold anymore. But yeah, it's something that only ends as soon as the game is over or when I reach move 40. So yeah, it's not easy being low on time in chess, especially in such a tense position where anything can still happen, and Nemo is still fighting for it.
Yeah, in the meantime, in the background, we see Jennifer, you and Andrea getting ready for their game. Seem to be having a friendly chat, but I'm sure that they're soon not going to be as friendly anymore. But this game is heating up. Look at Nemo's clock. She's now down to 3.5 minutes. I think bishop b6 again, absolutely the only move here, as otherwise you just lose. So, yeah, I'd be surprised if she doesn't play it. So let's see if she will.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, okay, other moves that are here in the position, let's say king b4, doesn't make much sense to try to defend the pawn because that pawn, you have to consider it lost already. And she actually did play the move bishop e6. She's attacking this pawn on f5. If you move this pawn, of course, you lose the pawn on g4 instead. So that doesn't really make much sense. But there are ideas in position, I guess, where you're okay to lose one of the pawns and you can try to push the other pawn, try to pick up this pawn on g2, and then promote one of the pawns at least. So now it's on Anna to find the right move.
Yep, just a quick update. Jules played pawn to f5 in the other game. But yeah, it's really heating up in a game between Nemo and Anna right now. Yeah, it's good for Anna that she built up a little bit of time. She's got 1.5 minutes on her clock now, as I think this is really the position where she needs to calculate and come up with some tough moves. I mean, the line that we showed is not easy to figure out for either player. So let's see what she's going to do. She's got quite a few options. She can play d4 here. She can play king e4 to defend a pawn. King f4 as well, although that looks... King 4 looks a little clumsy. Maybe there's also king d4 for white.
Right.
You can also consider... I guess g3 leads to the same thing. White takes, and then you go d4, and then take here. So I guess you either go d4 and go all in on the king side, or you go king e4 and try to hang on to these pawns. But this is a tough spot. She's getting down to 50 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, she has to make a move and fast. And yeah, the players are not getting extra time anymore other than the 30 seconds every single move they make. So the extra 30 minutes, they also spent that already. Now this is the very final stage of the game where they're basically blitzing their moves out. And the crazy part is that usually in blitz, things are really crazy and a lot of tactics are missed left and right, which go unnoticed much easier because because at least in blitz, you have both very low time. But here you have the 30 seconds increment, and that changes a lot of things and keeps the game pretty high level relatively compared to actual blitz. So you have to stay sharp and play as precise as possible in the classical. So Anna actually went for the move g3. So she's trying to stop this pawn on g2 from moving and whatsoever, and she's going to capture this pawn next.
Yeah, all right. So now Nemo absolutely has to take the pawn on f5. You can't allow black to keep the f pawn on the board as well. Then surely one of the black pawns is going to promote. So you have to get rid of the pawn on f5. Then I think Anna Cromling is going to play d4 anyway, and then take the pawn on g2. So we might see that entire variation on the board. That'd be very impressive from both players. Anna Cromling made that move with 7 seconds on her clock. Now Nemo has 2 minutes and 40 seconds. They're both in time pressure right now.
Yeah, Nemo's turn. She has to take the pawn. There's no other move possible. Yeah, I guess the one thing that she could consider here is playing a6 and then try to go for this idea to put the bishop on p7, but it feels too slow. And yeah, I'm not sure if that really pays off. Yeah, so she may be considering to play a6 here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, but a6, f4, let's say a7, f3, GG. You know, so I
Right.
don't think that quite works out. I mean, the f pawn just pushes down the board so quickly. I think she just has taken f5. But again, the whole line with d4 and then taking on g2 looks extremely dangerous for white, as that g pawn is so close to promotion.
And how about a6, f4, and let's say bishop c8, f3, bishop b7? I guess we're still too slow, right?
Yeah, black just takes okay, this line definitely makes some sense. Wait, let me think. Wait, you can go f2, take on c6, f1 maybe. If you go a7, I've got queen f6.
And we pick up that bishop with check.
Right.
And this is actually
So-
what Nemo played. She played move a6. And now she's completely losing.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I think that pawn really had to be captured. I mean, f4 now is a very natural move for Anna Kramling. I'd be surprised if she doesn't play it. But again, the lines she had to figure out with taking on f5 were so difficult that, you know, it is understandable that she missed it. Okay, so let's see. So f4, maybe, I mean, bishop g4, I guess then, f4 in case of bishop g4, maybe then just d4 and take here. And again, you've got two connected passers. That's just too much to deal with.
f4 has been played.
Yep,
And now
natural
let's
move
see
there
what Nemo is going to play.
Yeah, tough position here. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it looks really tough here. And now she's also getting super low on time. I don't see it here. I don't see it here. I mean, the line that you pointed out, bishop c8, f3 here. Let's say bishop c8. Like, did Anna have to go for that line, right? Like, so let's say f3, bishop b7. You have to go f2, or let's say you queen. White takes, you queen. Let's say white pushes. Apparently, okay, you give a check. Oh no, it's sorry. But really, anything wins because even the move I didn't intend to play also wins because you still have this pawn, but just let's say check, king here, push, and that's it. So I don't. It seems like Anna Kramling is just on a way to win here, as Nemo is getting down to 36 seconds on her clock.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is looking really good for Anna now. Her plan is clear, and the defenses of Nemo are just not quite there. I guess, I mean, she must have played a6 with the reasoning that she can play bishop c8, bishop b7, but perhaps there was something she miscalculated, and yeah, she is unable to survive anymore. I mean, Black's plan is just clear. You're just pushing the pawns down the board and promote to a queen soon. Wait.
Oh, wait, what happened? Nemo made a move and then knocked the clock off the table.
Oh gosh.
She played bishop to g4. I've never seen that. Wait, what? And now, she took her bishop. She took her bishop off the board. Like, wait, what?
Oh no!
What is going
we
on?
need Papa Botez, I think. Oh no!
You know who we need now? We need the video assistant referee, the VAR.
Oh
the VAR.
God!
Maybe Vila can pull up a replay and then in slow motion. The thing is, though, that Nemo is lost anyway. Yeah, the VAR. Time for the VAR. Time for the VAR.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's analyze. I think it's completely lost anyway. Bishop g4, check, take. Maybe you can still try this. Although, yeah, you can maybe still try this. But really with the emphasis on try, because like check, take, and g2. Right. Well, anyway, let's see what happened. I think if Nemo still has time on her clock, if the clock hits 0, she just loses the game. There's nothing to be done. But if she still had time on her clock, then maybe she can get a penalty. And like, but that of course would still be quite beneficial for Anna Kramling. She can get an additional like 2 minutes on her clock.
It seems like they're looking for arbiter here. Papa Botez. We're searching for Papa Botez, I think, in the building.
I think we need the VAR, though. I think we need the VAR. We need VAR VAR Acobian, the video assistant referee. Okay, never mind. Anyway.
This is crazy. I mean, she had 1 second on the clock because after she pressed the clock, she had 31 seconds. So she was barely in time to make her move and press the clock. But then she knocked off the clock and from the board, from the table, that is. So yeah,
All right,
I guess
okay.
I couldn't see
Does
what happened to the
anyone have a
bishop.
clip? Does anyone have a clip? Feel free to send the clip in the chat.
Yeah,
This
I
is why
actually
you
want to
guys
see the
are here.
clip.
You guys are the VAR. You guys are the VAR. We need
Yeah,
a
I
clip.
actually want to see the clip. I want to see. I was looking at it, but I didn't quite see where the bishop went.
The good thing is, I think this is also streamed to YouTube. So even if you missed it, you can go back into the VOD and check it out.
Oh, yeah, we can check it
Let's
out
have a
on
look.
YouTube.
I'm gonna have
We're
a
going to
look.
be the VARs.
So what happened?
This is
Can't
so
quite
crazy.
tell. And maybe also our producer Vila can bring it back and play it in like slow motion. All right, so what happened?
But I think she played bishop f1. Huh? I think it's on the middle of f5 and g5. But I'm not sure if she
The
went.
bishop ended up on g5. I mean, if I was the VAR here, I would rule that she played bishop f5 because the bishop was on f5, but it's never been on g4.
Yeah, I think she meant to play bishop g4 as like right after she's like trying to adjust it to g4, but the bishop never got to g4. So I guess the VAR should determine that the bishop went to f5, and that should be it.
All right, well, anyway, let's see what is happening. We are off in the game between Jennifer and Andrea. Some moves have been played in that game. I guess maybe, yeah, Papa Botez, he's the arbiter. And unfortunately for him, there is live coverage. Because in other tournaments, it's just a situation of he said, she said, you know? Like, this player said the bishop was on f5, the other player was like, oh, the bishop was on g4. So let's see what Papa Botez is going to rule. In the meantime, a move was played by Alexandra, h3, and things have kicked off in the game between Jennifer and Andrea. So Andrea playing the King's Indian defense. I don't think... Do we have the board up right now? Oh, well. Since everyone in the chat can play chess blindfolded, I will tell you guys how the opening went. So d4 by Jennifer, knight f6 by Andrea, c4, g6, knight c3, bishop g7. So Andrea is playing the King's Indian, e4, d6, and after Jennifer played h3, now Andrea played the move pawn to e5. I guess we all know what position is on the board right now, right?
Right. Yeah, it's a position that I never play the black pieces, at least. Maybe I face this with the white pieces somehow, but it's uncommon for me to face this.
Mm-hmm. All right.
But you seem to be the expert here.
Well, I don't play the King's Indian with black, and I also don't play this variation with white. But I do know that e5 is a good move. So
okay.
White's putting pressure on the center right away. However, since black is not castled, it is giving white the extra option to take on e5 right here and trade the queens. Like, if white goes d5 here, there are some extra options for black. For example, what black can do is go for an early pawn to h5, followed by bishop to h6. Since you have not castled yet, you can try to trade off those dark shredded bishops very quickly, as the bishop on g7 is often a little bit passive, staring at its own pawn chain.
Right, so yeah, by playing e5, you're putting pressure in the center early on, because since white took the center so quickly and so quote-unquote easily, you want to try to punish this by targeting the center and weaken the pawns as they move more forward. Because the more that you push the pawns forward, the weaker they get. So I guess this is typical in this opening, that you allow white to have the center, then you start attacking the center, and then white has to make some pawn advancements that could weaken the position. So yeah, this is an exciting start. And let's see how the players continue. But for now, Jennifer spending time here. I wonder if she was prepared for this, or if she's surprised by the move e5.
It looks like she was surprised. I mean, the main move by far and large is the move castles. So Andrea going for an early surprise here. I wonder if this Hammer is not Andrea's coach, right? I think Banzea is Andrea's coach, right?
Right, yeah. Yeah, and apparently these days Alexandra is also getting coached by Alex Banzea, so he's been quite busy coaching the sisters.
Yeah. All right, so nice opening surprise there by Andrea. Like I said, it does have some advantages in case white also plays d5 here, which is the usual response in the King's-Indian. You can go h5 there right away, or you can go maybe like knight a6, knight c5 to hit the pawn on e4, and then after still the main idea is to go for a quick h5 and bishop to h6. Because after white plays the move d5, white has a lot of pawns on the light squares. Black has a lot of pawns in the center on dark squares, meaning that black's dark squared bishop is often kind of passive, again, staring at its own pawns. The dark squared bishop of white can move in between the pawns, meaning that is the bishop you want to trade off. All right, so now we have Papa Botez back at the board. He said that the bishop landed on g5, which is an illegal move. Wait, bishop was on e6. So let's see what he's going to do now. Maybe this is what's happening. Maybe he's saying, like, since no legal move was played, we're going back to that situation. Anna Crumling is getting an additional 2 minutes on the clock. And maybe Nemo has to make the move again with like 1 second. I think that seems to be the ruling, I think. But let me...
I wish I could zoom in on the camera because there's not a lot I can see from here. But yeah, I can't see the clock from here.
But we're getting notice that Nemo, since she made an illegal move, is getting a warning because it was an illegal move. If you make a second illegal move, you lose. You lose the game. So that's something quite scary. Like, don't make another illegal move because you lose the game.
We see Dina smiling in the background. She's, by the way, also in the middle of her game. So yeah, she seems to be having fun while she is also still playing her game against Linda. But it seems like the game between Anna and Nemo has started, but wait, the bishop has not moved of Nemo.
Yeah, and the clock is still like pointing towards Anna, which would indicate that it's her move. But let me
there's Papa
update
Botez
the
again.
board here. The position, the position we have is this one right here, and this is where Nemo moved her bishop from e6 to g5 because she was, I guess she was intending to go bishop g4, but she had the bishop here, and then it slipped here. So I think she just gets to redo the move, but probably with like 1 second on her clock, which is very tough. Now, I remember a situation at the World Rapid and Blitz where a player, I think maybe he moved with 2 hands or something. Like he tried to do a capture, and then they, they went back to that situation, and they said, like, you can't move with 2 hands. So they gave him 1 second on his clock, and he had to make the move. And so they started the clock, and then, like, he made the move. He threw over all the pieces and lost on time. I mean, obviously, like, capturing a piece is really hard with 1 second, but I guess moving a piece might still be doable with 1 second, which is tough. But I don't know, maybe someone in the chat can tell us how much time she has. Is it 1 second or like 2 seconds?
I guess they're figuring out right now. Also, we have Ben and Karen in chat. Hi, Ben and Karen. Good to see you guys. You guys are joining at this very interesting moment where something crazy happened. If you want to check it out, make sure to check the link in chat. We see a clip of the moment where Nemo played bishop to f5, g5, or g4. One of those 3 moves have been played with 1 second on the clock. Oh, here we have a screenshot of what happened. The bishop ended on g5 when Nemo pressed the clock. So that was an illegal move, which means that Nemo gets to play the bishop. Well, she has to move the bishop, but she has to play it on a different square because g5 is not possible. E6 to g5. Because of that, she also gets a warning, and Anna, I believe, receives 2 minutes on the clock extra. So yeah, that's the ruling, and the players continue. Nemo has played bishop to g4.
Yep. All right. So bishop g4 on the board. The good thing for Anna Kramling is that she's still winning on the board. Just pawn at d4 here, give a check, pick up the pawn on g2, and then one of your pawns on the king side should just decide the game. In the meantime, we have some more moves in the game between Jennifer Yu and Andrea Botez. So we were looking at that position after pawn after e5. Jennifer advanced her pawn to d5, and Andrea castled. And now Jennifer played bishop to e3, and after a5 played a g4, going for a nice grip on the king side.
This reminds me of the game yesterday between Anna and Alexandra, where Anna went for this h3 g4 pawn push, but I guess this position is slightly different, or perhaps this could be the same. I'm quickly going to check what happened in that game, because me myself, I'm not familiar with this opening at all, but it seems very similar. Okay, I guess the difference is that white played knight g2 e2, and then Black had the possibility to play knight to d7. It was slightly different, but I guess it's similar. Oh, there she goes with knight to d7. So she may be going for the same idea that Alexandra played for with bishop f6 and stopping any sort of pawn push on the king side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and after the move d4 by Anna, it seemed like Nemo played king to b4. Anna captured a pawn on g2, and now bishop to c8 by Nemo. At least with the king not on c4, she's making sure that Anna can never promote with a check. But still, it feels like there should be a win here for Anna with so many pass pawns. A pass f pawn, a pass g pawn. She can also create a pass d pawn here. And she played bishop a8. Bishop e7 on the board. Now maybe just g2. You let white take here, but you get a new queen. And that should just be a win for Black. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now.
G2 is on the board. The bishop is cornered, but the pawns are simply moving forward. Nemo captures the bishop on a8, but that is not enough because Black is queening and has plenty of time to stop the pawns on the queen side.
Yep. All right. Okay, so let's see what is happening right now. Wait, I think they're signing the score sheets and they're exchanging there right now. So
Nemo resigned,
Anna,
I think.
Yeah, Nemo resigned. So yeah, congrats to Anna Kramling on a great win with the black pieces. And now, as Hammer mentioned earlier, she now has chances to fight for third place.
What a turn of events the last couple of minutes. I mean, Anna has played so well in this game. She was fighting for so long. It was not an easy position. I mean, I remember looking at the position early on. She had this isolated queen spawn, and it looked like it was quite tough to play that position. But she held on for so long and then managed to squeeze a win out of it even against none other than Nemo. So that is a big win for Anna. She played amazing. And after yesterday's loss, this must feel great for her to recover from that loss from yesterday. And tomorrow she will be back for the last round. And yeah, as you said, she's fighting for the third place. Big chances there. And especially after today's game, she must feel really happy.
Yeah, so, all right, so congrats to Anna Kramling. Great win with the black pieces. So, like we said, the game between, so this game ended, and the game between Jennifer and Andrea has started. All right, so let's show everybody what happened here. So, Jennifer opened up with the move 1d4. Andrea played knight f6. c4 by Jennifer, g6, knight c3, and bishop g7 by Andrea, playing the king's Indian defense. All right, so Jennifer played e4, grabbing the full center. Now d6 by Black. And here to move h2, h3. So making sure that Black can never move a knight here or a bishop. Andrea played e5, challenging the center right away. Jennifer played pawn on d5. And again, there are some advantages to playing e5 here right away and not castling first. I think what Black should do here is go for something like knight a6, knight c5, followed by maybe h5 and bishop h6. But Andrea castled here right away. And now there's no more advantage for the fact that you've delayed this move at first. Right now, it's going to be a lot harder to trade off that bishop. So Jennifer played bishop e3, a5, g4, knight at d7, and pawn to h4. But Anamaya, this already looks like a really nice position for white, as white is already starting to open up the king side.
Yeah, exactly. It's gonna be difficult for Andrea to defend this. We have the board updated now on the layout as well. It was a bit of a struggle to get the moves in, but we made it happen. And yeah, it's looking like a nice position for Jennifer. I mean, it's so straightforward. When you get to play h4, now next you want to play h5 and open up that h file, and it just looks so natural to play here with white. And since the pieces here have not developed yet, it looks much easier to try to figure out, okay, where do I need my pieces to be to support the attack? Perhaps I need to put this knight somewhere on g5 to support the attack, and you can start figuring out this way, and you can also involve the queen on the h file this way. So a lot of options here for white, and I'm already liking white's position a lot too.
Yeah, and just letting everyone know, the position you guys see is the right position. Just the names and the clock times need to be updated, but our producer is on it. I'm sure it's going to be fixed any second now. So yeah, but this is the position we have on the board. The board is right. Don't worry about that, you guys. In the meantime, we have some more moves in the game between Alexandra and Jules.
Yeah, I guess we missed a few moves there.
Right. So I think we looked at f5 by Jules, h3 by Alexandra, logical move, making sure that the bishop always has some squares, knight f6, and now pawn to b4. So now white can potentially put some pressure here on the queen side, maybe going b5, open up the board a little bit. You can go b5, you know, in this structure, or you can go a4 to support that pawn push.
Right, and here Jules played with knight to d5, attacking that bishop on f4. Bishop went to e5, and now queen g5, g3, and finally a6. And this is the current position in the game. So yeah, Jules is playing very actively. We like to see that, but it's hard to proceed from here. It's not very clear how black can really push through here.
Yeah. Oh, so we have many more moves. Okay, so we see h4 by Alexandra, kicking that queen away. I don't know. I don't really like the fact that she's creating so many light square weaknesses. Because what Jules can do now is maybe move her queen back to h6 and then go bishop f7 to h5. Because this is, again, a situation where we see that white has actually all of their pawns on the dark squares, meaning that this dark square bishop can nicely move in between the pawns. This dark square bishop of black is kind of stuck looking at its own pawns, and that is why black would be happy to trade it off for the white bishop. So again, I think a move like queen h6, follow bishop here and here, is an interesting plan to consider for black.
Yeah, I really like your idea. I mean, especially because white has a pair of bishops, and ideally, when your opponent has a pair of bishops, you want to try to get rid of one of them. You want to trade one of them so that the strength of the pair of bishops becomes less strong. So by trying to trade off that light squared bishop, you're achieving that goal. And also this bishop is not really doing much, right? So this bishop on e2 is much stronger than that of black. So your idea makes a lot of sense, and that will be amazing to see. But for now, the queen is under attack. So let's see where Jules decides to play that queen. But I have a feeling she may just consider moving back to e7 just to keep things safe and to not complicate matters for herself. I think that it feels like a more natural move to play.
Yeah, that's also a good move. All right, so let's see. We have a move by Andrea. She moves her knight to the c5 square, putting pressure on the pawn on e4. But I think here Jennifer can just continue with a move like pawn h5, trying to put pressure on the black king side, maybe trying to open up the h-file. Black there has a decision to make. Like, do you just allow white to take and open up the h-file? Or you can also go g5, but then white has a ton of space, and black doesn't really have any good pawn breaks anymore. So let's see what Andrea is going to do if h5 would be played.
Yeah, I guess you're actually making a really good point that once you play with white, the pawn move to h5, then you get to play g5 and shut things down. But the question is, will this pawn survive here? And is this good enough? Because yeah, it's a commitment, and perhaps you don't want to commit to that just yet, but it feels like the right thing to do to try to shut down the attack and make sure you're not getting checkmated on the king side. So yeah, let's see what Jennifer is going to do here. But for now, she's spending some time. It's of course still the very early stages of the game, and yeah, at first we didn't think that this game was going to happen at all, but then the players decided that they are ready to play anyway, which is amazing to see. I mean, Andrea recovering so quickly and also being ready to play a game of chess again, a classical game of chess again, is super impressive. And yeah, Jennifer also agreeing to continue playing against Andrea, despite being doing commentary for a few hours on the broadcast, is amazing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I guess maybe she could have claimed the point, you know, because Andrea wasn't there when the round started, but it doesn't quite feel in the spirit of the tournament. It feels like everyone is really getting along. It's really a friendly tournament, even though it is federated. So yeah, it's great to see them play this game anyway. And in the meantime, we have a move by Jules. She just moved her queen to e7, and now Alexandra went for a kingside castle. So let's see how this game is going to proceed. But it wouldn't be crazy for Jules to go for something like h6 and then g5 to try to open up this side of the board. The drawback is, though, is that it's going to be actually quite difficult for black to take control of the h file, because to do so, you would have to move your king out of the way. Actually, the h8 square is also covered. And if you move your king there, there's also a check here. So yeah, actually h6 and g5 probably doesn't quite work. And it's probably white who's more likely to take advantage of that h file by going, let's say, for a quick king to g2 and rook h1.
Yeah, so it's gonna be interesting to see if Jules will play that, but there's a chance she may focus on the queen side, since white does not have many pieces around there. The bishops are more focused, I feel like, towards the king side, especially that bishop on e5. So I guess you may also be considering a move such as a5 to attack that pawn on b4 and try to open up the a file, since the rook is there anyway. So yeah, I guess it would be scary to play this idea that you pointed out, because of the fact that white will be able to gain access to the h file super easily. So let's see what she decides to do, but at least there are some ideas in black's position. And for white, it's not so clear. You're kind of waiting for your opponent to see what they decide to do. You can't really play moves such as f3. That doesn't feel right.
No, f3, it feels like it's going to leave white with a lot of weaknesses. But it's going to be very difficult for both sides to come up with any pawn breaks. I mean, one pawn break that white has is to go a4 and b5, but a4 for now would hang the b4 pawn. So it's difficult to see what Alexandra or Jules is going to do here.
Yeah, and in the other game, Jennifer just played the move h5, so she's going for it. She is not afraid of Andrea trying to perhaps shut down the king side, as yeah, that may also weaken the pawn on g5, of course. So h5 is on the board. Jennifer's looking to attack on the king side this early on, and usually we try to tell those that are starting out with chess or trying to improve that you need to develop your pieces first. But sometimes we see that in games of high-rated players where they don't really follow these rules as much as newer players should, and then it becomes difficult to explain what to do, and yeah, how do you explain this to someone that is just starting out? Sometimes it is acceptable to simply go for a quick attack, especially in such an opening as the King's Indian. So yeah.
And yeah, big shout out to Anna Crowling, who sent us a big raid with more than 3,000 viewers. So Anna Crowling, congrats on a big win against Nemo, and good luck tomorrow in the final round. But how I would explain it is the fact that the position is closed, right? If this would be an open position, you cannot just push pawns on the side of the board. But again, since this position is closed, it's unlikely that the black pieces can quickly infiltrate the white position. And that is why white has a time here to go for pawn pushes such as g2, g4. And now we see h4 and h5.
Right. So yeah, usually you cannot afford this indeed. But since the position is close, it does make sense that white can afford this to delay the piece development and instead go for a quick attack here. And I guess it's also a really good approach when you're playing a much lower rated player, that you go for a quick attack, because that's usually where lower rated players just crumble. They just start to lose a thread really easily. They start to see ghosts and don't really know how to protect properly. Yeah, it gets very terrifying to face an attack when you're facing a much higher rated player. So let's see how Andrea deals with the current situation. But yeah, I really don't like her position as much, and it's going to be really difficult to defend this, especially against someone like Jennifer.
Yeah, and to be fair, the King's Indian is just a very difficult opening to play because white can go for so many different setups. White can, for example, go for, let's say, if we go back, white can, for example, against the King's Indian, go for setups with knight f3 and bishop b2, bishop b2 and bishop b3. You can go for h3 and bishop b3. You can go for f3 and bishop b3, like bishop d3, knight g2. And often you have to respond differently to all of those different setups. So that makes the King's Indian can be a very fun opening to play, but also a very challenging one. Anyway, so let's see what is going to happen. h5 is on the board, and I don't think a move has been played yet by Andrea.
Nope, she's still thinking. The players have not spent that much time. I'm used to more time spent already in the early stage of the game. But no, Andrea spent 10 minutes so far, and it is a tough position. I mean, it seems like Jennifer is well prepared to face the King's Indian. We've seen what happens when you're not, well, at least when you're not prepared against the precise lines against the King's Indian in the game between Alexandra and Anna, where Anna was caught off guard by the line that Alexandra prepped against her. So yeah, you really have to know the lines here and there in the King's Indian, otherwise it can go wrong quickly. So it seems like Jennifer knows how to deal with this position, and she is basically not, she did not allow black to go for this bishop f6 idea that Alexandra executed in her game. So yeah, now of course bishop f6 makes little sense because the pawn is already pushed to h5. So this pawn will be able to capture on g6, and this rook will be opened up very soon.
Great to see Hammer in the chat. He is saying it was the same variation, but Andrea castled early while Alexandra did not. And he also added that he wants to see how Anna Kremlin finished off her game. I mean, yeah, she did play some incredible chess, found a lot of best moves. And she, yeah, I think she created the biggest upset in the tournament, taking down Nemo with the black pieces.
Yeah, very impressive game by Anna. She played amazingly. We had a little intense moment towards the end of the game where Nemo dropped the clock with 1 second on the clock and some illegal move happened, but everything was quickly resolved. And it didn't really matter because Nemo was in a losing position anyway. So it all ended well. Well, not for Nemo, but for Anna, it was a great game, especially recovering after such a tough loss that she had yesterday. This must make her feel much better. And yeah, she's still in the competition to go to finish third in the tournament. So let's see how she will do tomorrow.
Yeah, and with all that being said and done, as the players are taking their time, we are going on a short break. But don't go anywhere. The games are heating up, and we will see you all in just a few.
All right, everyone, welcome back to Botez Chess Camp. We are back with round 6 of this event. And yeah, today's round has been pretty crazy with lots of events happening throughout the day. But we have 3 games going on now at the same time. We are focusing on the games of the Botez sisters, of course. But just to quickly update that Dina seems to be winning in her game against Linda. So that game might finish soon. But for now, we are taking a closer look at the 2 games that we see on the screen, the games of the Botez sisters. So Benjamin, I'm seeing some updates in the game of Alexandra against Jules. Let's take a look at what's going on there.
Yeah, they've been shuffling back and forth. After h4, the queen dropped back to e7. Castles played by Alexandra, rook 88, rook c5, knight f6, bishop f4, and h6. But Anamaya, look at this. I am shocked by this move in the game between Jennifer and Andrea. After move h5, we were thinking maybe should Andrea keep things close with the move g5. But she captured the pawn on h5 voluntarily, shattering her own pawn structure. I've never seen such a response in the Sicilian. This doesn't look great for black after rook takes h5.
Yeah, that looks rough. And I guess, I mean, if white takes with the pawn, at least you get to play f5. But of course, white is not going to take with the pawn. And indeed, Jennifer took with the rook. And yeah, now black is really hanging on a thread here with that pawn on h7 being so weakened now. You really need that pawn on g6 to sort of, yeah, try to hold the king side together. But she seems to be confident in her chances to defend the king side as she plays with queen f6. But Benjamin, I am really concerned here.
Yeah, queen f6, bring the queen to the defense. I'm just curious how Hammer would respond to the move g takes h5. Like, I don't know what he would say. I don't know if he's still here. Maybe he can give us a response. I think he wouldn't be too enthusiastic to see that one. But it looks like white has a big advantage now. And yeah, it really feels like Jennifer now has an attack for free. I mean, she has not even sacrificed a piece. Maybe something like knight h3, trying to bring the knight in as well. Looks really good for white, as Andrea's under a lot of pressure on the king side.
Yeah, I mean, this is giving white a free attack, essentially. Yeah, there's so many possible moves here that it's hard to pick one. It's you're just going to develop all these pieces now, and you're trying to castle queenside to get the other rook involved on the h file. Because for now, I feel like you need to have another either rook or queen added on the h file. I'm trying to make it work with the queen, but feels like it's going to take a lot of time, and perhaps we want to involve this rook as well. Yeah, there's just so many good moves here for white. So I'm pretty sure that Jennifer is going to take some time for this, but I'm sure Jennifer knows that she is in a good position and that this move g takes h5 could never have been the right move.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, again, I think, g5 would have been a better option, locking up the position, and then it's difficult for white to break through. But again, now white has the open h file to work with. h7 is a weakness. This is really a dream position for white out of the King's Indian. So let's see how this one is going to proceed. In the meantime, the game between Alexandra and Jules can still go either way. Alexandra having a slight lead on the clock, but the position seems more or less even.
Yeah, and white is trying to activate the pieces. The rook is on c5. Preferably want to play rook e5 to try to be annoying here with that pin on that bishop. But after rook e5, then knight d7, and it looks not so clear where this rook is heading to, and might even get trapped if you're not careful. So yeah, I'm curious to see what Alexandra will come up with. But I think for now, she's perhaps looking to play on the queen side with a4 and b5 and trying to undermine the pawn structure on the queen side.
Yeah, I think definitely the plan with a4 and b5 makes sense for Alexandra. She can also move her rook to the b1 square to prepare all of that. And it's not as easy for Jules to come up with a good plan. I mean, the plan we mentioned earlier with like bishop f7, h5 is not that easy, because if you go bishop f7, you hang the pawn on f5. So it doesn't look quite ideal. So yeah, maybe just rook b1 here for Alexandra. Then a4 and b5. Question is how all of that plays out though, because you might get all of those moves in. Well, let's make this. Let's say you go rook b1, black goes like, let's say bishop d5, you go a4, maybe black goes here, king h7, and now if you go b5, oh no, never mind. I was thinking maybe to take and then b6, but that allows rook c7. I was gonna say like black does have the opportunity kind of to get it past a pawn, but the pawn is just, I mean, not even. I mean, if black gets in this and this, there's maybe something to be said for it, but it really doesn't work. So let's see. I mean, maybe Jules should kick that rook away. Maybe like an early knight d7, hitting the rook. Actually, this could be an idea. Let's say knight d7, hitting the rook. You move your rook back to, I don't know, c2. And then knight b6 to block. Or another great idea is to go g5. All of this bishop is out of, all of a sudden, this bishop is out of squares. Like take. If you go to e5, it can actually, it just gets taken because the d pawn is pinned. And if you go to c7, you can do this, though, bishop c7 and bishop e5, but now black can take. This pawn on e5 is rather weak. And here, it's going to be a lot easier for black to get a rook to the h file, right? Because that bishop was always covering the h8 square. But here, king g7 followed by rook h8 definitely is an idea. So I don't know. It feels like Jules is playing a pretty good game so far. This bishop on f4 could easily be locked in by its own pawns.
Right, and this bishop is usually a really strong piece in these openings. So yeah, to see that bishop all of a sudden struggling so much is really interesting. And yeah, if this position ends up on the board, I mean, that would be amazing for Jules. And she really needs to figure out what to aim for here. One concern I have is that maybe she may play a move such as knight h7, because once you play h6 and you try to prepare to move g5 after that, you're maybe more inclined to play knight h7 just to support the pawn push. But yeah, in this case, knight h7 is of course a bit too passive, and it would help white a lot because you get to play rook e5 perhaps, and then follow up with bishop c4 and try to put pressure on that bishop on e6. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Jules is going to decide to play here. But for now, Alexandra has played the move a4, so she's looking to play the move b5. And now it's on Jules to decide what to do here.
Yeah, I mean, knight d7 does look like a good move here, hitting the rook, followed by g5. I'm not at all sure what white should do in response. And maybe, yeah, moving your rook back along the c-file, it's pretty similar to what we just looked at, right? Like, let's say rook c2, g5, take, bishop c7. I think in all of these cases, it seems like black's got a very nice position. Yeah, king g7, rook here, maybe rook cd8 first. So yeah, so far, Jules has been playing a good game. I think maybe it was a bit of a mistake to commit all of these pawns to the light squares. I liked it a lot better when that pawn was on h3, because then the bishop could always move back to g3 or h2. And now this bishop is really blocked in by its own pawn. So I'm curious to see what Alexandra has in mind when the move knight d7 is played here.
Yeah, she doesn't really have many moves left, right? After knight to d7, the rook is under attack. The rook will have to retreat because you do not really want to stick around on the 5th rank. Doesn't really seem of much use there. So the rook will have to retreat. And yeah, black will be able to play the move g5, which is pretty much desired here in this position. So yeah, let's see what she comes up with. But 97 looks really logical because you're attacking the rook and at the same time preparing to move g5. So I think Jules is going to find it, but the players are getting lower on the clock. They are not going to end up in time trouble that easily because they have played 23 moves already. So 17 moves left for them to make it to move 40. And yeah, they should have enough time for that.
Yeah. All right. So let's see what is going to happen. In the meantime, we have a move by Jennifer. Jennifer moved her pawn to f3, solidifying the pawn chain, both the pawn on e4 and the pawn on g4. And now she also has ideas of moving the queen over to the king side, maybe queen e2, followed by queen h2, putting a lot of pressure on this pawn on h7, which is really tough to defend. I mean, if you go queen g6, then rook g5 could be annoying at any moment. So this looks like a really good position for white. But I mean, yeah, of course for Andrea, it's been a really tough game, a tough day. She spent most of it at the ER in the hospital, so I think she only deserves credit for playing this game in the first place.
Yeah, the fact that she showed up and she's ready to fight despite being in the ER all night is just truly impressive. Once I saw this announcement, I thought that she was not going to play anymore, and that would make a lot of sense. But she's here ready to fight no matter what. She is a fighter, and it's just so impressive to see. And yeah, despite all of that, she is playing, and I mean, it's of course really rough. Her schedule here is not the easiest, with today against Jennifer and tomorrow against Nemo. So those are not easy opponents at all, but she's still ready to play and finish the tournament. So huge credits to her for still fighting and trying. But yeah, this game is also not looking good for her. We do have to point that out, because yeah, the move that she made, this move G takes H5. Yeah, I can already hear Hammer scream all the way from Norway that G takes H5 is just not it.
Yeah, yeah, or maybe he's sleeping and he's like, he rolls in his sleep like, something bad's going on, and yeah,
Nightmare.
it's a tough position for Black. It's truly a nightmare. Yeah. In the meantime, we have some moves in the game between Jules and Alexandra. Jules moved her knight to d5, challenging the bishop on f4, and Alexandra just moved it up to the e5 square. So now Jules needs to be careful. If Alexandra gets another move, I think she's quite happy to get the move b5 in to try to tear up the queen side. So let's see what Jules has in mind. I think this might have been a slight step in the wrong direction. As we pointed out, the knight at d7 would have been a nice move, hitting the rook, followed by g5. But maybe she can redeem herself here. She has the move, maybe knight b6, hitting the pawn on a4. And if you defend it with rook a1, then knight d7, hitting the bishop and the rook. Let's see if she's going to go for something like that.
Yeah, I guess the retreating moves are the hardest ones, especially if you have the opportunity to move your piece forward. That's where the focus is going to be on. But she had the opportunity to retreat the knight, and it had a really good purpose there. So yeah, it's just difficult to find these kind of moves, and it makes much more sense to think of moves that are with the pieces where you go forward with them. So yeah, I don't blame Jules at all for playing knight d5, but it gives Alex the opportunity to proceed with her plan. She wants to play the move b5. And I wonder what Jules is going to play here now. Will she go for the move g5 anyway, and then continue it with f4 perhaps? Or does she have something else in mind?
Yeah, again, she's reaching for a piece, so let's see. But I think she played knight back to f6. Okay. All right, so it makes sense. She might still have that idea in mind to go knight to d7. But now she's lost some moves. And what Alexandra can also do here, if she's worried about move knight d7, you can just take the knight. Make sure the black never gets that move. It does feel like a bit of a pity to give that bishop, but again, knight d7 seems quite problematic here. And even though the bishop does seem strong in the middle of the board, we've seen many variations where it can easily get trapped. So let's see if she's going to go for that. As yeah, right now Alexandra has 39 minutes on her clock and Jules has 31.
Yeah, so in terms of time management, the players are doing a good job, as they are pretty close to move 40. But yeah, this position is getting really interesting. Jules playing the knight back and forth is sort of admitting defeat, that she is now realizing that, okay, 95 did not really do much. Maybe she is happy to take a draw in case Alexandra decides to play bishop f4, but I'm pretty sure Alexandra wants to play on. She is looking to win this game, and yeah, she cannot really make any other move. I mean, if she retreats, she allows knight d7 again, and that could be quite unpleasant. So yeah, let's see if she finds the move bishop takes f6, because this bishop, it looks like a really strong piece because it is on the black side of the board. It is reactive there. It's not blocked by pawns in terms of moving forward, but you don't really have much to do there. You don't really have entry points. You don't really have access to anything. And maybe she tries to get b5 in to get the rook to c7 after getting rid of that pawn on c6. But after that, I mean, it's not really clear how to get there so easily. And also, even if you get to play rook c7, Black can easily deal with that position. So it will really depend if she is ready to take on f6 or not. But she has to figure out that this bishop is perhaps not a great piece after all.
Yeah, no, for sure. You pointed it out perfectly. The bishop looks like a great piece in the middle of the board, but it can easily get trapped. So, yeah, giving up the bishop here for a knight, often a decision that is criticized by strong players who want to keep the bishop pair, seems to be the right approach here. Somebody, by the way, pointed out in the chat, I think the computer missed bishop takes g4 in Andrea's game. It looks like a really strong move. All right, let's have a look. If Black goes bishop takes g4 here, White might take with the pawn, and then Black has no follow-up, but it might be a very good move. So let's see if Andrea will find it. I mean, that would indeed be a great move for Black.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, if you're scared of that pawn, it could be on your mind, but yeah, I guess you have to find different ways to develop your pieces and try to not lose them, but for now, there's not really a follow-up to be seen from Black's side.
All right, well, yeah, in all seriousness, the problem for Black is that there's no good breaks here. And yeah, it's a tough position for Black. So, Gypsy is asking in the chat, all right, good point. Yeah, so GG missed the fact that Black has a pawn on f7. If that pawn was gone, indeed, this move would have been great, as then after a capture by white, you can take the bishop on f1, but that pawn is there, and so fortunately, it doesn't seem to be working out. Gypsy was asking in the chat, why do the players need to walk around so much, but the commentators of the same game don't need to walk around as much? Anamaya, do you have an answer to that question?
Yeah, I guess it's partially because we're the ones that are talking and they can't talk, so, you know, give them some room to walk around, I guess. It will be difficult for us to walk around and also commentate. I think the mic would not pick up our sound anymore, so perhaps there is a good reason for it. But yeah, it's an interesting point.
Right, yeah, no, that'd be fun if the commentators walk around as well. Anyway, so Alexandra has made a move. The knight on f6 and the bishop 25 are still on the board. So the move that was chosen was rook cc1. Okay, so let's see what Jules is going to do here. Now she can go for knight d7, or you can also go knight g4 to challenge that bishop. But since she did not play that move on the last couple of turns, she might not play it again. But let's see.
Yeah, I guess she's really trying to get the rook to c7. She is trying to open up the c file for her rook. But yeah, while doing so, she's playing a little bit too passively for now, which I'm not a big fan of. But perhaps it can still work out that she gets to play b5. She gets to attack that pawn and get rid of it, and then play rook c7, try to control the 7th rank this way. But yeah, it feels a bit too passive and perhaps unnecessary. And I guess if you want to commit such a plan, maybe rook c2 would make more sense, so that at least his rook has some room as well to maneuver to the queen side if necessary. So yeah, not a big fan of this move, but let's see what Alexandra has in mind, because now it's on Jules to decide what to do, as knight d7 is not as appealing anymore as it was a move ago.
All right. In the meantime, we have a move by Andrea. She moves her queen to g6, maybe aiming for like an f5 doesn't really seem possible. The knight on g1 is always protected. So let's see what Jennifer's going to do here. She can transfer her queen over to the king side. That's a good plan. Another nice plan is to go like knight ge2 and then knight g3, maybe knight f5 at the right time, queen e2. it's again looking tough. So let's just see what she's going to come up with. It seems like Jennifer has got a good position, but the game between Alexandra and Jules is a fight. We see Alexandra up on time, 7 minutes to be precise. And this game can really go either way, right? White having the bishop pair, going for a pawn break on the queen side. I think, though, Jules might be struggling a little bit to come up with a plan in this position right here.
Yeah, exactly. And in yesterday's interview, Alexandra was talking about how, yeah, she seemed a little bit terrified of facing Jules. I mean, maybe it's a bit exaggerated, but she did mention that Jules has been training 6 hours per day now. We were thinking maybe it's some training camp that she followed, but she has been focusing on chess a lot. She has studied a lot of chess in recent years. She has improved also a lot, and she got all the way up to 1800 FIDE in quite a short time frame. In the past few months, I believe she gained over 250 FIDE ELO points. So that is a big jump. And yeah, she is doing very well in this tournament as well. She had some really big results in this tournament, and it's really awesome to see that yeah, she's holding up so well. And she doesn't have a really high score, but as a lowest seed in the tournament, she did get a win over Andrea. She drew Linda, but she had some really good chances in other games too. So it's really impressive to see her play in this tournament. She does not seem to be going down that easily. And I guess it's fair that Alexandra pointed this out, that Jules is an opponent that she cannot underestimate. So that's why she's taking it easy. She's not going for crazy approaches, but it may also be the reason why she's playing a bit too carefully, and she trusts her opponent a bit too much, I feel like.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, Jules, all these other players have been playing chess for a long time. They're very experienced. But yeah, Jules's progress is really impressive. I think maybe not too long ago, she might have been around like 1400, but now 1800, really pushing up the ranks. And yeah, if she's really spending 6 hours a day on chess, I'm curious to see how much more she's going to improve. In the meantime, yeah, the position right now is not looking easy for Andrea, but she's fighting, you know, she's trying her best. So let's see how she will try to fight back. This one is not over yet. I mean, White definitely should have the advantage, but there's still a lot of fight left in the position. And in the King's Indian, you know, there's always a possibility for some counterplay for Black at any moment.
Right. Yeah, I guess the difficult part here is that Black doesn't really have pawn breaks such as f5. You really want to play f5 in the King's Indian, but without the pawn g6, that move is simply impossible to play now. And I guess other pawn breaks, it's hard to point out other pawn breaks. You have c6, but that doesn't do anything. This pawn is the best defended pawn I've seen in a game, so you can't really do much about this pawn either. And b5 is not going to happen either. So yeah, there's not much you have left here with Black, and that's why the position, despite the equal material balance, it's still really tough to play here with Black, and that's why Black is so much worse. The position is just slowly falling apart as it is just strategically lost here.
Yeah, all right. So we have another move in the game. Jennifer moved her knight to e2. All right, so let's see what Andrea is going to play here. And in the game between Alexandra and Jules, we also have a move. Jules moved her bishop to f7. So maybe she's actually she's setting up a trap. She's hitting the bishop on e5. Let's say White. It's not, you know, terrible. It's not like losing, because if you take, White can recapture. Although it actually is. Wait, like Rook e1 actually defends against it. Let's say White plays, I don't know, like King g2. Black takes here, and if you recapture, now you can take the queen on d2 as the d pawn was pinned. White can take here, but then at the end, Black takes his bishop over here, goes up a piece, and is just winning. So Alexandra needs to do something about that. There are a couple of options. You can, for example, move a rook to the d file, making sure your queen is defended. You can also move your queen away from the d file, move to, let's say, c3, or b2. I think it's unlikely she's going to move it to c3, as that is going to walk into this knight jump. Maybe queen b2 makes a lot of sense. You're also lining up the bishop and the queen on the long diagonal, and you're supporting the b5 push. So I think that move would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think so too. Queen b2 would be a really nice move. For now, Jules is threatening that queen takes e5 move. So let's see how Alexandra handles that. But yeah, there's several ways to deal with that, and I'm curious to see which one Alexandra will pick. Jennifer played the move knight to e2. And I was thinking to myself, this is one of those moments where Andrea might be thinking of a piece sacrifice such as bishop takes g4. Because let's say f takes g4, queen takes g4, and you're attacking the rook, you're threatening to take another pawn. This could be something that Andrea might want to play. Knowing her, she likes to sacrifice material to try to get some counterplay going. But the problem is that after bishop takes g4, you always have the rook g5, and then you take the bishop on the g4, and then your pawn structure is still intact, and you only got to capture one pawn for this, for all of this. So that's why bishop takes g4 does not make much sense. But I can see a world where this is, you know, on your mind and you're thinking about it.
Yeah, so it's going to be really difficult for black to go for any sort of sacrifices. So let's see what is going to happen. All right, so yeah, bishop takes g4 here is a move for black to consider, but probably doesn't work. Maybe you can go like c6 and move the other knight out to a6, or you can go knight d7 to f6. That is definitely an idea as well. So tough position here for Andrea. Let's see how she's going to try to create a counterplay.
Yeah, I mean, her pieces are not developed as much right now, and it's just really hard to find any sort of plan here. It's all in White's hands. White has basically a lot of free moves available and can slowly start building up on the attack on the h-file. This knight is probably heading to g3, and then perhaps the queen can get involved as well. The knight is heading to f5. So many moves available for White, and I don't really know what black can possibly play here. So yeah, this is rough for Andrea.
Yeah, let's see what she's gonna do. All right, so Alexandra's still thinking after bishop to f7. She's still up 6 minutes on the clock. I think it will be nice for her to keep that time advantage, so that Jules will be the first to get a long time when the position is heating up. So let's see what she's going to do. Again, the move queen b2, as we pointed out earlier, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, queen b2 is nice. Trying to prepare that move b5 that we were talking about earlier. And of course, the main reason why we want to play queen b2 is to step out of the d file. That rook is terrifying, and the big threat of queen takes e5 needs to be stopped at all costs. So queen b2 would be the best way. And yeah, I feel like this is a move that Alexandra would play as well. She is focused on playing the move b5. She wants to open up that c file for the rook. So I see her play the move queen b2 very easily. But she may also be thinking, oh, what about rook f to d1? Because I haven't developed my rook just yet. Maybe I want to develop that rook first and then think of ways to improve the position. But here I would like to see queen b2. It feels more natural, just to make sure you step out of the d file as the rook is there, just in case. And yeah, then proceed with the plan that we were thinking about.
Yeah, let's see what she's gonna do. Again, b5 right now is not a move, as there's queen takes e5 and black wins a piece, and with that the game. Let me show that once again real quick. If you go b5 here, black can take the bishop, because if you take, then your queen on d2 is hanging. You can take the knight on f6, but then black takes here, and you're down a piece for really not enough. So that is why Alexandra should move her queen, or again defend it. But I think it does make sense to keep this rook, at least for now, on the king side, as that's where a lot of action might take place. And also, after you go rook f d1, black can go knight d7, hit the bishop, and then you have to move the queen anyway. So you might as well just move it right now. Or we also talked about this before on Amaya. You can also take the knight on f6. That option is still on the table. take the knight, and then go b5 and open up the queen side. I think that also makes a ton of sense.
Right, but I guess since Alex did not play bishop takes f6 earlier, I guess it would be very difficult for her to make the decision now to think, okay, maybe I should get rid of that knight on f6. But as I say this, Benjamin, she actually took on f6.
Yeah, she took an f6, and Jules quickly recaptured with her queen. All right, so now let's see. I think the most logical follow-up is the move b5. That's what she has been trying to do. Things can really heat up here as Alexandra is starting to create some damage on the queen side, but black can now quickly go g5 with that bishop off the board. It's a lot easier for black to get control over the h-file.
Right, so yeah, let's see how that position will turn out. White attacking on the queen side, black pushing on the king side. So this is going to get really exciting. But yeah, to go back to my point earlier, it's interesting to see that Alexandra decided to go for bishop takes f6 now and not a move earlier where it made a little bit more sense with the rook still on c5. So interesting to see that she decides to go for it now. I guess it's one of those things, better late than never, because her bishop was not the greatest on e5. Even though it looks like it's really well placed there, it did not have much prospect. So yeah, that bishop on e5 was not the greatest. And by taking on f6, she made sure that that knight on f6 is gone. That was going to be quite a headache to deal with in the long run. And it's good that she decided to get rid of it now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all right, so let's see what she's going to do. A move she can also better consider is a move like king to g2, as that really anticipates the g5 push. Because in case of g5, we can take, and if black recaptures, you go rook h1, and you quickly grab that open file on the board. So that's definitely something you can consider. A funny move that black has here, by the way, is the move f4. Because look at this. If you take the e-pawn, you hang the pawn on d4. And if you take the g-pawn, you take the pawn on h4. So let's see. I mean, again, maybe that's something Alexandra is considering here, as the times are really evening out. Right now, Alexandra has 28 minutes on her clock, and Jules has 27.
Yeah, I mean, this is crazy that black has opportunity now to play move f4. And it's also just really annoying to deal with white. And I guess this is one of the reasons why it was just really difficult to take on f6, because now f4 becomes much easier to play with black, and you can't really avoid this. I mean, you don't want to play f4 yourself. But I guess what white can do is try to ignore this and pretend that it's not there and just focus on attacking here. And yeah, try to get something going on the queen side to try to counterattack in some way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and in the meantime, we have some more moves in the game between Andrea and Jennifer. Andrea moved her knight at d7, and knight g3 was played by Jennifer. This is looking tough. Knight f5 is already a game-winning threat here, I think, which would threaten knight e7 and rook g5, and it's not clear what black should do about it. If you go knight f6 here, white might play knight f5 anyway, because if you take the rook, there's now a check, and black loses the queen, and with that, the game. And if you take the knight, white can recapture with the pawn, and your queen is trapped on g6.
Ooh.
So, I don't know. This looks really tough. Knight f5 is coming, rook g5 as well. Maybe if you want to keep it together, what you can do is go, let's say, f6, and then move the queen out of the way. But that's not the prettiest way to solve your problems.
Right, there's too many threats already in the position, and that is really cleverly found by Jennifer to put the knight on f5 and prepare to move rook to g5, because these three pieces on the same file, that can never go well. And yeah, it's not easy to defend this. I guess one thing that black can still try after knight f5 is maybe to play, let's say any move will be played. Let's say a4. Okay, but if you have knight f5, then rook g5 on the next turn. I want to illustrate that maybe the knight can sit on e8 and defend the bishop on g7, and you pray. You just hope for the best and try to hold on. But not easy to hold on while you have your knight on e8, and it's just too passive. It's too much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's looking really tough for Andrea, but again, she's had a tough day behind her at the ER. So let's see how she will try to fight on here. In the meantime, Alexandra taking a lot of time. I mean, in most of the games she was up on time, but now she's slightly behind on the clock as she's now down to 25 minutes.
Yeah, so let's see how they will handle the position. I mean, they're on move 26, so they're doing just fine in terms of time management. Overall, Alexandra has been doing really well on the clock, especially yesterday where she ended up with more time on the clock than she started with. But this game, she is a little bit more shaky. I'm sensing that she is being a bit too cautious in this game. There's a lot at stake. She really wants to finish second in the tournament since getting first place is a bit more difficult. It's not in her hands anymore as much. So that's why she really wants to finish second. But with that, she also needs to play really well and win her final 2 games. So that's not an easy task. And that's why I think she has a lot of pressure. I think she feels this pressure a lot in this game, seeing how much time she spends and yeah, how hesitant she is to take the free pawns that she was given earlier. So yeah, let's see how she fares here now. For now, she's doing fine, but the change compared to yesterday it's a slight concern of me.
Yeah. Yeah, let's see what's going to happen. I mean, it's a little bit concerning that Alexandra is taking that much time. I mean, I think b5 is quite natural here. Yeah, what else? Wait, I got a got a sneeze cannon, but so what else could she be thinking about? People are by the way speculating in the chat that this might be Hikaru's house. Well, I doubt it because I think Hikaru is in Florida. Anyway, we have the move by Alexandra on the board. She goes b4 to b5 to do some damage on the queen side.
Yeah, the plan that she has been aiming to do for the longest time. She gets to play b5. She is trying to get rid of those pawns on... oh, I have a mosquito flying around here. But yeah, the plan she's trying to go for the longest time, she wants to open up the C file over here for her rook. And yeah, that's what she's been trying to do now. So let's see if she gets to do that without the bishop on e5 now. So let's see how that turns out.
Yeah, let's see what's going to happen. Alexandra is definitely the first one to create some play on a queen side. That's where she wants to attack. So now for Jules, she can try to defend on the queen side. What she can also try to do is try to create some counterplay on the other side of the board. Again, I think it makes a lot of sense for Black to take at least once on b5. White recaptures, and I think then you can take the pawn on b5. You can also go g5 right away. Because let's say after takes, g5. Yes, in case white takes, you get a weakness on a c6 square, but you really do get some play going on the other side of the board. I mean, now Black has the idea to go f4. Also, king g7, rook here, and queen h6 is a very dangerous idea. So let's see if she's going to find it. Otherwise, I think white gets a slight advantage. Like, if you go bishop d5 and white takes, you're always going to end up with a weakness. Like here, the pawn on c6 is weak. If you take with the bishop, then the pawn on b7 is weak. So either way, again, I think she needs to go for active counterplay.
Yeah, absolutely. And it becomes harder to see how white can actually try to, yeah, sort of make progress, try to find ways to get an advantage out of this, because she has the extra pawn here on d4, but that pawn is not really moving forward anytime soon. In the meantime, we have new moves. They took the pawn on b5, so yeah, the pawn is now here. Another pawn is on b5, but yeah, as the pawns get traded off here, one pawn will be left here on b7 at least, so Black will have the passed pawn, but that pawn is not something to be afraid of. That pawn will not really do much. But this pawn d4 will not do much either, and it feels like this game may be heading to a draw, but perhaps I'm calling that a bit too early, as a lot of things can still happen. But without knights on the board, without many weaknesses in the position, it looks quite drawish.
Yeah, no, for sure. The material is quite limited. Yeah, like I said, some more pawn trades might take place. We have a move by Jules. Jules did take the pawn on b5. All right, so now let's see what Alexandra is going to do. She can recapture the pawn with her bishop. She can also aim to recapture that pawn with a rook, like maybe a rook c5 or rook b1 to try to take a sit. Then if you take the pawn on b5, the pawn on b7 instantly becomes weak. Whereas if you take the pawn right now with your bishop, it's going to be a lot harder to attack that pawn on b7. So that definitely makes sense. I think, though, the key for Jules is to realize that if she just sits passively here, she's in for a tough position. So her best approach here would be to go for active counterplay, either with g5 or that f4 push, right? Like, let's say you go f4 here with the idea that in case white takes with the g pawn, you hang the pawn on h4. And if you take with the e pawn, you hang the pawn on f4. But f5, f4 is not an easy move to spot. You might not even realize it's a move because that square is controlled so many times.
Right, but yeah, it is clear that the white pawn structure is not a very solid one. It looks like all the pawns are lined up really well, protecting each other, but it turns out that the pawns are quite vulnerable after all. So black has this really nice pawn push, and yeah, I guess it would make more sense to try to prepare this with g5 and then play f4. But I would not be surprised if Jules finds the move f4 anyway, because she has been doing really well in terms of her games this tournament. She does not have a really high score, but seeing how she has played this tournament thus far, she has been showing some really good chess. So I would not be surprised if she finds the move f4, as Alexandra has captured the pawn with the bishop first.
Yeah, bishop takes b5 also makes perfect sense. All right, yeah, so let's see. Is Jules going to find g5 or f4? I think if she doesn't, white definitely has an advantage. But if g5 is played, really anything can happen. I think black is more likely to take advantage of that open h-file that would be created after a trade. Again, king g7 followed by rook h8 and queen h6 can happen quickly. f4, the move that we've been pointing out, also, again, makes a lot of sense. If you take the e-pawn, this hangs. If you take the g-pawn, this hangs. But yeah, this is really a critical moment in the game. If Jules finds one of those moves, it's really a three result game, I believe. But if she doesn't, it definitely feels like Alexandra has the advantage, has control over the position, and can try to pressure Jules' weaknesses. Because if we look at the position, white has one pawn island. All of these pawns are connected, right? Whereas black has two pawn islands, right? The one on the king side and this pawn over here. Now, the b pawn is a passed pawn, but since it is isolated, it can also be weak because it can never be defended by any of the adjacent pawns. So let's see what Jules is going to do here. But again, I think this is a critical moment in the game.
Right, and yeah, I guess in the long run, this pawn on d4 can get tricky, but for now, with the rook and bishop aiming at the d5 square, this pawn is not going anywhere. But in the long run, I'm guessing that white will be looking to trade some pieces and to head into an endgame where this pawn will become much stronger. And by the way, Benjamin, we see some updates in the game between Jennifer and Andrea. Andrea played a move knight f6 to attack the rook on h5, and Jennifer is going for your idea, knight f5, which turns out to be a brilliant move.
Yeah, nice move. Threatening a fork on e7, also threatening rook g5. Honestly, right now, it's looking really tough for black. I don't see how your queen is not getting trapped. I mean, knight e7 is a threat, knight h4 as well, rook g5 as well. So, I don't know, really tough game for Andrea. But again, let's not forget, everyone, that it's been a really tough and long day for her, spending 12 hours in the hospital. So, again, she just deserves a lot of credit for being here in the first place.
Absolutely, and seeing Andrea's body language, she seems to realize what's happening here. I mean, there's not much else she could have done. She is going to have to lose material, and soon after the game will be over. So, really difficult to defend out of this. Knight e7 check is a threat. If you take that knight off the board, then after the capture, the queen will be trapped. And also, not to forget, rook g5 is the threat. So there's not really a lot you can do to defend all of this. The amount of threats here is just too much, and black will lose material no matter what.
Yeah, no, it's looking tough. So let's see what Andrea's gonna do. She's got 40 minutes on her clock, but yeah, it doesn't seem that there's a defense right here. So let's see what she's gonna do. In the meantime, the game between Alexandra and Jules is really heating up. A lot of trades have been taking place, but there is definitely an imbalance in a position. Again, white having the more solid pawn structure, b7 being a mistake. We see Andrea making some faces here. She goes rook to e8. All right, stopping knight e7, but now rook g5 or knight h4 looks pretty good for white.
Yeah, she stopped the one threat that was really annoying to handle, but of course she knows that rook g5 will be played next, and this is resignable pretty much, because the bishop on g7 will fall. Then after the pawn on f7 is also going to fall, and actually she's going to lose maybe even more material, because the queen is already trapped. You don't even have to, you're not even getting to that bishop, you're just going to lose the queen.
One quick note, the rook g5, the move that I mentioned earlier, might not actually be the best way to finish things off, because black has bishop takes f5. And now if you take the queen, black can recapture with the bishop. And at least now you get a rook and a knight for the queen. That's really not as terrible, right? Black is definitely fighting there. And if you recapture on f5, then the queen can move to the h6 square, now that the knight is gone. And there doesn't seem to be a good discovery on the queen. So better would be a move like knight h4. Just trapping the queen. Also,
Right.
a good way to proceed here is knight takes g7. And then if you recapture the queen or the king, then rook g5 looks pretty decisive, winning the queen and for only a rook.
Right, that makes a lot of sense. I'm curious to see which move Jennifer will play, but I'm sure she's going to play knight h4. It's one of those positions where you know you're completely winning, and she also has over an hour on the clock, so she has plenty of time to figure out what to do here, which move is the best to win the game, and she has all the time in the world, so she is going to take her time for it. It's one of those situations where you know you're winning, and it's just so satisfying to be in that situation where you have the time to figure it out, and you're not going to play quickly here, to not make a rash decision all of a sudden.
Yeah, for sure. That's the nice thing about classical chess, that you have all of that time on the clock, and you can really figure out the precise moves here. She's reaching for a piece. She's reaching for the knight, I believe. And it looked like she's going to move the knight back to h4, but let's see. In the meantime, we have a move by Jules. She moved her queen to d6, so a little bit slow, not playing g5 just yet. f4 now also loses a little bit of its strength, as now if you take the g-pawn, the pawn on h4 is no longer hanging. So let's see how Alexandra is going to proceed right here.
Yeah, this is interesting. So she did not go for the pawn move to f4, nor the pawn move to g5. I guess it's difficult to commit to these kind of pawn pushes because it weakens the king. You want to keep the king safe. You're being told do not push pawns in front of your king. So then to go against that rule is really counterintuitive and really difficult to decide to do that. But I guess then f4 comes to mind, but maybe she was worried to weaken that pawn on e4. So she plays queen d6 first. I wonder what the idea is behind the move. Perhaps she wants to play f4 on the next move, but yeah, with the queen on f6, it made a lot more sense to play f4 immediately. So I'm curious to see where this queen is heading to, or maybe it's just simply stopping queen b4 for some reason. Or actually, what she may be thinking about is to stop rook c5. So in case white plays rook c5 now, you lose the rook because that pawn is pinned. So this may actually be the reason why she played queen d6, I just realized.
Yeah, queen e6 stopping rook c7 and rook to c5. As you pointed out, the rook can just be captured. So let's see what is going to happen. But I was thinking in Andrea's game, right? I mean, obviously after knight h4, it should be lost as she's losing the queen. But what if she does this? What if she goes bishop takes g4? And if white takes the queen, now you take the rook. So at least already you're getting a rook. And then if white moves the knight back, now you can take the pawn on e4. I mean, obviously this should be lost, but this is at least a way to kind of keep the game going. As you know, losing a queen for only a rook is really not enough. But let's see if she's gonna go for any of this. In the meantime, I think we have a move by I think Andrea resigned, so that's a win for
Yeah.
Jennifer. Tough game for Andrea.
Oh wow, she already resigned. She just gave up. I mean, it makes sense. She could have tried, but she's facing the #1 seed in the tournament. She's facing Jennifer Yu. I mean, it makes sense for her to resign and just get some rest because she had a tough night. So, yeah, tough game for Andrea, but the fact that she showed up, the fact that she still tried is really remarkable. So, we will see her back tomorrow in action against Nemo. But today is a day to forget and a day to rest a lot. So, looking forward to see her come back tomorrow.
Yeah, tough game for Andrea, but as the chat is pointing out, you know, a lot of credit to her for showing up in the first place and giving us a game of chess. But yeah, it's tough, especially against the first seed in the field. So yeah, let's hope she learns from this game. And hopefully she comes back stronger tomorrow and that she will be able to finish off the tournament with a nice game against Nemo. In the meantime, things are really heating up here in the game between Alexandra and Jules. Alexandra moved her queen to the c2 square, so moving it out of the c-file. And let's see what she's going to do. Maybe she can offer a queen trade with queen c7 coming next. That's an idea. Or queen c5, because then after a trade, she would pressure upon f5, bishop c4, an idea as well. At any rate, I think white is a pretty pleasant advantage. As again, this pawn on b7 is quite weak, and actually white also has a protected passer on the board.
Right. Yeah, so in the long run, white should have the advantage. The one thing that concerns me is that having pawns on one side of the board and not as much on two sides of the board may seem more drawish to me. It seems more drawish to me. If this pawn was, let's say, on a4, maybe it could have been different, but okay, there's a pawn b7 countering that pawn. So I guess this pawn is a really strong pawn, a protected pass pawn, and could be really beneficial in the future. But since all those pawns are on one side of the board, you don't really have like an outside pass pawn. You don't really have a pawn that is all the way on the other side of the board that you can use it as a distraction, and then you attack on the other side of the board. So you don't really have a lot of flexibility with white here. So let's see how it will turn out in the long run, but this game might go on for quite some time, as I think the game will be decided in an end game.
Yeah, this can be quite a long game. Yeah, could it be a long grind again with white having a slight advantage here and black trying to hang on for a long time. We see Alexandra now also up on the clock. Right, earlier things were evening out, but now she's building up a lead again, so that's good for her. And yeah, maybe here we see some of the experience of Jules kicking in. She was playing some good chess early on, but the thing is, very often when you're in a worse position, if you just sit and wait, it's going to be tough to defend in the long run, as you pointed out. So often what you have to do is try to create some active counterplay. She could have done it with a g5 push or an f4 push. She now moves her bishop to h5. So I guess what she wants to do is maybe plan that bishop on f3, and maybe try to get the queen involved as well. But it might not be that easy to execute all of that.
Right. So yeah, it's good to see that Jules is keeping on to that bishop, and she's heading to f3 now. But it remains to be seen how successful this attempt to attack on the king side is going to be. I really like that she's heading for that square f3 though, because these light squares are super weak. And yeah, you can't really play rook d1 either now with white. So yeah, let's see if this becomes successful. But for now, if anything, you can either drop the bishop back to e2 to trade it off, to trade that bishop off, or you can try to trade queens, because when there's no queens on the board, it will be very difficult to get checkmated over here. So let's see what Alexandra decides to do. The other day when I was commentating with Hammer, he did point out that Alexandra does not really seem to like heading into end games as much. Or at least the other day it was their first round actually, when she had the opportunity to trade queens while being up a pawn, but she was the one that retreated her queen and held on to the queen as much as possible. So yeah, she may not be looking to trade queens in this position either, as she's trying to find ways to look for a clear advantage. And sometimes you need a queen for that.
Yeah, you make a very good point. It's actually kind of funny. In that game against Linda, she was up a pawn, and she moved her queen from c7 to c2. So right now she would do the exact opposite, moving her queen from c2 to c7 to offer a queen trade. And yeah, as you pointed out, if she doesn't want to trade queens when she's up a pawn, she might not want to trade queens over here. But, you know, if you don't trade the queens, black is going to go like bishop f3, g5, create real counterplay. So I think sooner or later, it definitely does make a lot of sense. I mean, if I would be playing as white here, I probably would play queen c7, you know, just make sure I can never get checkmated. The pawn on b7 becomes quite weak. And it's just a really pleasant endgame for white, where only white can win. White can push for the win. If black defends well, black might hold the draw, but it seems like black shouldn't ever get any real winning chances here.
Yeah, and especially you have to take control of the 7th rank if you have the opportunity to do so. And since queen c7 is right here, where you can try to get the queens off the board, I'm pretty sure that it's almost forced, because otherwise you're just losing the pawn on b7, right? So you'd have to trade queens, and then the rook gets on the 7th rank, and then it will be white trying to look for ways to get the advantage and build up on it. And slowly but surely, this pawn will be able to move forward, especially now that the bishop has left the diagonal and is heading to another square. So yeah, I'm curious to see what Alexandra will decide to come up with. The players are now on move 30, so 10 more moves for each player to reach the 14th move and get 30 minutes extra time. So let's see how they will do in these last 10 moves until the 14th move.
Yeah, let's see what's going to happen. A move that Alexandra can also consider. Oh, we have a move. She played queen c7. All right, so she does go for the queen trade. Wow, that's interesting.
Okay, she's going for it, and that's very exciting to see. Now either Jules gives up the pawn on b7 and tries to go for some counterattack, but that seems really counterintuitive. Doesn't really seem like something that you want to do voluntarily, just to give up the pawn on b7. But perhaps she may also be considering to play b6 to try to hold on to the pawn and not allow the rook to get on the 7th rank that easily.
Yeah, queen c7, nice move indeed. Yeah, b6 does make sense. If you take here with black, you actually improve the placement of your white's rook. The pawn on b7 is under attack right away. People are asking in the chat, when will I do chess boxing versus Hammer? I think it's quite unlikely I'll ever do chess boxing, because I don't want to get hit on the head the wrong way. But I think Hammer, I don't really think he's the type to sign up for chess boxing either, but who knows? Anyway, this is looking quite good for Alexandra, and it's great to see that she's learning from that first game that often a queen trade is the way to go.
Right, and I guess especially because after queen takes, rook takes, ideally black would want to play rook f7 to control the 7th rank again, but then you face bishop c4 and you suddenly lose that rook on f7. So you can't really afford this, and if you can play the move rook f7, that means that you've basically lost control over the 7th rank. This pawn is under attack, so you have to do something about that, and slowly this other rook will also join the action, and yeah, it will be a long grind to try to convert this with white, but we have seen Alexandra convert endgames where she has, well, yeah, yesterday she was up a pawn, which was a bit more clear, but she's just fine to go for that long grind and try to convert as much as possible. So yeah, let's see what Jules decides to play here, but I would say, practically speaking, this is already a worse position for Jules.
All right. Yeah, so let's see. Queen c7 on the board. Jules currently is thinking. And she's now getting down to 14 minutes. All right, so I guess maybe the pawn on b7, by the way, is also under attack, right? I mean, if white would take and there's rook b8, you can still move your queen, let's say, to c6. I don't like the idea of taking, because after takes, I don't see a good way to defend the pawn on b7. You can go b6, but after a rook a1, followed by rook a7, that looks really dangerous for black. And it's also important to point out that takes, rook f7 does not work due to bishop c4. You lose the exchange, and with that, the game. So Jules really under some pressure here with 40 minutes on her clock. That's still, a decent chunk of time, but, 10 moves still to be made. Alexandra definitely putting a lot of pressure on her here right now.
Yeah, it's really good to see, because a few moves ago it looked a little bit unclear what is going to happen, and it's not an easy position to play for either side, because how do you make progress with such few pawns and such few pieces on the board? Usually there are pieces and pawns on both sides of the board, especially pawns, but here white does not really have pawns on the queen side as much. So you don't really have play on both sides of the board. So that restricts your chances to try to go for a win here. But Alexandra showing that she is ready to go for a fight here. And she is making the best out of her chances here. So really like to see her being so aggressive and play queen c7. And let's see if it all will work out for her.
Yeah, queen c7, good move by her. Yeah, rook f7, by the way, right now is also not a good move, as then white can just trade on d6, followed by bishop c4, again winning the exchange, and with that the game. So it's looking tough for Jules. Maybe what she has to go for is a move like g5, trying to open up that side of the board. All right, sorry, g5, because in case white takes, then again you can follow up with a quick bishop f3 and queen h6, or even in case white trades, you can recapture the rook and move your rook there. But again, she did not go for the active counterplay earlier, and if she didn't go for it earlier, she might not do it right now.
Yeah, but yeah, it feels like it's a bit too late to now go for g5, and I think especially since the queen is now on c7, it's less likely that Jules will go for moves such as g5 and f4, because that exposes her king even more. And let's say if the rook ends on the 7th rank, then her king will be cut off. So I think she'll try to hold on to that pawn on g7 as much as possible to protect the king. And as I said, Jules played with queen to g6, which is interesting because it seems like she's tunnel visioning on this idea to get bishop f3, queen g4, queen h3, and then checkmate on h1 or g2. So yeah, do you think that this is going to work out, Benjamin?
It's definitely an interesting approach. I think it's definitely a better approach than just trading off the queens and suffering in the endgame. So let's see what Alexandra is going to do now. She can take the pawn, because again, rook b8 can still be met with queen c6. But I think what Jules wants to do is just go for a move like bishop f3, try to infiltrate with the queen as well, then maybe g5 at the right moment. I don't know, though. It's not that easy to deal with this. To be fair, though, after queen g4, you always still have king to h2. But the thing is, if you're getting lower on time, it's quite pleasant to just go into the endgame, knowing you can never lose. But it's a little bit annoying, for the lack of a better word, if your opponent just starts attacking you, even if you know it shouldn't work out. And in the meantime, we have a move by Alexandra, rook e1, interesting move. I think her idea is that now she can always drop her bishop back to f1 to make sure that the queen is not entering on the king side.
Right, so rook f1 on the board. She makes sure that she can play bishop f1 at any time. And she's not in a rush to take that pawn on b7, which is really interesting to see. She understands that black doesn't really have a good way to defend that pawn. If you play rook to b8, you essentially allow white to move this pawn forward. And then all of a sudden, it becomes a really scary pawn marching down the board. So you don't really have good opportunity to defend that pawn. b6 will be met with rook c6. Other than that, rook f7, once again, bishop c4, and you lose that rook on f7 because of the pin. So what else is there for black? I guess black will have to try to commit to this plan, but there's only so much you can do.
Yeah, I think Jules, she's going for a bishop f3 anyway, because that's been the point of her play the entire game. So we have to move bishop f3 on the board. A lot of people in the chat have been asking about the game between Linda and Dina. Dina is crushing it in that game. She has sacrificed the exchange, but she has a crushing attack as the White King is stuck in the center. We'll focus on Alexandra's game, but just wanted to give you guys a quick update about that one. And I don't think that game will keep going on for too much longer. People are saying Dina won. That's not what I'm seeing on my end. Anyway, Alexandra also made a move. She played her bishop back to f1, adding some defense to her king. So this game is heating up. We are going on a very short break, but don't go anywhere. The tension is happening right now with both players getting low on time. So we will see you all in just a few.
See you soon. All right, everyone, welcome back to Botez Chess Camp. We are back. This is round 6, and we only have one game ongoing. The game between Alexandra and Jules is still ongoing, and we are approaching a really interesting stage where the players are getting lower on the clock, but we are approaching the 14th move. So, Benjamin, we have missed a few moves during our break. What is happening right now on the board?
Yeah, so we left off after Queen G6 was played by Jules then, and Alexandra played Rook to Rook Fe1. Bishop F3 was played by Jules. Bishop F1 by Alexandra, bring the bishop back to the defense. Rook B8 a little bit passive by Jules. Now Rook B1 by Alexandra, putting pressure on that B7 pawn. Here, Jules played Rook FC8, attacking the queen. The queen went back to F4. And now queen to F6. Now maybe Jules is setting up ideas with pawn at G5 hitting the queen. So let's see what Alexandra is going to do. Alexandra right now has 13 minutes on her clock, and Jules has 8. So slight advantage on the clock for Alexandra, as both players still needs to play another 5 moves to get an additional half an hour on their clocks.
Right, so the players have managed their time really well, which is really impressive. The last few moves were also played quite quickly, so that is good to see. But yeah, I guess White needs to look out for this idea of G5. You don't really want to play Queen E5 because then, let's say you play any move here and you allow G5, takes, Queen E5, then all of a sudden it will be Black who is trying to go for a win here because that pawn on E5 is extremely weak, and Black still has this passed pawn on the B file, and I can see that pawn move forward very soon. So that's why you don't really want to allow this to happen so easily. How would you try to counter this move with White now, Benjamin?
Yeah, I mean, a move that makes sense with the same idea is to go Rook to B5, hitting that pawn on F5, and with this move you also plan to double up the Rook. So I don't know, Rook F8 here is kind of passive. You have Bishop G4. Another move that makes a lot of sense is bishop h3 right here. Because with bishop h3, you attack the pawn, and now black cannot go bishop to g4. I guess the pros and cons of each move are like bishop h3 does stop bishop g4, but it does allow b5. And if you go rook b5, well, you stop b5, but then you allow bishop g4. So those are the pros and cons that Alexandra has to weigh right now. And she went for the move bishop h3. Looks like a good move, as now Jules has to sacrifice the pawn on f5. I mean, rook f8 hangs on to the pawn for now, but after rook b5, you lose the pawn anyway. So Jules has to find a move b5 to create some active counterplay, but that's not an easy move.
Right, she has to realize that she has to give up on that pawn on f5, because even after, let's say, g6 to try to defend the pawn, not only are you dropping the pawn on h6, but there's also a lot of pins suddenly arising, as that queen will be undefended after g6. So you have to look out for all of those pins on top of losing the pawn on h6. So yeah, it will be difficult for Jules to play the best move here, because she has to accept the fact that she's going to lose the pawn, and she may just feel like that, oh, because she's going to lose that pawn, her position must be really bad. And yeah, it's difficult to handle the situation because of that. But let's see if she manages to figure it out that she has to play actively, and thus go for b5 and proceed this way, trying to get counterplay.
She played rook to f8 defending the pawn. Now Alexandra played rook b5 attacking the pawn once more. What Jules can, though, to be fair, if she wants to hang on to this pawn, is the move bishop to g4. Because after bishop takes, pawn takes, you cannot capture the g4 or e4 pawn, as black takes on f2 with a fork on the king and the rook, and black wins the game. But what white can do after potential bishop g4 is maybe just take on g4, black recaptures, trade off the queens, and then rook eb1. And this looks like a really unpleasant endgame for black. The b7 pawn is weak. These pawns on the king side are kind of loose as well. So let's see what Jules is going to do. Rook b5 is on the board. Jules has 6.5 minutes and needs to play another 3 moves to get to the time control.
Yeah, should be fine, but I can imagine that being down to 6 minutes gives you still some sort of pressure. If you have, let's say, 20 minutes for the next 10 moves, that feels much less pressure than when you're down to 6 minutes for 3 moves. That feels like much more pressure, and the biggest mistakes usually happen around move 40, either move 39, 40, or 41 even, despite getting 30 minutes extra to your clock, because for some reason you play a 41st move easily after being low on time for quite some time, and that runs into a lot of mistakes. So yeah, that's why you have to stay sharp, you have to be careful, and try to yeah, not get too much under pressure here.
Yeah, so let's see what's going to do. Jules now getting down to 5.5 minutes. Not an easy situation for her to be in, as yeah, there's pressure on the pawn on f5, there's pressure on the pawn on b7. Alexandra having a very pleasant position right now. This is really the type of position you want, right? Pressure on the pawns, almost no risk for white, and great chances to win. So let's see, and I think Jules is already getting down to 5 minutes now.
Yeah. Let's see what she decides to do now, but not a lot of moves she has available as a pawn on f5 is hanging. Let's see if she finds this bishop g4 idea of yours, because that could complicate matters. And if there's anything that you want to try to do when you're low, well, not per se low on time, but also in a worse position, you want to complicate matters. You want to challenge your opponent to find the best moves at all times. And if they don't find the best moves, then maybe you have a chance to come back. So let's see what she has played. I believe she made a move. What was it? I see a bishop on g4.
Yep, she played bishop g4. So good move by Jules. All right, so now I expect Alexandra to take, as it will, you know, shatter the black pawn structure a little bit. And yeah, and then even in the endgame, Alexandra still has great chance to win with the 2 rooks against in the double rooking game, because again, the b7 pawn is weak. The pawns on the queen side will also be loose. So let's see if that is what she's going for, as right now it's her time to think.
Right, so yeah, I think you would have to take the bishop at least, because if you don't take the bishop, then Yeah, you have to retreat or defend the bishop, and that doesn't seem like the way to go. So yeah, I think she really has to decide to take that bishop. But then the question is, how will Alexandra handle the situation after f takes g4, and the queen is in an uncomfortable spot, but maybe she will decide to trade queens there. So let's see what Alexandra decides to do, as she's pretty much forced to take that bishop on g4, I think.
I think so too, because otherwise, yeah, and that's what she's going for. She takes on g4. All right, so now Jules is going to recapture any second. And then the somewhat counterintuitive thing to do is that then trading might be a good idea, right? Whereas after g takes f6, I mean, right now we see that black has double pawns on the g file, and black has an isolated e pawn. And if you take, then you rectify black's pawn structure somewhat, not fully. These pawns on e4 and g4 are still weak. But at least you no longer have an isolated pawn, you no longer have double pawns. You can, with white, also play rook eb1 to make sure that black does keep all of these weak double pawns.
Right, so let's see. She did take the bishop here, and it was captured back. Let's see what Alexandra is going to do now. But the queen trade would make most sense, as if she takes either of these pawns, either e4 or g4 pawn, then the queen takes f2, let's put it on the board, loses the game right away, as it's a check, and you lose the rook on e1 on the next turn. So that's why you cannot move the queen from f4, other than trading the queen on f6 off the board. I guess it's also possible to stay with the queen on f4 for now and allow black to take the queen, but I would not want to allow any sort of trick here. I feel like queen takes f6. I want to just get rid of the queens and make sure that everything is safe and protected, and slowly go for those weaknesses in black's position, because the black pawn structure is not the greatest, whereas white's pawn structure is extremely solid. All these pawns working together. And this pawn on d4 may become a queen at some point.
Yeah, no, for sure. So that is a tough situation here, for a tough consideration for Alexandra. It's kind of funny. We've been talking about, whether she likes trading queens or not. In the first game, she declined a queen trade. In this game, she actually offered one. So right now she has to make a decision again. I think it's quite likely that maybe she will move her rook to b1 right now. If she realizes that, hey, if I take on f6 right now, black can recapture with the g pawn. And I don't know, maybe she might think like, hey, after a trade, let's say I go rook b1, black goes rook f7, if black goes f5 next, well, how exactly am I making progress there, right? I mean, white definitely should be better, but it's not that intuitive either. So she might just play rook eb1 right away.
Right. Let's see. For now, she's spending some time. She does have plenty of time because the players are on move 39. So 2 more moves until they reach move 40 and get 30 minutes extra. So no time trouble for these players. But yeah, we'll see what they decide to do in the next couple of moves. But this game might go on for quite some time, guys, because we are heading into an end game soon. And yeah, rook endgames are one of the, trickier endgames, as a lot of rook endgames end in a draw. What is your experience with rook endgames, Benjamin?
Yeah, they indeed do tend to be. Well, I feel like this whole notion of all rook endgames are drawn, I think that's a little exaggerated, but I guess there's more of a drawing margin, right? Like very often, if you're down a pawn in a rook endgame, you still have chances to draw. Whereas in other endgames, let's say pawn endgame, if you're down a pawn, I mean, it's just completely lost. There's often nothing to be done. So I guess maybe that's something that rook endgames do have going for them. In the meantime, we have a move by Alexandra. She went for the queen trade on f6. Now, I'd be shocked if Jules does not recapture with the pawn. I mean, taking with the rook might look good for a second to keep pressure on f2, but after rook b1, you quickly realize that, let's say, rook f8 is just met with rook b2. You lose the pawn on b7, and then you're stuck with all of these weaknesses. I think this is probably just lost for black. So I think she just has to take with the pawn. But this, I mean, it also doesn't look pleasant. I mean, like everything is kind of loose. Your king always is a little bit open, and white has such a solid and healthy pawn structure.
Yeah, exactly. The chat is pointing out about the clocks. It seems to be the case that the DHT board is frozen, so we are putting the moves in manually from the camera. But it seems to be the case that the DHT board is frozen. So also the clocks are frozen as well. So I guess we'll have to wait to see if we can refresh the DGT board. But for now, we're putting the moves in manually. So we have the live game on the screen. This is the current position, and it's now on Alex to play rook b1. I mean, she may be looking for ways to attack the other pawns on the board, but if you play, let's say, rook f5 and rook f4, the funny thing is that, okay, let's say king g7 and rook f4, the rook is completely stuck here after f5. So it's one way to, I'm surprised white is not completely lost here, but you're basically playing down a rook. So, not a position where you want to be in. So that's why you have to focus on the pawn on b7 first. And she made a move. I believe she played rook e b1.
Yeah, rook e b1, good move hitting the pawn on b7. Now expect rook f7 by Jules. The only move to hang on to the pawn. And then the big question is, how is Alexandra gonna continue here? Jules, I feel, and there we have rook f7 on the board. One thing you can consider, though, I like your idea. Let's say we start with rook f5. Let's say black goes king g7. We don't play rook f4 right here. As you pointed out, after f5, the rook is locked in. But what you can do is maybe start with rook bb5. And then on the next turn, I'm going to go here. Like, I don't know, you go like rook e7, rook f4. You're going to drop this pawn, and it feels like then your entire queenside collapses. And if black goes king g6 first, we can now give a check. The king has to move. And then rook here, and we eventually win the pawn anyway. The one thing, though, we have to be careful of is that if we play this move, black might be able to go f5. Because if we take, then black gives up a pawn. But black goes b5. This pawn quickly starts running down the board with the rook behind it. So I like the idea, but it might not be that easy to execute all of this.
Right. I guess it will also depend on what Jules decides to do, but she doesn't have a lot of moves left, right? I mean, she can't move the rook on b8. The pawn on b7 is restricted. This rook is also kind of restricted now, trying to defend the pawn on b7. So I guess the moves for Jules are pretty easy to come up with. It will mostly depend on Alexandra to find the right ideas and execute her plans accurately.
We have a move by Alexandra. She played rook to b6. And also, judging from the camera, it seems like both players reach the time control, with Jules having 35 minutes on her clock and Alexandra, I think, 38.
Right. The players got 30 minutes extra on their clocks because they reached move 40, so they might start spending a lot of time now. But I believe Alexandra already had plenty of time, so she will not feel that forced to spend a lot of time or something. She has been playing pretty quickly anyway, so reaching move 40 will not feel much different to her, I think.
All right. Okay, so yeah, the players might be taking quite a bit of time here as they got that additional half an hour on the clock. So if anyone has any questions in the chat, feel free to ask us. Okay, so somebody asked Andrea Dunn. Yes. Can one of you text Dina, Anna, or Nemo to fix the board? No. Does anyone have any other questions? All right, let's see. What other questions do we have in the chat? How does the knight move in an L shape? Next question.
This is one of those rapid questions with Benjamin Bach.
How's my day? Terrible. No, my day is good. Next question. Is the chess a common head? Yes. We need a VAR check to fix the board. We had a VAR check earlier during the Nemo game. The price of tea in China. Price of tea in China. I don't know. My favorite smell. I mean, pretty satisfied with the cologne I have. But anyway, okay, chat's getting weird. But if you guys have any more questions, sure, go for it. Are the feeder ratings? Yes. Favorite French cheese? I mean, brie is pretty good. Don't you agree, Anna Maya?
Oh, my options are limited when it comes to cheese. I just like young Gouda cheese, and that makes me really happy, and that's all I need. All the other types of
Nice.
cheese are just too much for me to handle, so I'm happy with young Gouda.
Well, the thing is, when you said Gouda in the, you might have confused some of the people here. Some of the people here, because here in the US, do you know how people pronounce Gouda?
It's like Gouda or something.
No, they say Gouda. They say
Really?
Gouda.
Oh
Yeah,
no!
Gouda. Yeah, I know. It's
Oh,
rough.
that's a sin. That's not the word anymore. That's just a completely different word.
But I'm sure the people in the chat are like, no, that's how you pronounce it. It's Gouda. It's not Gouda. It's Gouda. What are you guys talking about?
No.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. No, no, the Dutch pronunciation is Gouda, and that's it. That's final. There's no other pronunciation, any other pronunciation. Okay, Gouda I can imagine because the Dutch G is a bit unique, I guess, especially for English speakers, but yeah, no, butchering the word like this is not unacceptable.
Yeah, chat's going crazy now. They're like, yeah, no, it's Gouda. It's Gouda. Like, what are you talking about?
Gouda.
Someone's saying I started a controversy. I mean, I guess the thing is the Dutch G people also cannot understand. They think like they hear an H, not a G.
Yeah, yeah, I have to explain it to a lot of people every time. And I have to endure also a lot of times how people don't like the Dutch language for this reason. Do you also get a lot of comments like that, Benjamin? People complaining about the Dutch language?
Not really, not really.
Okay,
Yeah, but
you're fortunate.
yeah, no, I don't get a lot of complaints. No, but yeah, the
Okay,
Dutch
good.
G is indeed a special sound, and people always hear an H.
Okay, that's interesting. I never thought of it that way. Well, fortunately, this sound is not only specific to Dutch because there's many other languages that also have the exact same sound, exact same letter. So, yeah, it's probably mainly a thing in yeah, when you only speak English or let's say even Spanish where they don't really have the same sound, I guess. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, we have some interesting questions in the chat. Also, Papa Botetz, he's asking, do chess players prefer to have a girlfriend or boyfriend that are also chess players? I think that depends. I think some chess players they like having a partner who also plays chess because it's something they do. They spend a lot of time on, so it can be nice to have someone who understands what you do. I guess also some people like the fact that maybe with their partner they can also talk about other things besides chess. Maybe they would prefer a partner that doesn't play the game of chess. So I think that's just a personal choice.
Right. Yeah, there's like pros and cons to everything, I guess. When you're with someone that as a chess player that doesn't play chess, then it's maybe hard to let them understand that, let's say after a loss, that you maybe don't feel like talking or you feel a certain way and they will never be able to understand how you feel because those that do not play chess don't really know what a chess player goes through during a tournament. So that is something to keep in mind, I guess. And yeah, chess players can understand each other better. But there may also be sort of a lot of competitiveness between the two if they are both chess players. So then the question is, are you willing to endure that? And yeah, but it may not be so healthy in the long run, but it depends, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. All right, so we have some more questions in the chat. Someone asking, did Jules time out? No. Bach, are you wearing a hat because of bald? No. Tech question, can I fix the board? No. All right. Maybe a question about the game. What do you think is the next pawn move? White will move forward. I don't think White's gonna move a pawn. I think White's just gonna play with the rooks. All right. Do you have any more questions? All right. No. I personally, I'm not there. There's maybe someone there that can fix the board, but I can't. I'm just commentating here. I'm just a commentator. I can't fix the board. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we need to have the DGT board reset, I think, because the board stopped updating. Not sure whose fault it is. I don't want to blame the players, but they're the only ones playing on the board. So yeah, maybe some move did not register quite well, and the board just broke. So yeah, because of that, the clocks are also lagging behind. So yeah, at least we have the live position on the overlay, so that's amazing.
By the way, another one in the chat. Anamaya, do you have any idea how Van Gogh is pronounced in America? Take a guess.
I've heard Van Gogh.
No, that would make sense. No.
Wait.
They say, try again.
No, how is there even another way? Wait, Van. Okay, it has to be Van. No, how can you possibly pronounce the second word differently? How? Van Gogh?
Well, take a guess. They say Van Gogh, yes. Like the G and H don't exist at all at the end.
What is this, French? I know in the French you tend to just skip a few letters and it makes some sense, but this makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah, I don't get it either. Like, I don't know why they don't say Van Gogh, but they say Van Gogh. Yeah.
See, at least you hear the G and H sound, right? But this is completely butchering it. It's just the wrong word.
All right. All right. So Kevin I get Kevin. Good, funny joke there in the chat. All right. So we have a move by Jules, King to G7. Jules has 27 minutes on her clock. All right, so now let's see what Alexandra is going to do. Maybe a rook b5, trying to activate the rooks to the maximum. We have a move by Alexandra. She played a rook to e6. I think one thing she should keep in mind is she should not underestimate the black counterplay. Like maybe b5 here, you give up this pawn. On a b4, I mean, you give up a lot of pawns. But if I was playing here with white, I would think like, hey, black can barely do anything. I'm just going to sit here with my rooks and then maybe attack the pawn. So that, again, this pawn cannot go anywhere. If you go rook e6 here, again, you give black the opportunity to push this pawn down the board right away.
Right. Yeah, so you have to be careful here. And yeah, is this also rook e6 also been played by Alexandra? So she is allowing black to move forward with the pawn. And that is the one way that black can try to create counterplay, because yeah, those pawns and the kings that are super weak, but it may just be that Jules will be tempted now to play f5, because once she loses the pawn e4, maybe g4 will fall as well, and things will go down very soon. This is what she may be thinking about. But yeah, it's not that easy, and pushing this pawn forward is important, because if you don't get to play this, the rook will come to the 6th rank as well, the other rook, and then you definitely never get to play b5 ever again. So let's see what Jules decides to do here. But I am sensing that she may be lured now into playing f5.
Yes, but after f5, then white goes rook bb6, as you're pointing out, hitting the pawn on h6, which you cannot defend. I mean, if you go rook h8, then rook g6 check, you lose this pawn anyway, and you go down a pawn under very bad circumstances. And if you go h5, then also rook g6. So in a way, Jules might realize like, hey, I cannot defend any of my pawns anyway. I might as well sacrifice a pawn and start to get some counterplay going. But to be honest, knowing when you have to go for an active defense and knowing when you have to go for a passive defense is something that's very difficult to do. So I'd be impressed here if she does find the move b5.
She does. She plays the move b5, which is amazing to see. She is pushing that pawn forward, and if Alexandra is not careful, this pawn might go places, because there is this other rook on f7 ready to support the pawn. If this pawn gets all the way to b2, rook c1 check, it's game over. But of course, until that moment, as you can see, this costs already 5 moves. So White has 5 moves available to stop this from happening. But this goes to show you have to be careful here, and Jules is trying her best to make the best out of it.
Yeah, b5, good move by her. Rook takes e4 by Alexandra on the board, hitting the pawn on h5. So let's see if Jules will continue to push that pawn, or if right now she'll make a defensive move on the king side with h5. That would give Alexandra the opportunity to go rook b4 though and stop that pawn, or maybe d5 and stop the pawn that way. So if you really want to push this pawn, what you can also do is go f5 here. Hit the rook. Let's say the rook moves here. And then you get the opportunity to push this pawn once more with b4. But okay, here White can stop the pawn with rook b3. So the pawn is not going to promote. Alexandra did win a pawn, but it is still a little bit annoying that the pawn now has pushed up a little bit.
Yeah, and Jules played the move f5. I believe Alexandra responded with rook e5. So she's attacking this pawn. So of course, Jules is going to play b4 here. Most likely because otherwise, yeah, you're going to lose that pawn. She plays move b4, as we can see. And now it's on Alexandra to decide what to do about this pawn that is moving forward so quickly. Would it make sense here, Benjamin, to play the move rook b3 to stop that pawn?
Yep, and that is on the board. Alexandra played it, stopping the pawn.
All right, that's fast.
Yeah, so now maybe Jules wants to like move over her rook, but you can't, because if you move the rook over, then you hang the pawn on f5. And the thing is, it's very difficult to dislodge the rook on b3, because if let's say you go rook c3, well, then White just takes, go rook c5, stopping the pawn, and this should just be a win for White with 2 extra pawns. So maybe she should play a move like king g6, and then try to go rook c7 or rook a5 on the next turns. But Alexandra can go, let's say, rook c5, rook followed by rook c4. And the pawns are not going anywhere. For the b pawn is not going anywhere. That being said, the White has these 2 extra pawns on the king side, but they're actually very difficult to push forward. Because, okay, if you go f3, Black takes that pawn. If you go e4, Black takes that pawn. And otherwise, you're pushing the d pawn on its own, so to speak. And, okay, maybe you can activate the king, but that might not be super easy either. So let's see how she will try to make progress here.
Yeah, I really like getting the king involved in the game because it feels like it's offside right now, and we want to get it involved in the game as well, because if you get your king to d3, then at least you're covering this for c3, so the rook cannot easily enter over there. So yeah, I think moving the king over would make a lot of sense for White. I see people asking about the time over here. So I am currently in Netherlands and it is about to turn 4 a.m. here. Yeah, time flies. It doesn't feel like it's actually 4 a.m., but that's maybe because of my changed schedule. Where are you currently, Benjamin, for those that are wondering at home?
Yeah, I'm in the US, so right now it is 8:50 p.m. here, so everything is fine. I mean, it's not too late or anything, but yeah, I don't know how you and Hammer have been doing it. That seems rough, staying up until 4, 5, 6 a.m.
Yeah, I guess the first 2 days were the most challenging ones, because on the first day I had both games. I was covering both games, and then the second round, so I went to bed like 5, 6 a.m. and then I had to leave the house at 11 a.m. So I was not really getting much sleep in either. So it was quite a challenge, but I have basically shifted my time zone a little bit here and there. And the rest day was also really helpful. But yeah, let us know in chat where you guys are watching from. Are you guys also from Europe watching this at 4 a.m.? Or are you guys maybe even from another country that is where it's 5 a.m., 6 a.m.? Or are you a lot of you guys from the US maybe?
Somebody's saying they're in Australia. I wonder what time it is in Australia. I'm gonna look. Okay, it's 11:51 a.m. now. Seems like, okay, they might have been up
Seems
early.
like a reasonable time.
Wow, it's great to see we have such a big international audience.
Dubai. I know that Dubai is a few hours later from here, so that's even worse than 4 a.m.
Or maybe they woke up earlier.
Okay, that's possible. Living on Malibu time, yes.
Chat is going crazy all of a sudden, eh?
Yeah,
Yeah,
whenever you ask
people.
the country question, people love answering, and I love it. I love seeing where you guys all are watching from because it goes to show how everyone around the world, no matter where they are, they're watching this tournament, and that's so exciting. I see Brazil, Latin America, Philippines. All right, all right. I see also a lot of people from US, a lot of fellow Europeans. Let's go. So yeah, welcome everyone. Amazing to see that you guys are all following the tournament.
Yeah, great to have such an international audience here. All right, so let's see what is happening. The clocks have failed us. They're no longer with us. But we can see on the live feed that Jules is 21 minutes on her clock and Alexandra 30, I'm going to say 35. I have no idea. Lead for Alexandra in any case on the board, and also because she's up a pawn and also on the clock. So I think she's got pretty good chances to win here.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take some time, I think, to convert this position, but she is looking great in this position right now. The king on g7, it can go to f6, but this rook on e5 is a pain to deal with. It is cutting off the king, so this king cannot come any closer. And in the meantime, White has the opportunity to bring the king closer and get it involved in the action. Let's say king c4, rook c5, just in case if you need to cover a check, and all of a sudden the pawn on b4 is facing trouble. So really liking White's chances here. I'm actually surprised that the engine is so mild about White's chances. I would say that this is definitely +1 or more, especially because White is already up a pawn. And that pawn before, it doesn't feel like it's actually going to move forward anymore. So how is this not more winning than the engine shows?
Yeah, all right. So nice. Okay, so let's see what's going to happen. Papa Botetz is pointing out in the chat, Alexander will go to BC this weekend, and he says he might join her for one day. All right, that seems nice. Yeah, I mean, they're playing an intense tour. I mean, they're having fun there, but at the end of the day, tournaments can always be quite intense. So I guess it might be nice. It might be a nice, a nice getaway. Anyway, I think Alexandra here has got good chances to win. We see Jules going king to f6, defending that pawn on f5. And I think we've talked about earlier, because now her rook can join the action again. Rook a7 or rook to c7. So let's see what Alexandra is going to do. Something she can consider is maybe, let's say, rook c5. And then if black goes here, rook c4, hitting the pawn. But black is just in time to defend it with rook here. And this is kind of the situation I was talking about earlier. Like, white's up a pawn, but I don't really see how you make progress, right? Like, pushing the d pawn doesn't really seem that effective. If you push the e pawn, black takes. If you push the f pawn, black takes. Something white can consider, though, is maybe rook a5. Let's say you go here. I go rook a4, I attack pawn. And if you go rook c4, now I go king here. And the difference is that if the white rook was on c4 and the black rook was on a4, black can give a couple checks on like the first and second ranks, which is really annoying. But here, if let's say you give a check, I go king up. And if you go give a check, I go king here. And if you give a check now, I can go king here. Attack your rook. And if this rook is on the a file, you have one more check on a2, right? But here you don't. So your rook is under attack. And if you go here, I go king d3. Attack the rook. The rook has to move. I take this. And then I win. So I think that could be a nice idea for Alexandra to try to make progress. Like maybe rook a5 to a4. And then bring the king to the middle.
Right. Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see if Alexandra will figure this out, but playing the move rook a5 seems logical to at least stop the rook from going to a7, and she will have to understand that the rook going to the c file will not harm her as much as this king can get closer to d3 and thus stop the rook from infiltrating. So she did apparently play the move rook c5, it seems like.
Yeah. All right, so rook c5 on the board. Okay, so now let's see if Jules will find the move rook to a7. If she doesn't, then I think Alexandra has got pretty good chance to win. Because if you make another move, like, I don't know, let's say you wait, right? And white gets rook c4 in, rook eb7. Then again, I think we bring the king to the middle. And that looks really good for white, right? But But rook a7 here, it's not as easy, because if we compare the variations, let's say go rook c4, rook a4, and now king f1. Black might wait with a move like king e6, but as soon as you go king e2, this check is going to be annoying. And if you go here, maybe another check, and then like another check, and maybe now the rook back. You can even consider in some cases to let's say trade here, followed by king d5, as black's position is so active here.
Yeah, not easy. Not easy to play this now with white because yeah, it's this rook on the a file is getting tricky, and it's harder to stop that rook because the king cannot get closer to that rook. So what to do?
Yeah, we have rook a7 on the board by Jules. Good defensive move by her. So let's see if Alexandra will play rook to c4 or if she'll move over her king first. She's thinking right now. She's down to, okay, she's got 27 minutes. And Jules has, my best guess is like 19, but I don't know if that's correct.
Yeah, my eyes are not working anymore at this hour to see the clocks. I really have to zoom in. I have my laptop here to have the stream up and see the camera feed, but yeah, I really can't see it anymore.
Yeah, it's a pity that the live board is no longer updating. At least so I think. I don't see any moves
Yeah,
coming
doesn't
through.
seem like it.
Okay, so we see a move by Alexandra. She gave a check on c6, makes sense. Checking the king. I guess king g7 now. Aha, okay, that's a clever move, because look at this. You give a check and attack the pawn, and if black goes here, then your king steps back, like in the wrong direction. And maybe now you go rook c4, rook a4, and now you bring the king. As now the king is further away from the action.
That's interesting. And it becomes easier to play d5, get the king involved, and then slowly move forward. Because once you get your king on c5, or once you get to push that pawn even further, then it gets interesting for white. So yeah, I think Jules may be very tempted to play king g7, and yeah, thus will be pushed far back over here.
Yeah, so let's see what's going to happen. I mean, Alexandra's plan is still to bring the king over. I mean, it would be quite an unnatural move, or definitely a difficult move for Jules to go, let's say, king f7 and sacrifice that h6 pawn. I think she'll probably just go king to g7, as losing another pawn on the king side does seem a little too much.
Yeah, it does. So let's see what Jules will play here, as Alexandra gave a check. So we're waiting for it to make a move. I'm expecting king g7. It's such a logical move. And she does. She plays the move king g7. She got tempted into this, and now the king is pushed back. And yeah, we will not see that king just yet in the action.
Yep. All right. So king g7 defending the pawn on h6. All right. So Alexandra can also consider to go king f1 right here, or rook c4. Force the black rook to go to the a4 square. And I think, again, the plan definitely is to bring that king closer to the middle, which could support the pawns, or potentially maybe try to attack the pawn on b4. But yeah, it remains difficult to make progress.
Yeah, it's rook end games are so challenging. Would you say it's easier to play with one pair of rooks or with two pair of rooks if you're trying to win here, Benjamin?
Yeah, I think it kind of depends on where the white king is. But let's say you have one rook on the board, and let's say this situation right here, right, with rook c4 and rook a4. If you would eliminate these two rooks on c4 and a4, and you get your king to, let's say, c4, it's easier, because then you just pick up this pawn. However, like maybe then black is quick to, let's say, get their king involved. So like there's always pros and cons. One thing though that definitely applies to double rook end games is that you always have to watch out for, let's say, checkmating attack, because the two rooks definitely have checkmating potential. So that's something you have to watch out for with white, right? With white, you have to be somewhat careful that black doesn't all of a sudden get two rooks to the first rank, as then you might all of a sudden get checkmated. right? So
Right.
I'd say there's more play left with 2 rooks on the board, but more play for both sides, right? On the one hand, there's more attacking ideas for white. On the other hand, there's more ideas for counterplay for black.
Right. Rook c4 has been played, so we're expecting Jules to play the move rook a4 to defend the pawn. It feels a bit passive, but it is a more active approach compared to, let's say, rook b7, because then you're just looking at that pawn not being able to move whatsoever, and you're just stuck. So might as well try rook a4 and try to see if you actually are able to make some sort of progress here. Maybe this rook on a4 will become active later on. So yeah, for now she has not made her move yet. I believe she's down to 15 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. I see a 1 and a 5, I think, so seems like she's down to 15 minutes.
Yeah, I think it's a 6, but yeah, it's definitely around that time. And I think Alexandra's got 25 minutes on her clock. So Alexandra, again, having a lead on the clock here. Let's see what Jules is going to do. But so far, it's been a very well-played game by both sides.
Absolutely. I mean, this is crazy stuff. And yeah, at the beginning, Jules did give up the pawn too easily, but Alexandra didn't take it. And if you blunder a pawn and your opponent doesn't take it, that means it wasn't a blunder after all. So yeah, Alexandra did not take that pawn. She's been playing a bit too cautiously, I feel like. I feel like she could have been trying much more and be more aggressive perhaps, but she went for the more positional approach today. She was not in for tactics today. It is positional play all the way today, and she seems to be doing really well over here. So yeah, let's see if she manages to convert this. For now, it feels like she is the one in charge, and she's the one that can win this game, but we'll see.
Yep, so Jules gave a check on a1. I expect king g2 any moment now by Alexandra, because you have to move your king and you want to keep it close to the middle. And Jules has to play the move rook a4 to hang on to that b4 pawn. And then I guess Alexandra will play king to f1. Bring her king over to the center and to the queen side potentially. Another move that does make some sense is maybe d5. You can combine d5 maybe with e4 to break up these pawns a little bit. But king g2 and rook a4 is definitely the 2 moves I expect here. And as a matter of fact, that has already been played. And now king of 1 by Alexandra.
Okay, very good. A question in chat I see. What are the prices for the first place winner? Is the cash prize? Yes, so the winner of this event goes home with $10,000. Second place goes home with $5,000. And third place wins $2,500. So the players are fighting for high stakes over here. And yeah, that's why it's so important to play every single game well, because a half a point can make the difference. There's not that many rounds, 7 rounds in total in this event. Usually open tournaments are 9 rounds, the regular chess tournaments we're used to. So this is a little bit shorter than what we're used to. And that's why half a point matters much more than ever. So that's why the players go on until the very end, and they try to either win at all costs or try to not lose when they are in a position like Jules is in right now.
Yeah, and right now we have Jennifer Yu in the lead with 5.5 out of 6 points. Then we have Dina Belenkaya in second place with 4.5. And right now we have Anna Crumling and Alexandra in third place with 3.5. But if Alexandra wins this game, she'll move to 4.5 as well. So she would be sharing second place with Dina. And actually, they are facing off against each other tomorrow. So that would potentially be a big fight for second place.
Yeah, so Dina against Alexandra, and Anna is, I believe, facing Linda tomorrow. So Anna has good chances to win tomorrow and to try to tie third place in case Alexandra wins today, and there will be decisive result in the game between Alexandra and Dina. But a lot of things need to happen for this to occur, so we'll see what happens. But for now, we have this game here between Alexandra and Jules. Alexandra is still fighting to get that win. I believe they made some moves, so let's see. I believe King f6 is on
King
the board and
F6
King e1.
King e1. Yeah, to me,
Okay.
I mean, I guess she was a little concerned to go King e2 because of the check, but King e1 looks a little odd. I guess she wants to go to d2 and then d3, but then you lose a move. Whereas after this, the check is annoying, but you can go to e1 now. And there's no good way for black to take advantage of this. So I probably would have done this, and after rook a4, then king d2. And it feels like you might win a tempo. The question, though, is like, maybe it doesn't matter that much. Maybe black can't really do anything in the meantime. I guess you can try king e6. I guess king d2 is the idea. And you'll get the king to d3 anyway, because I guess in case of a check, again, there's rook c2, and white blocks from the checks on the second rank.
Right. So, yeah, I guess it makes somewhat sense that you place the king on e1, but it feels more natural to play king e2. Because on e1, maybe you'll get cut off with rook a2. Of course, currently you will drop the pawn on b4, but yeah, it's one of those things. The other day when Alexandra was playing the endgame, it was yesterday against Anna. Alexandra was making some small inaccuracies that Hammer really didn't like, and I think this is also one of those things that it doesn't affect the game as much, but it's just aesthetically maybe not the right way. There could be a small improvement here and there, and yeah, that was really funny yesterday with Hammer.
In the meantime, we see Jennifer, you and Andrea sitting down in the background. I guess they're going to take some pictures. I guess they're just, wait, they're either going to be taking pictures for, I don't know, maybe thumbnails or something, or social media, who knows. So it's kind of funny that all of that is happening in the background. In the meantime, let's have a look at the clocks. Jules down to 12 minutes, and I think Alexandra, my best guess is 23 minutes on the clock.
Oh, I can't see it.
Neither can I, because the rook is in the way.
I wish I could zoom in. Usually, like on my phone, I can zoom in sometimes, but on my laptop, I don't have this luxury right now.
All right. Jules thing here. Yeah, this is not an easy endgame to defend at all. She moves her king to e6. All right. Okay, so now let's see what Alexandra is going to do. I guess king d2 makes the most sense. You can also give a check again. Because now you win the pawn on h6, but now I think this is a little risky to go ahead and take that pawn. As black goes king c4, maybe hit the rook, then gets b3. Here, black is getting a ton of counterplay.
Yeah, you do not want to allow the king to go to the c file that easily. So, yeah, let's see what Alexander will play here. But this endgame is not easy to play.
Yeah, I think the move king d2 makes a lot more sense. Papa Botez is offering to have a look in the playing hall, how much time they have. I don't think that's that necessary, but I do definitely appreciate it. So let's see. I think, okay, my best guess is that that's a 5. I'm gonna say 25, but anyway, I think king d2 is gonna be played.
Probably, yeah. The king is heading to d3, and yeah, I'm curious to see if Alexander can convert this. It's not easy. It's the position feels very locked. It's despite the fact that white is up a pawn, it's hard to see how you can make use of that. So yeah, pretty crazy position, and the engine is I think it's very close to equal, which is crazy when you think about it. So that goes to show this pass pawn is so strong, giving black a lot of counterplay, and that's why you need to try to play active even though you're down material, you're not in a great position. Counterplay can help so much. But yeah, let's see what Alexander comes up with now.
Yeah, let's see what she's going to do. I think king d2 is the most natural. Oh, there we have Papa Botez in the playing hall. He's having a look. All right. Oh, he moved the clock a touch. Okay, so it's 20. Okay, it is 25 minutes. All right, well, we appreciate it because, yeah, the clock is broken on chess.com. All right, the legend. Yeah.
Oh, amazing. So now I can see it better. That was really clever.
Unless Jules moves her rook to a5, then again, we can't see the time.
Or maybe if someone adjusts the rook, because I think the rook is not, and I mean,
Right.
it can be touched a little bit to the side, which would mean that it would cover the digits just by a tiny bit.
Yeah. Or, you know, what if Jules moves her king to d5 on the next turn? Then maybe everything, we can't see the clock as well. All right. Anyway, yeah, now we can see it. It's 24 minutes and like 40 seconds. All right. So I guess Jules will play. I guess king e2 now is a very natural move.
Yeah. Yeah, Alexandra has plenty of time. Her time management this tournament has been amazing. She's been playing so quickly. And in this game as well, she has currently 24 minutes, which is double the time of her opponent. She never has really been in time scramble over here, so pretty comfortable for her. But now the question is, will she have enough time to figure out how to win this? Even with so much time on the clock, it's not easy. So let's see if this will be in her favor. But for now, let's see what she decides to do here.
Yeah, somebody's asking in the chat. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's 24 minutes, not 34, as she had like 35 minutes or so after the time control. Anyway, yeah, Jules is down to 12 minutes and 15 seconds on her clock. All right, so let's see what Alexandra is going to do. But I'd be surprised to see another move besides king d2.
Yeah. And maybe she's concerned about the move, let's say, rook a2 check. But then you can simply cover with rook c2 at least, if you don't want to retreat, of course. Yeah, but then the question is, if this is still winning, king d5, king d3, it feels really difficult to make progress here. And I think that is why Alexandra is thinking about the position at the moment, because how do you actually continue here? How do you make progress? Because if you try to move this rook to c5, this pawn will be very pleased to move forward. So hard to see how white can make progress here.
Yeah, maybe what you can do though, like let's say after king d3, black sits, right? I don't know, with a move like, I don't know, h5, then maybe we can go rook b2. And okay, if you go b3, then I go king c3, and I can pick up the pawn. If you wait, but let's say move like rook b6, now I can go rook c2, and I want to give a check over here. If you go b3, I can go back, and there's nothing you can do, is go king c3 on the next turn. And okay, if you keep sitting, let's say you go like rook b7, now I can give a check. The king has to move, and now I block the pawn with my king. So that'd be a plan for Alexandra to make progress here. So yeah, I think you just need to go king e2. Just bring the king up, bring it closer to the middle, and the pawn on the king's side. Look, I mean, that's the whole idea of king f1, king e1. So yeah, let's see if she goes king d2. Right now, she's still thinking, as she has 21 minutes and like 50 seconds on her clock.
Yeah, and the position would be completely different had these rooks been swapped. Because Alexandra played the move, played the rook to the c file instead of the a file. And that may have been the one move that, if she played it differently, it would be a completely different position. And winning that game, that position would be much easier. Because now the rook is so far away on a4, so the king cannot really approach it well. And if the rook was on c4, if these rooks were swapped, then the king would go to d3 and it would attack that rook on c4. So now the rook is on a4, the king cannot really get close to that rook easily. And because of that, it's so much harder to win this with the white pieces.
All right, so people in the chat saying they think it's 31 minutes. Well, I'm pretty sure it's 21. But anyway, let's see what she's going to do. As right now, she's getting down to, yeah, 20 minutes. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's a 2, not a 3.
I'm actually also seeing how this could be interpreted as a 3, but I think based on the logic, it should be a 2. But, well, maybe I'm starting to question now. Okay, the thing is that Alexandra has been spending quite some time, so, it's a 3?
I think it's a 2. But anyway, let's see. As right now, her clock is ticking lower and lower. If she gets to like 19, then it will be pretty clear if it's a 9 instead of a 2, I would think. Anyway, so let's see. I mean,
I can't see it.
I'm pretty sure it's a 2, even though the chat doesn't believe me. I mean, just based off the time that has been spent in this game. I mean, she hasn't spent like 5 minutes or so since the time control. Although it kind of looks like 2 and
Oh
9
my
now.
goodness, it's actually 29. The chat was right.
Is it? Damn,
The
she had
chat
all the
was
time.
right.
Huh, interesting. Okay, well, anyway, chatters in the chat. I would still be surprised if King D2 will not be played here, but let's see.
Yeah, chat has better eyesight than us. We don't see it, but yeah, the chat has been proven right. The one time they can get this.
All right. There's no chance that could. No, I mean, yeah, I guess it's got to be 2 now. Wow. That's weird. I mean, she had like 38 minutes or so. I guess she had not spent too much of it. I guess it might have been Jules for the most part spending time.
So, actually, good question by Sepper in chat. Why not rook c6? I want free pawn, and I want free pawn as well. But I guess the problem is that the rook c6 check, king d5. If you take that pawn on h6, then all of a sudden, king c4, and this pawn on b4 is going to move forward. You run into some issues there. Apparently, it's not losing yet with white. But if I had this in my game, I would think that I am definitely losing this one. So I'm surprised this is not completely lost for white already. But yeah, allowing king c4 is definitely not what you're looking for. So that's why you need to be careful and not allow this king to move forward that easily. That's why I want to play king d2 and then king d3, so that we make sure that we stop this king from moving forward.
Yeah. All right. So at any rate, we really do appreciate the chat, pointing those things out. So anyway, let's see what's gonna happen. I mean, it's always a lot of fun with you guys. So let's see what Alexandra is gonna do here. There she's getting down to 27 minutes. But I think king d2 makes sense. Just bring up the king, as you pointed out. I think that pawn on h6 is too risky. Allowing black to bring the king up, then push that pawn down. So I'm just a little curious what else she could be thinking about. I mean, maybe a rook c5 to stop king d5 altogether?
That's possible. That's possible. But yeah, it's hard to move the rook right now because you want to make sure that rook a3 will not happen that easily, or you want to make sure that this rook is not going to move at all, or this rook for that matter. So you want to keep attacking this pawn with both rooks. But yeah, it's not easy. Rook endgames are difficult, and I think this is also one of those where if you have the wrong plan, things can go south really quickly, or at least you will spoil the advantage, and then it will end in a draw somehow. As always with rook endgame, somehow there will be a draw somewhere. You're up 2 pawns, somehow there will be a draw somewhere. It's absolutely crazy, but that is rook endgames for you.
Yeah, no, indeed, lots of intricacies in this rooking game right here. So let's see what's gonna happen. I mean, if anyone has any questions in the chat, feel free to ask us those, and we'd be more than happy to answer those. All right, so we have, I think, wait, is that Alexandra? No, wait, sorry, Andrea in the back there. What is she carrying around? I have no idea. Refilling the water fridge?
Oh, yeah, it's so awesome that the players are staying in the same house as they're playing, and they're all making lots of fun, nice content. I've seen lots of videos already around, but I'm sure there's more to come even. I have a feeling that they're making a lot more content than we're actually seeing right now. So I'm excited to see what videos they have been making behind the scenes. But it seems like a lot. I have a feeling that there were a lot of pre-game interviews, but also post-game interviews. So that's super exciting. And yeah, it's something that we are kind of missing in chess tournaments, to have pre-game interviews. But it makes sense in a way to not have pre-game interviews in regular tournaments,
Yeah, for sure. And we have a very good question in the chat by GM Vladimir B. Kremnik. Question to Anamaya. Are you pursuing the IM title, and what improvements are you will you need to make to get it? Is that something you're pursuing, Anamaya?
Oh, interesting. So I'm currently aiming for WGM, I guess is like the next step in, becoming a stronger player, and the next title, as I already have the Women's National Master title and the FIDE Master title. So the next step is to become a WGM, but I do want to see how far I can get, because of studying so much, not as much chess, but I was focusing on academics a lot in the past many years. And only a year ago, I finished my studies and I thought, you know what, I'm done. I want to focus on chess 100%, and I want to give it my all. So I am pursuing more than I am right now. I want to go, first step is to become a woman grandmaster, and I want to go beyond that. So let's see where it will end up in. But I hope to get IM, and let's see how far I can push it. So that would be amazing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that'd be incredible. So yeah, I think I speak on behalf of everyone here that we wish you a lot of good luck, and it'd be great if you can get there.
Thank you.
And I see AC Mix has been asking this question a couple of times. So I'm sorry I haven't addressed it earlier. Just asking, what are our ratings? My rating is around 2,600, and Anamaya is around 2,200, right?
Yeah, I'm around 2,200. I used to be 2,300 once upon a time, a long time ago, when chess was so much easier. But yeah, I believe also the question that I forgot to answer was how I am planning to get there. Just by studying a lot of chess. I haven't really been studying chess as much as I wanted to the past couple of many years because of school, and I was playing a lot of Blitz online in the past few years on stream, and that also kind of discourages you to, study chess, as you don't want to see chess anymore after playing so many hours of Blitz. So these days I'm trying to work on my chess as much as possible. Maybe this week the most chess I'm seeing is this tournament, because it's very it's a quite demanding schedule to commentate on these games, but it's been so much fun, and I've been learning a lot as well. So any sort of chess, whether it's commentary or yeah, just looking around, checking games and stuff, it helps a lot. I learned yesterday that there's in the Lion and the King's Indian that one needs to be careful about. So there's so much to learn from these games.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, we have a very interesting rooking game right here. And actually, Alexandra just played the move rook to b2. So she moved her rook back one square. But I wonder if this gives Jules the opportunity. This is what Alexandra is doing. So now let's say black goes king d5. She wants to go rook c5 check. And in case of king e4, now she can go king e2, as now there's no longer a check on the second rank. And rook to e5 would be a checkmate threat. So black is forced to go like rook e8 here. And then after rook b5, you lose the pawn on b4, and white should be winning. So a little trap here being set by Alexandra. Black should not move up with the king, but maybe what black can do is, let's say, rook b5 first. And then if white moves the king, then black can go king d5.
Yeah, that's interesting. So it seems like Alexandra is really afraid to allow rook a2, checking the king if the king goes up to d2, let's say. So she's being really cautious here. But who knows? Maybe it pays off, because if you stop your opponent's threats, so to say, then you restrict your opponent quite a bit, and that may in turn cause them to make the wrong move. So this could be beneficial, but it is a bit too careful. So let's see what Jules decides to do now.
Yeah, I mean, rook b5 seems like a nice move. Preparing that move king d5. Jules might realize that Alexandra is setting up that little trap. So let's see if she'll find rook b5. I'd be impressed if she plays that move.
Yeah, that would be crazy. I can also see this king just going up all the way to f3, and yeah, just or actually maybe to d3 even, because I just want to somehow get access to the white king and then checkmate on the first rank. That would be cool. But of course, you cannot push your king up that easily. But it may be very tempting for Jules to do this.
Mm-hmm. All right, another good question in chat. Favorite chess book I read? I enjoyed reading Kasparov's autobiographies. Like he was writing about his own career and his life. So I found that one quite interesting. I guess, yeah, another book I liked reading when I was younger was Dvoretsky's Endgame Manual. I think definitely a lot of stuff I learned in that one. So yeah, I'd say those two books, yeah.
Famous Dvoretsky book. When I was younger, I also went through that, and I don't remember how, because I look at the book now and I think, wow, it was a time I was actually going through these things without knowing how difficult the book was. But now I have this sense of this book is difficult, this book is not difficult, and now I'm seeing that this book is actually difficult. So it's funny to look back on it. But yeah, I've also gone through that book, and it's been really helpful. But these days I have to revisit that book and see what I can take from it now. But yeah, one book that I'm going through right now is probably high on the list right now because it seems like a really good book. It's, funnily enough, How to Study Chess on Your Own, and it covers everything you can think of in chess. I mean, it's a very cliche title, but it actually does its job. It really explains everything very thoroughly. What you should be doing or should try to do, what you need to think about, how many different ways are there to study chess, and the author does a really good job. I mean, I'm only through the first 2 chapters or something like that, but I can already see the huge potential this book has, even for someone like me who has been playing chess for so long. But it's a very good book. I really enjoy reading it.
Mm-hmm.
It's How to Study Chess on Your Own.
Yeah.
I'll type it in chat.
How to Study Chess on Your Own. All right. So yeah, that's definitely a good book to check out for anyone. Also, we have another question in the chat. How is the preparation for the Olympiad going? Are you excited to represent the Netherlands? I'm definitely excited to represent the Netherlands. We have a very strong team. So right now I'm doing some general preparation on my own, so preparing some openings. And we also do plan on having a training camp early in September, so shortly before the tournament. But how's it going for you guys, Annemai? I think you guys had a training camp, is that right?
Yeah, that's true. It was actually a few days ago when in the middle of the commentary sessions. That was why I had to leave the house in the morning. But yeah, we had a training session. Not all of the players were present because of other commitments and stuff. But yeah, it was really fun to meet the team and to catch up. It's really awesome. I had a chat with Captain, what to do, what to prepare, what to look out for, and sort of to give the captain an idea what my openings are and what to consider for the games, because opening preparation is a big part of the preparation. So yeah, covering a lot of that. And we also went through some exercises. We actually did blindfold exercises too, something that I don't do as much. And we were basically given, let's say, the first 10 moves of a game, and then the 11th move, you have to find the win there. So you cannot move the pieces. I also didn't really want to have the pieces in front of me, so I was just thinking in my head what the solution is. And yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was great stuff. So challenging exercises, but they were really fun.
Mm-hmm. Okay, nice. That sounds like great preparation. Yeah. All right. So in the meantime, Jules made a move. She played her rook to b5. Great move, because now she can move her king to d5 on the next turn without being bothered by a check on c5. And it's not so easy for Alexandra to make progress here, because if you go king d3, there's always going to be a check over here that's annoying to deal with. So Jules playing some really good defense. In the meantime, by the way, I think Andrea but people are leaving the house. Like, I don't know who those are. And one last thing I wanted to address is that we have a good question by GM Vladimir B. Kramnik in the chat. He's asking, are you both using Chessable courses? Any course recommendations? I mean, I definitely do check out some Chessable courses from time to time. but I'm gonna keep it to myself which courses, because otherwise that would give my future opponents ideas which openings I'm studying. But do you check out Chessable, Anamaya?
Yeah, not as much because there's so many openings out there, and sometimes maybe it doesn't suit your play style. For example, I know that I played the French, so I was really excited to see Anish come out with a course on the French, but then he covers the win hour and I don't play the win hour. So then I was a little bit disappointed because I thought, oh, this could be something for me, but then it wasn't really for me. So yeah, there is a lot of good stuff out there, a lot of good opening courses, and yeah, I do sometimes go through them on my stream. I am going through advanced chess fundamentals on stream, and it's super fun. I've been really enjoying that one. It feels like, I think quite complicated at times, complicated moves. So to take a step back and to go back to fundamentals is sometimes also a good idea. And this course has been teaching me that a lot, and it's really nice. But of course, we also have your courses on Chessable, Benjamin. So make sure to check out Benjamin's courses as well.
All right, thanks, Anamaya. In the meantime, we have a move by Alexandra. She played f2, f3. So let's see what Jules gonna do here. Maybe now king d5, attacking the rook, as rook c5 is no longer an option. And I don't know, Jules definitely creating some counterplay here. If you move the rook, then maybe b3 followed by rook a2. This is not looking easy at all. But yeah, you said that Anish made a course on the French and then the win hour. Well, maybe you can add a win hour to your repertoire, right? It's also a way of looking at it.
That's possible, but probably not something I want to try, I guess. I've been playing the French, I think, for over a decade now, and I have been religiously playing knight f6 on the third move, so switching to bishop b4 would be quite something. Maybe something to consider in the future, but I guess I don't really like how sharp it gets and how forced the lines are, because it's really well analyzed for both sides, and I'd like to keep it a bit more flexible.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. In the meantime, we have a move by Jules on the board, king to d5, attacking the rook on c4. So let's see what Alexandra is going to do here. Her rook is under attack, and so she needs to move it to somewhere along the sea. She can also play a rook bc2. That's also a move to defend the rook.
Yeah. So you cannot play king d3. You will lose the rook with rook a3 check. So yeah, Jules is doing a very good job activating the pieces. All the pieces are now in action, and yeah, it's becoming much more difficult for Alexandra to convert this to something. I believe a move has been made now.
Yep, rook to c1.
Right.
All right, so now Jules can push the pawn, makes a lot of sense. And then I'm curious to see what Alexandra wants to do. I mean, ideally should go king d3 and e4, but of course the moment you go king d3, you hang this. So maybe she has to take, I guess this is her idea. Let's say b3 is played. I think she wants to take on g4, and now Jules has to make a decision. If she takes with the f pawn, well, then you go king d3, and it's a lot easier to get e4 in. And if you take with the h pawn, well, then white has a passed h pawn, which you can definitely push down the board at some point. Also, f5 is somewhat weak. So let's see what Jules is going to play here.
Yeah, let's see. She does have a very active position. I am very tempted to move the pawn forward, and maybe Jules may be very tempted to do that as well. But yeah, it's maybe not the best, of course, because the more you push the pawn, the more vulnerable the pawn becomes, and this king is ready to come closer. So you really have to time it well. But with the rook on a4, the king on d5, if you play move b3, king moves forward here, and you don't really have king c3 because of rook c4 check. Of course, there's a pawn hanging here, but just to illustrate that, this is why b3 may be considered, because the king has a tough time getting closer. But yeah, you have to be careful that you don't play b3 too easily.
Yep. All right, so yeah, right now I think Alexandra is down at 20 minutes and 42 seconds. How much time Jules has, I have no idea. I can't quite tell.
The
I
king
think
is blocking
maybe
the
that's
view.
5 minutes and 9 seconds. Yeah, 5 minutes. It's already pretty low on time. Yeah, let's see. Is the
Okay.
5 going to turn into a 4? Looks like it to me. Yeah, so Jules is below 4 minutes now. Definitely some time pressure kicking in. So let's see what is gonna happen. By the way, there was an interesting comment in the chat. GM Vladimir B. Kramnik saying, I think Anamaya can make IM. Don't worry about the haters like GM Bach. I'm not a hater. I was literally saying like that I think Anamaya has a good chance and that, you know, we would all be happy
Yay.
for her. So
Yay,
anyway,
that's
so
awesome.
let's focus back on the game.
Yes, I have GM approval right here. That's amazing.
And
Next,
chat
I'm going to
approval.
ask
That's the most
Hammer.
important. Yeah.
I'm going to ask Hammer this next time to see if I wonder what he has to say. He's usually very critical, so and he's brutally honest.
Right, he's like, Alexandra moved her queen here to c7, avoiding the... Okay, I can't... Yeah, but he's quite critical, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know. Jules getting pretty long time here. And again, this is the time she has. There's no more additional time. She only has 3 minutes and 45 seconds with a 30-second increment. So still looks pretty difficult to defend here.
Yep. Getting low on the clock here is not the best because that's when your intuition comes up, right? You're low on the clock. You don't have time to calculate and reconsider lines here and there. You will rely on your intuition. And since Alexandra is the better player, it would get tricky for Jules to try to hold on to her position and survive here as she gets lower on the clock. So Alexandra can really try to use the clock to her advantage, but it really depends. It really depends how things go. The position is not too complicated, I feel like. It could have been much more complicated in different ways, but we are in this position now. Alexandra made... Oh no, Jules made a move here. What did she do?
She played pawn to b3, so advancing the pawn.
Uh-huh.
All right, so now I think it's time for Alexandra to take the pawn on g4. And I wonder what happens after pawn takes g4. What if black goes rook a2 right away? So hitting the rook. If we take, black recaptures, and black's also threatening rook b1, so we don't have time to take another pawn on the king side.
Right.
So maybe what we should do is start with the rook b1, defending this rook and threatening this. And I was wondering, can black maybe go king c4, right? So sacrificing more pawns, but if we take, maybe black can take king c3, hitting the rook. Let's say the rook goes here, king c2, you move the rook again. I don't know, like here, and then b2. This gets pretty interesting because black's going to get a queen, white's going to have to give up the rook, but white is going to get a lot of pawns. Maybe like king up, here, queen, take, king f4. I don't know, but this is all very difficult to calculate as the players are getting lower and lower on time. Let's just check out what's happening in the game. b3 is on the board, and Alexandra is thinking, but pawn to g4 looks like the only move.
Right, because you cannot move the king now, and Jules is not planning to take on f3, so you would have to take on g4 yourself. And if you, of course, play the move f4, you allow king e4, and that looks like a disaster to me, to weaken the light scores this much. And, of course, e4 doesn't make sense because you drop the pawn on d4, so f takes g4 makes a lot of sense. Perhaps I'm trying to see if she can maybe move the rook. If she plays rook to b1, doesn't really help because king c4 maybe played, and then you just go back. Doesn't really make much sense. So this is the position. F takes g4 would make sense. Let's see what she decides to do here.
Yeah, no, I think f takes g4 definitely needs to be played. As you pointed out, the pawn on f3 is often hanging. And then after black recaptures, that gives you a free hand to move the king up to d3, right? You want to improve the placement of the king. f4 also not a good move. And otherwise, you're giving black too much time to do stuff on the king side. So let's see, Alexandra has 18 minutes and 12 seconds or so on her clock as far as I can see. And Jules is down to 3 minutes and 28 seconds.
I'm really impressed that you can see this, but perhaps my eyesight is decreasing as the time in the night gets darker here. Well, it's already super dark, but yeah, it gets later here in the night.
Well, you just gotta click on full screen, and then you gotta really lean over, and then you can see how much time
I can't even squint my eyes anymore.
Oh, damn, yeah. Well, it's
Okay,
it's rough,
I
yeah.
see something. I can see something, yes.
Mm-hmm. All right. Okay, so let's see. It's getting pretty late over there. It's like 4:42 right now, so that must be rough. Anyway, yeah, she has to take on G4 here. So let's see. All right, so someone's asking good question. Even though Alex has more time, should she try to up her pace so Jules can find moves on Alexandra's time? That's definitely, a strategy, but she also shouldn't move too quickly, right? And maybe right now she should recognize that there's really no other move than pawn takes G4, because as we talked about, you want to bring that king to the middle, but right now you can't, as it hangs the pawn in F3. Pushing a force is not a move, it weakens the E4 square. So she just has to recognize that it's the only move. Just take the pawn in G4, let Jules think, and then but don't give her too much time right now on her turn.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we saw that in the game between Anna and Nemo, right? Nemo started spending a lot of time, and at some point the time was pretty much even. And Anna managed to use that time to her advantage. And even though Anna was down to a minute on the clock, she had a lot of time to think on Nemo's turn. And maybe that helped her to figure out how to win the game. So you want to try to save yourself some time and also kind of give your opponent the opportunity to spend their time and start to make mistakes because they don't have enough time to think on their move. So yeah, let's see how this will turn out. But Jules down to 3 minutes, I believe, as far as I could tell. It's going to be really interesting.
Shout out to Papa Botez, by the way. He just walked by in the playing hall, making sure everything goes well at this tournament. All right, so let's see what's gonna happen. Alexandra now down, I think 15.5 minutes or so. But yeah, don't as people were pointing out in the chat, I mean, Anna Kronling did play an amazing game with the black pieces, and yeah, it was kind of crazy there how that big lead on the clock completely disappeared. Right, Nemo being up 54 minutes against 2 minutes, but Anna finding all the right moves. I mean, it was super impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, it's really good to see Anna recovering after yesterday's tough loss against Alexandra. So really good to see that she recovered and goes into the last round feeling much better. So yeah, let's see how she will do tomorrow. I believe she's playing against Linda tomorrow, so that's going to be super exciting as well. And yeah, I guess Sepper is asking, can we look at lines after f takes G? So after f takes G4, I guess I don't want to play f takes G4 because that allows king D3, E4 check, and then these pawns move forward real fast. So instead, what about h takes G4? What do you think of this position, Benjamin?
Yeah, so if black recaptures with the H pawn, now I think it's definitely a good time to go king D3, stopping black from going king E4, and again, getting closer to that B pawn, as the B pawn can get quite dangerous, right? Again, this move was not possible earlier, as it hang the pawn on F3, but here we can definitely play it. And then if we get another move, we can go, let's say, a rook B1, putting pressure on this, or in some cases, maybe rook F1, attacking the F pawn, or maybe push the H pawn up to try to deflect one of the black pieces so we can try to win that pawn on B3. So I think king D3 certainly is the move for Alexandra. Let's say black goes here, black can trade off a pair of rooks, but still, we're going to go king C3 and take here. And it's not... Well, here's the thing, though. What black might do in this position is play a move like rook B8, wait for us to go king C3, and now they have the time to go rook E8 and attack this pawn. So we have to move our king back. So question is, the one plan we have left is to go, let's say, H5 here, with the idea to go H6 and again, sort of deflect one of the black pieces so we can pick up this pawn. Let's say black goes here though to stop the pawn. Like we can push, but black takes, and if we take, there's rook h3, and black quickly creates counterplay. So it might be a draw with perfect play, but at least for now, Alexandra, again, she just needs to take this pawn over here because I don't see what else you do. Otherwise, you're either allowing rook a2 or maybe the king to walk up. So I think this pawn on g4 really needs to be captured, and it's still not on the board.
Yes, it's tough to play this endgame. There is so much that you want to do, but so little that you can do. And I think that's what may be bothering Alexandra at this point, that she's up a pawn, but she's not winning. She's not the one with active pieces. She's pretty passive right now. And that was very different a couple moves back, where she had really active pieces, and now she has to be the one defending here. And that while she's up a pawn and she wants to win, of course. So yeah, Alexandra definitely wants to try to push this for a win. And of course, she needs to win this game in order to have good chances to become second in the tournament. And yeah, Jules is of course looking for a draw here. With a draw, she would gain rating, and also I think you can almost say that winning this with the black pieces is nearly impossible. Something really has to go terribly wrong for white to lose this game. So that's why we can safely say that Jules is more than happy to get a draw out of this. But this endgame is complex. It's not easy. A lot can happen. And yeah, as the clock is ticking down, we may see a time scale at some point.
Yeah, now Alexandra is getting down to 11 minutes and 11 seconds on her clock, and Jules is 3:28. So she needs to play a move here. She should try to keep that time advantage on the clock, because it can definitely come in handy later. And she goes pawn to g4. Good move. All right, so now let's see how Jules is going to respond. I think there's a lot of moves for black that make sense, either just recapturing with the h-pawn, rook a2 as well, but just not f takes g4, because after f takes, white always has the option after king d3 to go pawn to e4. So either pawn takes g4 or rook a2 are both fine moves.
I think she will take the pawn back on g4. She does seem to be looking to the right side of the board, so maybe Jules is considering to play rook a2. It just feels so counterintuitive to, after capture, that you focus on the complete opposite side of the board and then play a move like rook a2. So if she finds the move rook a2, that would be really amazing. But I think she will just take the pawn back. That would make a lot of sense.
I think, yeah, it's more likely that she'll just recapture on g4. But yeah, I should point out rook a2 also makes a lot of sense. Yeah, one thing she can definitely consider after rook b1 is to, again, take on b2 followed by king c4 to try to go quickly king c3, push that b pawn down the board, but she would give up a lot of pawns on the king side. And I think that's very difficult to calculate with 2 minutes on your clock, right? I mean, it looks really scary with all the white pawns pushing down. So I think h takes g4 might sort of be the easier option, just sort of keeping the status quo in the position.
Yeah, question, Chad, what are they writing? So the players have to write down their moves after every single move. So as soon as they make a move, they play a move, and then they write the move down on their score sheet. It's to keep track of the moves. For now, for example, now the DGT board broke, so it's really convenient that the players are writing down the moves, but also for certain situations such as claiming a draw, threefold repetition, 50 move rule, these kind of situations, you need to show on your score sheet that this is a draw and you claim it using your score sheet. So that's why the players have to keep track. And I guess it's also nice to have a score sheet of your game where you can analyze your game afterwards. So that's really useful. And rook a2 is on the board, Benjamin.
Yeah, rook a2, great move, hitting the rook. And yeah, the point here for black is that she's not recapturing the pawn right away. She's attacking the rook. And so let's say white takes, black recaptures. Now you have a very dangerous a pawn. And here, again, white cannot take another pawn, as then black goes like rook b1. And white still can give up the rook, but black should be winning. So I don't think Alexandra should take. I think she should move her rook to b1. Because then, let's say after takes and Jules takes here, again, there's king d3. You stop this king from moving up. This still feels pretty safe for white. And you still have great winning chances. But again, Jules also has the option here to go king c4, abandon the entire king side, and go all in on the pawn over here. But again, I think that's a very difficult thing to do if you have 2 minutes on your clock to calculate all of the consequences of white getting a mass of pawns over here. The king can also join on that side, and it's really difficult to see whether black will be in time or not.
I'm already very impressed by Jules finding the move rook a2, which is not easy to play, especially when you're down to minutes on the clock. This is not easy. Rook endgames are tricky. There's so many small intricacies to be found here. And the fact that she played this move rook a2 so convincingly, it really shows how composed she is, and it feels like she is just underrated. She is doing so much better than her rating suggests, and it's just simply amazing.
All right, so rook takes a2 on the board here. So now Jules is going to recapture. And I don't know, this pawn looks pretty dangerous. Rook a1 here, by the way, is the only move you have to stop rook b1. Then Jules can give a check over here. The king would step up, I guess, to f3. And then, I don't know, maybe take with the pawn. I guess this is still a draw, but I don't like this one as much. I think rook cb1 was a much better try for white to go for the win. Oh, you should went to the king with the king to d3.
Interesting.
All right, so the idea is that in case black takes the f pawn, you can go e4, and if black takes with the h pawn, then you can go h5. All right, so let's see what Jules will do here.
Papa Pote is asking in the chat, who do you think has the most unreadable writing for chess notation from those 8 players? What do you think, Benjamin? Because I have something in mind, because I have seen the score sheets of some of these players.
I haven't seen any of the score sheets, so I honestly don't know. So yeah, enlighten us, Anamaya. Who has the most unreadable handwriting?
Okay, I don't know of all the players, but from my experience, I know that Anna does not have a really not the best handwriting, but I guess it does pass. Dina writes in typical Russian alphabet, and whenever Russians are writing in their score sheets, it becomes a mess. It's a guaranteed mess, and I never understand how they can ever trace back what the moves were. So it's really difficult to read, for example, Dina's score sheet. I think she understands it herself, but I would not be able to figure this out. I mean, it's like so much is happening. They write really big letters too. So, and I don't know about Jules' handwriting. Wait, did they? Oh, okay. I thought the game ended, but they crossed 60 moves. Okay, I thought the game ended, but no, they crossed 60 moves, so they got a new score sheet. But
Wow.
yeah, I guess. I think my vote would be Dina.
Interesting. All right, so in the meantime, Jules recaptured with the f pawn, e4 check, and now Jules moved her king to e6, I believe. Okay, so let's see what Alexandra is going to do here. She can go king c3 to attack the rook, but then the rook can go to g2, right, attacking this pawn quickly. Maybe an idea is to like quickly go like king e3, f4, and g5. I think that's definitely still something I can try. Like if you go here, pick up this pawn, you definitely still have some chances. So let's see if that is what Alexandra is going to go for. But with correct play, it should be a draw.
It should be. The black rook is so active on the second rank, really limiting that rook on a1, because as soon as the rook moves, rook b1 and it's over. So that rook is staying in a corner for the time being. And these 2 pawns cannot really make progress as much. I mean, something must go really wrong for black to be in a lost position. But I guess maybe this king can find its way up until that pawn on h5, and then things may get tricky. So I think black still needs to find the right moves to defend this.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, Alexandra is up a pawn here. It feels like she has the chances to win, and Jules needs to play accurately. I guess you have to be careful though. Like, let's say you go for a move like king c3 and you allow black to go here. King b3 is probably where you take too much risk, because you allow black to take here. Yes, you take here, but then black plays maybe something like rook d3. The pawns can drop, and then black still has these two pawns on the king side. So it's not completely without risk. But I like the idea of king e3. Then if you pick up the pawn on h5, all of a sudden you get some passers. And then if black takes the pawn on g2, you get the pawn on a2. So maybe what Jules should do here is something like, let's say rook g2. And after king f4, stop the white king with king f6. But here, you give a check on e5. If the king goes to g6, then there's d5. And if it goes to e6, then again, you have king g5. So I think king e3 would still be a nice try for Alexandra to win this game.
Mm-hmm.
And king e3 is on the board. Okay, good move.
Okay, now it's Jules' turn. Wait, does Alexandra have... Is it 9 minutes? Or I think it's 9. I first saw 5 minutes, and then I thought, wait, it's maybe 9 minutes.
Yes, 9 minutes for Alexandra and 9 seconds, and Jules just below 2 minutes. So Jules definitely getting a long time. She plays, right, she's reaching for, I think, the king. Maybe she'll go king f6. That would be a good move to stop king g5. And then after king f4, you just have rook f2.
Right. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, and it's just impossible to make progress.
What about this? King f6, what about e5 check? So if you go king f5, now I can give a check over here. Rook f1.
Oh, and then you can go behind the pawn.
Yes, and then rook a6. And that might be a way to improve the placement of the rook. Okay, anyway, let's see what Jules going to do.
King f6 on the board.
All right. Though the moves I pointed out are not easy to find, though. Because after e5, king e6, you also have to realize that then you can go king f4 and abandon some of the pawns. And then after king f5, you have to see this move here. Otherwise, e5 doesn't make any sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she has to play the move e5. All the other moves are just not helping white at all. d5 allows king e5, and how do you ever make progress? Rook f1 check, I guess you can try this, but as soon as the king moves, let's say to e6, you have to go back because there's rook b1 being threatened. So you don't really have much going on here with white. Black has this sort of fortress setup where this rook is very inactive and unable to move, and these two pawns cannot work on its own. And there's still a rook here on the lookout, ready to capture that pawn on g3 if necessary.
Okay, e5 on the board by Alexandra. Good move. Checking the black king. All right, so now let's see where Jules is going to go. She can pretty much go to any square, I guess. King f5, king e6, or g6. But I think it's going to be between these two moves, e6 or f5. And I would think maybe f5 looks the most natural, because you might not realize that rook f1 is actually a move, because you will actually get your rook behind the pawn again.
Yep. Let's see where the king goes. Jules down to 1 minute on the clock. Now it's getting scary when the players get lower on the clock, but the position does not feel that complicated anymore. But I've seen crazier things happen. The players can still blunder any moment here. The king goes to f5.
King f5. All right, so now rook f1 is definitely the move to keep winning chances alive, followed by rook f6 and rook a6. And rook f1 is on the board. All right, good move by Alexandra. All right, so let's see where the king is going to go. I think definitely the e6, g6 doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Again, check, and then here, and then your king is cut off. So I think Jules will go king e6, check, and then king d5. Rook f6 by Alexandra yet?
It would make a lot of sense for her to play rook f6 now. Let's see. Okay, the poll has started. Who has worse handwriting? Ah, there's a special link. Ooh, okay. I'm voting Dina.
All right, okay, rook f6, by the way, in the meantime, on the board. Okay, so Jules reaching for the king, and yeah, she moves it to d5. All right, so now Alexandra can also throw in another check over here, but you allow the king to go up, so I think it's going to be more natural to go rook a6 here. and rook a6 is on the board. All right.
Okay.
So now let's see what Jules is gonna do. But yeah, it's definitely still not over, as Jules also is behind on the clock here with 1 minute and 45 seconds.
Yeah, let's see. What will Jules play now? As the rook got activated, that is a big improvement already, but doesn't help Alexandra as much because the rook doesn't really have much to do here. I mean, you can give a check, but you can't quite make progress. As soon as you try to move your king up, the rook will be ready to give checks, and also you have to keep an eye on that pawn on g3. The position is not easy to play for both sides, at least in terms of trying to make progress. Rook b3 check on the board. Oh, I'm not sure about this.
You definitely have to go to f4 here with your king. Just move up the board. You can always pick up this pawn over here. And now you might be able to pick up the pawn on a2. I think for white, as long as black doesn't get two passers, you really don't have much risk, right? Like, let's say you go king f4, check king g5, black takes this pawn on g3, but then you take the pawn on a2. And it's definitely still white who's pushing here. And king f4 on the board.
Yep, king f4. Pawn on a2 is hanging, so either you play rook f3 check and accept the fact that you're going to lose the pawn a2 by capturing the pawn g3, or you can still defend it, but this king is heading to g5 to take the pawn on h5 at least, so I'm seeing opportunities here for Alex all of a sudden.
Yeah, I think Alexandra still has great chances to win this one. Looks like a very difficult defense for Jules. She just took the pawn on d4. All right, so now you can take the pawn on a2 or push this e pawn up right away. I guess e6 might be the more challenging, because if you take on a2, black can give a check, king g5, and then take on e5. And if you take on h5, then black takes here, which should be a pretty straightforward draw. So I think e6 definitely the more challenging move.
Right. Yeah, let's see it. Let's see it. For now, so king f4 was play. Oh, this is actually the live position right now. Okay, I didn't realize the king already went up all the way to d4.
Yeah, I mean, some great play from both sides here.
Great stuff. So let's see if Alex is going to push the pawn. It would make sense. It would make sense to push the pawn, especially because now rook f3 check is being threatened. So yeah, you don't have time to play rook d6 check. The pawn is still on a2. Rook a4 check does not really help as much either. The king will go back to d5, I guess. So yeah, let's see if she's going to push the pawn.
All right. Yeah, so let's see. Alexandra now having 7 minutes and 52 seconds. Jules down to 1 minute and 42 seconds. So they're getting lower and lower on time. But they're doing a good job not getting too low on time, not leaving, let's say, 31 seconds on their clock. So let's see what Alexandra is going to do here. But again, I think e6 is definitely the most challenging move right here.
Right. Yeah, I was just checking the clocks real quick. So 7 minutes for Alexandra, 1.5 minutes for Jules. This is getting super tense now, as both players will need to make their moves really fast. And indeed, Alexandra goes for the move e6.
Yeah, e6, good move. Again, really putting the pressure here on Jules. So let's see what she's going to do now. Yeah, I mean, this might be a draw with perfect play. But again, Alex posing some really tough problems. So let's see what she's going to do. This is a tough position with a minute, just a little more than a minute on her clock.
I don't know what that flash was on the screen. I guess they're trying to
me
adjust
neither.
the lighting, but I thought I was hallucinating for a second.
All right, let's see what she's gonna do. I mean, there's a couple of options. Rook e3 is a move here, putting the rook behind the pass pawn. You can give a check on f3, but I think that helps white, because then you move the king up. Rook b6, by the way, is a move as well, because if you take the rook, you advance the pawn.
Right.
So this is tough. I think after rook b6, what's a nice idea? She gives a check on f3. Okay, now Alex has one move, so she needs to play it quickly. King g5. I think this might have been the losing mistake, as now this king is supporting this pawn.
Oh my goodness. That pawn on a2 is undefended, and the pawn on e6 is just moving forward. That's actually crazy. I did not think that rook f3 would be already lost.
Here, rook takes g3. It's still not easy though. Because, okay, you can take the pawn over here. You can also push the pawn. But let's say we push the pawn. Black goes rook here. King f6. Check. King. I guess you go king here. King e6. Check on e3 and then king d7. And you cannot stop this. And I'll pick up this pawn quickly. So let's see if Alexandra is going to find it. e7 wins the game.
That's crazy.
But it's not easy.
I guess the king of black is just too far away now. And I see that Papa Botez in the chat says the answer for the quiz is Dina. See? I knew it. I was right.
Yeah. And yeah, both. Okay, so we see. Oh, Alexandra took the pawn on h5. I think that's a step in the wrong direction. This really seems a bit too slow. I think you should just need it to go off the e pawn.
Oh my goodness. King takes h5, giving Jules another chance to be in a game. Yeah, when you have a passed pawn, what do we do with passed pawns? We push them. But sometimes we get sidetracked and creating another passed pawn gets too
it seems
too
a little
interesting.
Too slow.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is giving Jules the opportunity to, you know, maybe get our defense together and stop that e-pawn. But we also have to point out the players seem very calm, but they might be nervous. You know, these are the final minutes of a tough and long game. They have been playing for more than 5 hours. And yeah, that's definitely where fatigue kicks in. Also, they're getting long time. So overall, they've been playing a very good game. But I think it's natural that we might see some mistakes here and there. Rook g2 play by Jules, defending the pawn on a2. I think a good move, as now she can always go rook here. So let's see. Maybe now Alexandra can go e7, rook e2, and then let's say take here, and take on g4. And she has an extra pawn, but it's the h pawn. It's really not the ideal pawn. But even there, black still needs to be accurate to actually hold the draw.
e7 on the board, and I believe rook e2 was played. But yeah, this is just going to end in a draw. Oh, Alexandra. If her king was on g5 now, she could play king f6. That pawn on h5 was unnecessary.
Rook takes a2 on the board. Okay, now I'm sure Jules is going to take the pawn on e7. And then Alexandra is going to take the pawn on g4. But it seems like Jules might just be in time with king e5 to bring the king back. All right, rook takes e7 on the board. And I'm sure Alexandra is going to take this pawn. Yep, and there she goes. Okay, so now king e5 is a good move here for Jules to bring the king back. It's important to realize that rook e2 is not a problem. You bring the king back, and this is a very easy draw. And white doesn't have a good way to shoulder the black king. I mean, maybe you can try rook f2 to cut it off, but it should be a draw. It's still not over, though. Still not over. Jules
I've definitely lost this endgame with black, I think.
Uh-oh, rook e4. I think that's a mistake. Oh, but the win is not easy. You have to go king f5. And then if you take rook a4 and you win the rook.
Oh, king f5 is crazy. And she played king g5 right away.
Okay, king g5 on the board. I mean,
goodness.
There's still good winning chances, though. I mean, you have to go king e5 here, apparently, with black. But then h5, that's not easy. I mean, maybe Jules will give another check. Let's see.
100 endgames, you must know.
She's really reaching for, I think, the king.
I can't tell. They're right next to each other, right?
Yeah, it might be the rook. I mean, if she goes rook e4, it might be natural to go rook e5 now. Yep, rook e5 check on the board. Okay, so let's see now.
Now king f6. Okay. King f6? And then next move, rook h5, rook a4. Yeah, rook a4. And you're cutting the king off.
Or rook h5, king g6. Because again, you cannot take because of rook a4.
That too.
Or you can move the king up. All right, so let's see what Alexandra is going to do here. It's been a long day, and rooking games are very difficult. Rooking games are
This
very
one is
difficult.
difficult, and it has a lot to do with the fact that the king of black is so far away. This king needs to be there, right in this corner. But it's all the way here, and this is the one mistake I did with the black pieces here as well in my own games. I would also move my king too far away from the pawn and then end up in such a position that I cannot go back anymore. So yeah, this is this game is really testing the players' endgame skills, and it's not easy. Endgames are really difficult. Sometimes they make little sense, sometimes they make a lot of sense, but yeah, we are following it with an eval bar. There's also a computer that tells us which moves are the best to play. So the players are really being put to the test here.
Yeah, and it's incredible to see how many of these games are decided by rooking games, right? We saw some rooking games earlier in the tournament.
True.
So I think for anyone, if they really want to get better as a chess player, you have to study your rooking games. King of 6 by Alexandra on the board. All right, so Jules now down to 1 minute and 20 seconds. Alexandra still has like 8 minutes on her clock. So let's see where Jules is going to move the king. The rook. I think her best chance is to move the rook to, let's say, b5. So she can give checks from very far away.
She plays rook h5 and king g6 played by Alexandra.
All right.
She knows that rook takes h4 is not a move because of this rook a4 check, losing the rook.
All right, good move. So now let's see where Jules is going to move the rook. She can either move it back or here to b5. But either way, she's going to push that h-pawn up the board, which is going to be very tough to stop. And she goes rook h8. But the problem is, now after h5, you don't have a lot of space to keep giving checks. I think this should be a pretty... I mean, it's definitely not over, but it's definitely a win for Alexandra. And I think it's not too difficult, but let's see.
Yeah, this is very straightforward. Just push the pawn forward, and you can also play rook h2 to then push the pawn, and the king is free to go wherever. So yeah, the king on d4, too far away. That king needs to be much closer to the action to stop that pawn, or at least to prevent white from promoting. Because now it's really difficult to stop that pawn.
Yeah, so just h5 here, push the pawn up the board. And yeah, I don't see a good way for black to stop it. So let's see what is what's going to happen. Yeah, h5 looks very natural here. So I would be surprised if we see another move.
Yeah, I'm not sure what. Yeah, no, h5 makes most sense. Maybe she's trying to figure out what happens in case of some checks, etc. But yeah, it's completely fine. You just step away. And the thing is that you can always include the rook to protect the pawn and then go with the king to g7 to support the pawn to move forward. So this is very simple chess, but sometimes you can just have a blind spot at some point. So I believe Alexandra has 5 minutes left still, so she should have enough time for this.
Yeah, no, you make a very good point. She can always use the rook later to support a pawn and then use the king as well. But yeah, it's definitely good that Alexandra is taking her time here to compose herself, find the right moves, and try to find the win here. But h5 seems like a very natural move here. And, you know, it's a good thing if the winning move is a natural one. So again, I'd be surprised if we don't see h5 here, because, you know, at the end of the day, you do want to promote that pawn.
Yeah, you do. I understand taking her time here, but we all would like to see h5 here. That is basically the only move that makes sense. The other moves, I mean, there are other ways to not lose that pawn, but
She goes rook a5. So she's cutting up the black king laterally. I think that might be fine as well. Now the king can never join defense like this anymore. And she'll just pawn. Okay, so let's see what Jules is going to do. I think Jules should try to give a check. Let's say check here, and then if the king goes down, maybe like rook g1. Maybe she can give some checks over here.
it seems like the audio is having some issues. I don't know.
Wait.
But I hear you just fine. So
Hello everyone. me? Check, my check. Audio cooked. Wait, what's the issue?
I guess you're hearing bad audio on the stream. We hear each other fine.
You hear me fine, right? Is that what you're
Yes,
saying?
it's not on our end.
Dang it. The stream. This is an attack
Okay,
on
it's
me,
fixed, it's
on my
fixed.
microphone. It's fixed now? All right, good. Anyway, rook a5 is a good move. Yeah, I got attacked here. My microphone got attacked. But we're good now. So let's see. Rook a5. I like the move, though.
Oh, wow. Okay, it works. It works. You know, it's very creative. And it works. Cutting off the king, why not?
Yeah, okay, so let's see what Jules is gonna do. Jules played rook b8. I think a good try to give checks from the side. So I think now what Alexandra should do is just push up her pawn. In a case of a check, just move the king back. As now the king cannot be checked, you go h6 on the next turn. Eventually you want to get the king up, but taking a step back is also not bad from time to time, as long as you get that pawn there in the end. And the nice thing also with the rook on a5 is that you can also, let's say black goes here, you push, let's say black gives a check, and then king up, and then here. You can always block checks from behind now.
Right.
Anyway, so let's see what is going on. Did we get a move yet after rook b8? No.
Nope. Yeah, so completely winning for Alexandra. What a game, guys. I mean, Jules has fought for so long. She survived everything out there only to go down in this rook and pawn versus rook endgame, which is pretty devastating. It's one of those endgames that you need to know. And yeah, I was victim of this myself recently, almost, where I almost forgot the Philidor defense, where you put the rook on a 6th rank and you call it a day. It's just a draw. But yeah, for some reason that did not cross my mind during the game, and you never know when that may happen to you. Even though you know the defense, but it doesn't appear to you for some reason during the game. And then I came up with the most sophisticated defense ever.
Yeah, so some great moves here by Alexandra. She pushed up the pawn, and after rook b6, king 2 g5. So I think the energy of the chat is really starting to pay off here, as she's finding all of the right moves in the final minutes of this game. And yeah, it's looking tough for Jules with only 1 minute on her clock here.
Yep, she is low on the clock, but also in a completely lost position. This pawn is going to push forward and is unstoppable with this king being too far away. If this king were to be on h7, this is a draw. There's no way that white can make any sort of progress. But now the king is cut off. No way that this king can get closer, and this is game over for Jules.
Okay, I don't know what happened there. There was some weird light. Okay, there was some light,
no,
and Alexandra was like, no.
Oh no, what is he doing?
Anyway, rook 2 b1 was played, and now I guess Alexandra is just going to move her pawn up the board. Okay, anyway. All right, well, we try to add some more light. I can definitely still see the board, so I think it's all fine. But I think regardless of what happens in this game, I think this is going to be a great learning experience for both players. I mean, we saw a lot of interesting moments in this game, a very interesting rooking game. So again, like I said, I think both players are only going to come back stronger from this game.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, this game, both players fought so hard, especially Jules, who has been showing us such great games in this tournament. Her result has not been, I mean, I'm sure she's still she must be happy still with her performance, but having only 1.5 point may not feel like she has had a good tournament, but the level of chess that she has shown, she deserves higher ratings. She has been fighting really hard, and it's really impressive to see her do so well while being the lowest seed of the tournament.
Yeah, no, she's definitely come a long way. She's improved a lot. I mean, she's hanging with players that have been playing chess for a long time. And yeah, I mean, Alexandra pushing out the pawn now, and I think Jules might realize that this is just over. She's probably going to go rook g or h1. But again, the nice thing is that white can always push up the king, and the rook can perfectly block. Okay, rook g1 check was played by Alexandra, by the way, not by Jules, because Alexandra put a rook there. And I guess now the king is just going to move up to f6. Yeah, Jules doing a Nemo there. Nemo hit the clock off the table. Now Jules hit the rook off the table.
Yeah, today is quite a dramatic day. Everything is happening today.
She sacrificed the rook. Okay, king f6 on the board. Rook h1, just king g6, h7, block. Should be GG. So yeah, like I said, really the energy of the chat paying off here. All of you guys have been amazing, sticking with us for, it's been a 9-hour stream. Wow.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, today is a long day. And I love the energy in the chat as well.
All right. So rook h1. Yeah, the tables do seem a little bit too small because it seems like they're having trouble finding a good place for their score sheet. Okay, so g6, and now Jules is reaching for the rook, but a check can just be blocked. Rook g5.
Yep. I see that Alexandra has folded her score sheet or something like that so that it fits on the table, which is a bit inconvenient.
All right. Okay. So let's see. Yeah, rook g5 now is the key move. Just blocking the check, making sure that there's no more checks to the king, and then you just go h7, followed by king g7. There's really nothing black can do. So Alexandra has got this in the bag. So all of the chatters can pat themselves on the back as a win seems to be coming in shortly now.
Yep, rook g5 on the board, rook
a1.
Right.
But just push the pawn. I mean, there's just one check, and you can always wiggle your way out of it.
Or just king h5. Oh, but then the rook comes back to pay a visit to the h file.
All right. h7 on the board. All right. But good to see QT Jelly in the chat. He's a big supporter of the chess category. He always comes up with fun bets. So good to see him in the chat. So h7.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Let's see what Jules is going to do here. Yeah, I remember QT Jelly coming in my chat as well. He would always ask me for like puzzle challenges and then like try to have me go until like 2 or like 3 or 4 a.m. or something. Yeah.
The crazy puzzle challenges, which is how he broke your Puzzle Rush world record.
Kinda, yeah. I mean, it's kind of funny. Like, I just wanted to do something educational. I thought, like, oh, I'll just do puzzles and just explain everything. And then I went pretty deep, and that's how it turned into this whole challenge.
Ah, so cool, nice. H5. The rook comes back to a1 to threaten the check. Well, actually, wait, it's promoting with check. You can't even trick. Yes. You can't even make a trick here with black. That's so sad.
Right, and rook a8 runs the rook g8. So I think this game is going to be over any... Oh, rook a1, but now just h8 bishop, and you win the rook. That'd be a funny move to finish. No, I think Alexandra's just going to get a queen with check, and there we have the resignation. So great game between these two competitors. Wow, it's been a 5.5-hour game. We saw them playing some great chess in the endgame, but eventually Alexandra emerges victorious.
Yeah, what a game. These two players fought until the very end, only for the game to be decided in this rook endgame. And that goes to show everyone, study your rook endgames because you never... It's so important to know these endgames. And yeah, unfortunately for Jules, she goes down, but lots of respect to her. She played super well. And Alexandra lives another day and joins Dina, sharing second place. And they'll be playing each other tomorrow, everyone. Tomorrow, the last round starts at 11 a.m. Pacific time. which is 8 p.m. Central European time for my fellow Europeans. Those are still in chat. I believe the audio is gone again, but the other games start at 1 p.m. Pacific time, which is wait, what time is that? I'm
1
blanking.
p.m. Pacific for you is
Wait.
10 p.m. in the evening, 10 p.m.
Okay,
So I think you,
I think I'm completely messing up the times. No, it's 11. No, okay, I don't know. I don't know. It's late here.
I'm pretty sure 11 a.m. PT for you is 8, right? You start your days at 8, and then the second round
Yes.
is gonna start for you at 10. But
Right,
anyway, yeah,
okay.
we have this. We have the standings right here. I mean, Alexandra's playing a great tournament. She's in second place with 4.5 out of 6. And like I said, we're setting up for a big finale tomorrow, as Alexandra is playing Dina tomorrow. That is potentially a fight for second place, as Jennifer is in first with 5.5 out of 6. But yeah, really have to commend both players for their effort. I mean, it's truly been a great endgame fight. And I just hope that both players will learn from this game. I'm sure they'll come back stronger. And it's going to be an exciting last game tomorrow. And I think we have Alexandra in the chat. She's saying hi, chat.
And Papa Botetz is showing us Dina's score sheet in the camera, but the focus is not quite there. But I can see what he means. I mean, I have played Dina, so I know her handwriting a little bit. But yeah, I think that's quite it shows enough. Shows all we need to know, maybe.
Yeah, for sure.
It just looks like it's scratching on the score sheet.
Yeah, no, definitely looks like a mess from what I can see. Yeah, I guess that's just what players do. They start scribbling down when they get low on time because they just want to put something down. Papa Both is not impressed. He's giving a thumbs down. Yeah.
Wow.
No. All right. Well, it's been. Oh, apparently we're gonna have an interview. So I guess Alexandra is gonna join us soon.
All right, let's hear it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's hear it from Alexandra herself, how she feels about the game, because this game was something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's see. I guess it might take like a second for her to join. But overall, yeah, great job by her. And yeah, we just wish her good luck tomorrow in her final game with Dina. So let's see if she can join us soon.
Yeah, tomorrow is going to be super exciting. So Jennifer is looking to finish first with her current score of 5.5 out of 6. She is going to play, I believe she's playing Jules tomorrow. And there we have Alexandra. Hi, congrats on your win.
Thank you, guys. I feel like there were definitely some opportunities for her to draw at the end. I thought it was a draw.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she did have a draw, but overall, I think it was a very well thought game by both of you.
Yeah, I thought, was it still a draw if she didn't let me get? I think there was so many draws at the end there.
She could have still drawn had she not played Rookie 4 check. That actually was the decisive mistake.
I'm just curious where that is.
Or actually, after Rookie 4, you were winning with King F5, but then after King
that was the only move.
Yeah, but what she really should have done after King H4 is just King E5, bring the king back.
Right.
And then it's a draw. But yeah, it's not super easy. But yeah, after Rookie 4, okay, King F5 was a little bit better, but then check King F6. Here you were winning, and it seemed pretty straightforward after that, especially once you got the Rook to the 5th rank.
What about earlier? Was it not a draw earlier too?
You were actually winning if you didn't take on H5, but not easy to figure all of that out. Here, E7 would have been a nice move.
Oh, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
E7, Rook E3, and then what do I do?
King F6.
King F6.
And the king is just supporting the pawn, and black does not have moves to stop you.
G3 just doesn't come in time, I guess.
You should take on
A2. Oh yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. No, I thought Jules put on a really good fight. Once again, it's not even fun winning in this house because I mean, I feel obviously very happy about the result, but like also I know Jules has been fighting so hard, so it's hard. And poor Andrea, she tried to fight Gen Yu after ending up in the ER last night after she was gonna take the day off the win, and then I saw she got killed. I was like, oh God, it's a slaughter. Yeah. Alex, you yelled at Papa Botez. I felt stressed because Jules only had 30 seconds, so I didn't want anything to distract her, so that's why I got stressed. Yeah, but Chad, I hope you guys have been enjoying it, and Benjamin and Anna, again, thank you guys for doing commentary.
My pleasure.
Yeah, it was a great fight today, so it was a lot of fun calling the action.
Yeah,
Well,
it was
tomorrow,
really great stuff.
I go up against Dina, and if I somehow win, then I can get second. I am white. I don't know how I'm gonna prepare, but we'll do our best. Oh, hi, Jules. I'm sorry. I know it's so disheartening. It was such a long game, but Jules, you've been improving so quickly. Yeah, I know it's been hard. You're sad.
Aw.
I know.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
and games are
it's tough.
cruel.
Chess
It's
is
tough losing a
brutal.
game. Yeah, it's really tough losing a game after 5.5 hours because you put in all of that work and then yeah. But still, I think it's a great learning experience for Jules. She put up a really good fight, and I'm sure both of you can learn a lot from this endgame.
Yeah, no, I agree. Well, all right, guys. I guess I'll let you guys go to bed. I'm gonna hope Hammer can prepare me for Dina tomorrow because that is gonna be a really hype match. We're actually gonna be playing at 11 a.m. chat, so tune in tomorrow for the finals. We already know Jennifer's winning everything, probably. Although, who's Jennifer playing tomorrow?
She's playing
I
Jules.
believe Jules, yeah.
Jules. Let's prep for Gen U tonight. Jules,
If Jules wins,
Oh my gosh.
if Jules wins and you win, you can still win the tournament.
Yeah. I think Jules could do it. Yeah, I'm just saying. Okay, cool. Well, good night, guys. Good night, chat.
Good night.
All right.
Bye.
Good night and
Good
good
luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Okay. So great to hear Alexandra's thoughts after such a long and well fought game. And yeah, it's been a long day at the office, Anamaya.
It's been a long day. The sun is down in Malibu, but it's up here in the Netherlands, which is usually the time that people wake up here. So yeah, it's been a big pleasure though to commentate once again together with you, Benjamin. And round 6 is in the books of Botez Chess Camp. But tomorrow, guys, round 7, the very last round. And tomorrow we will find out who will win the tournament and who will end up in the top 3. Alexandra is still fighting for that second place. Tomorrow, big matchup between Alexandra and Dina. So make sure to tune in tomorrow, 11 a.m. Pacific time or 8 p.m. Central European time to catch the action. And with that, we are starting the raid. Any final words from you, Benjamin?
Yeah, so thanks everyone for watching. Again, Amana, it's been a lot of fun. And yeah, also really thanks everyone in the chat because you always make it so much more fun.